Buenos días.
Good morning.
Buenos días. Les
Good
agradecemos
morning.
tomar asiento.
We ask you please to sit down.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much.
Vamos a dar inicio a este
We would
encuentro
like to
anual,
begin this annual meeting, the 8th meeting of the Forum of the Countries of Latin America and the Caribbean on Sustainable Development.
y para iniciar esta
And
ceremonia de
to begin with this
inauguración,
inauguration ceremony, I'd like to offer the floor to José Manuel Salazar Siriñas, who is Executive Secretary of ECLAC. Thank you, Luis. Good morning, everyone. Mr. Felix de Negri, Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs of Peru, as President of the Forum of the Countries of Latin America and the Caribbean on Sustainable Development, Mr. Lee Yun-hua, Deputy Secretary General of Economic and Social Affairs of the United Nations, ministers and representatives of governments that are members of the Forum and of ECLAC, national authorities and diplomats, resident coordinators, directors, and colleagues of ECLAC, colleagues of the UN system, representatives of civil society, of the private sector, and of academia, dear representatives of the youth, friends all, very good morning. May you all be welcome to this 8th meeting of the Forum of the Countries of Latin America and the Caribbean on Sustainable Development. It is for me a great honor to welcome you here in ECLAC and to welcome you in this home of Latin America and the Caribbean, and to welcome such a diverse group of stakeholders, government, civil society, academia, the private sector, and international entities that are meeting here in order to collaborate to accelerate the achievement of the 2030 Agenda. I would like to greet the government of Peru, represented by the Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs, Mr. Felix de Negri, who will be heading our work this week. And I would also like to mention that it was indeed Peru that 10 years ago led the initiative so that our region could have an intergovernmental mechanism and multi-stakeholder mechanism to monitor the implementation of the 2030 Agenda, which led to the creation of this forum in 2016. And via a mechanism that has promoted dialogue and joint action between countries in our region. Dear friends, this year, 2025, it'll be 10 years since the approval of the 2030 Agenda, and we have 5 years to go in order to reach our goal, and yet we still have a long way to go. At present, the world faces an extremely uncertain economic context with with geopolitical tensions, a reconfiguration of international alliances, the threats of different types to international cooperation and to the multilateral system, a period of low economic growth and high levels of debt, the return of protectionist policies, and the significant reduction of aid for development. These are not simple times, but neither the UN system or ECLAC exists because tasks are easy or challenges are scarce. On the contrary, we are here to help to navigate complexity, to place all our knowledge, technical assistance, and the ability to organize facing the most important challenges faced by Latin America and the Caribbean. As I say in the foreword of the document that we have developed for this forum, the adverse international context cannot be an excuse or lead to pessimism. On the contrary, it must be an incentive in order to redouble our efforts and to think of a future which is in our hands, defining a clear direction that comes from the world economy. And within that task, the 2030 Agenda and the Pact for the Future are
Una gran oportunidad en un momento decisivo. Tenemos por delante una agenda de trabajo tan intensa como relevante. Desde ayer iniciamos con las reuniones del Foro de Niñas, Niños, Adolescentes y Juventudes de América Latina y del Caribe, de la Plataforma de Colaboración
For the platform of regional cooperation for Latin America and the Caribbean, of the mechanism for the participation of civil society in the Sustainable Development Agenda in this forum, of the platform for regional cooperation in Latin America and the Caribbean with the UN team in Chile, and of the platform with resident coordinators of the UN in Latin America and the Caribbean.
Foro.
When compared to previous versions, at this forum, we will do something different. We will have three-level dialogue sessions, 3 levels of incidence: global, regional, national. So it's quite a privilege that today we will begin global action dialogues with the presence of the United Nations Under-Secretary General for Economic and Social Affairs, Mr. Lee Yun-hwa, who is leading 2 very important multilateral processes this year. To wit, the meeting on financing for development, which will be held from June 30th to July 3rd in Seville, Spain, and the Second World Summit on Social Development in November in Qatar. In order to address these processes, 2 sessions have been scheduled, and we will have the opportunity to learn a great deal in order to better position our country in this global discussion. We will also today talk about the different challenges related to COP30 on climate change, which will take place in Brazil in November. And we will address the implementation of the Pact of the Future and its 56 actions in areas ranging from sustainable development and financing for development to international peace and security, from science, covering technology and innovation and digital cooperation, including youth and future generations. Tomorrow, when we begin the dialogues on regional action, we will present the document entitled Latin America and the Caribbean and the 2030 Agenda, 5 years from the target. And in the afternoon tomorrow, we will also talk about the different challenges faced by the Caribbean relative to the 2030 Agenda and the agenda of Antigua and Barbuda for small island developing states. We will conclude the day with a session on public-private partnerships to accelerate the use of private and disaggregated data as a path forward towards attainment of the SDGs. The regional dialogues will continue on Thursday, and on Friday there will be 5 groups that will assess the challenges and opportunities related to each of the 5 SDGs that will be addressed in detail under the report. ODS 3, health; 5, gender equality; 8, decent work and economic growth; 14, submarine life; and 17, partnerships for attaining the SDGs. Now, at the end of the week, the focus will be placed on national dialogues, rather. We will hear successful national experiences related to SDGs and others, and we will talk about the different good practices and challenges related to drafting the voluntary national reviews. As you know, in 2019, ECLAC created the Community of Practice on voluntary national reviews, and in its more than 5 years of existence, with more than 60 virtual sessions that have been held, we believe that this has become a meaningful regional platform for learning, collaboration, and exchanging experiences, knowledge, and best practices among our countries. Now, the last item on the agenda of national dialogues will be the session on public innovation to drive the Pact for the Future, where we will talk about how to accelerate action and collaboration to achieve the SDGs at the national level. As you can see, this is a very ambitious program, and I'm sure it will be further enriched by your contributions, and this will provide us with an opportunity to address the different challenges regarding sustainable development in our region. And there are many, in fact. Each year, the results of these discussions are transferred to the high-level political forum in order to accelerate implementation and follow-up procedures related to the 2030 Agenda. Dear friends, we are only 5 years out from the deadline regarding the agenda, and we are facing setbacks. We are behind schedule for full compliance. we can still talk about the 2030 agenda with optimism and expectations, because there are commitments in the region more than before. There's more margin for action and ways to do things better. And that is where I believe we may be able to make leaps forward in terms of attaining the SDGs. As we have been saying, ECLAC, most of the Latin American and Caribbean countries are facing three traps that hinder their progress towards inclusive, sustainable development. These traps are intertwined, and we need to urgently and concurrently face these. There is a low growth trap, low social mobility, social cohesion trap, and another trap related to limited institutional capacity and limited effective governance. These traps prevent or limit progress towards the SDGs. As we have said, less than a fourth of the SDGs have been attained or are expected to be achieved over the next 5 years at the pace that we have had thus far. Now, the ECLAC outlook shows that in order to secure attainment of most of the SDGs, this calls for additional efforts, significant additional efforts. But it's not just about doing more. We need to do better as well. We need to be more innovative and more effective in order to facilitate this discussion with regard to stepping up our actions and how to bring about more necessary transformations. We have included a conceptual framework, analytical framework in the report regarded to the how to do this. This is a perspective that aims to have more dynamic transformations in 5 areas, looking for solutions in 5 areas. First, conditions for effective governance. Second, as opportunities for social dialogue. 3, strengthening technical, operational, political capacities, the top capacities of the institutions in charge of each SDG. 4, political economy that will reinforce the various positions and effective conflict resolution. And, of course, enough and timely financing. We hope that this approach will facilitate the development of a shared vision with regard to how and what, and reinforce cooperation among the various stakeholders so that we may move forward quicker. Dear friends, the scope of these challenges calls for greater urgent action. In order to attain the 2030 agenda, we know that financing continues to be a major challenge. Resource mobilization is key to foster investment in strategic sectors that will allow for creating a decent work and accelerating the productive transformation. In addition to financing, we need to reinforce regional and international cooperation and multi-sectoral partnerships, thereby facilitating the transfer of knowledge and sustainable technology, as well as the exchange of best practices among countries and regions. That is the context for the latest aspect, that is strengthening multi-sectoral partnerships. And that is something that we will be addressing at this 8th forum. We hope that this forum will provide you with an opportunity to learn from each other and to share experiences and to understand how the countries in the region are innovating with regard to problem solving to address the challenges we face, which are often common in nature. As we know, no single stakeholder can bring about compliance or attainment with the SDGs. Without partnerships, without cooperation, we won't have a 2030 agenda. Dear colleagues, I would like to conclude by thanking Peru for its chair role, for leading recommendations agreed to by the governments that we hope to adopt this Friday upon concluding this forum. I truly value that despite the complex times, we will have conclusions that have been subject to a consensus by the governments. I would like to thank the civil society mechanism, which provided its contributions to the chair in timely fashion. These contributions have been circulated to the countries participating in this forum as well. Finally, I would like to reiterate my commitment and that of ECLAC to continue supporting countries on this path towards the effective implementation of the 2030 Agenda. These are times marked by uncertainty and confusion. So I would like to request that you never forget that we do have evidence here for decision making. We have a space for discussing possible solutions and technical assistance to implement solutions and develop the capacity that will allow us to arrive on time to this date that we have with humanity. Thank you.
Agradecemos al secretario ejecutivo.
I would like to thank the Executive Secretary for his remarks, and then I would like to give the floor to the chair of this forum, the Minister of Foreign Affairs from Peru. Thank you. Executive Secretary of ECLAC, Jose Manuel Salazar Sirinat, under United Nations Undersecretary General for Economic and Social Affairs, Mr. Lee Hyun-hwa, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished ministers of state, vice ministers, high-level authorities of the members of ECLAC and representatives of member governments of the Forum and UN nations, national authorities, diplomatic corps. For me, on behalf of Peru, it is quite an honor to launch the activities of the 8th Forum of the countries of Latin America and the Caribbean on sustainable development. It is crucial for us to provide follow-up on the attainment of and implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Peru was honored to receive, during the 40th period of sessions of ECLAC in Lima in October of last year, the representatives under the topic of Latin America and the Caribbean facing the development traps in necessary transformations. How can we address these? On that occasion, our authorities reflected on the main challenges and hurdles that the region faces with regard to securing sustainable economic development and the well-being of our people. Likewise, we addressed concrete strategies and policies that would help us overcome these challenges. Moreover, Peru for the 25-26 period, took over the chair with the decisive opinion to work towards fostering greater cooperation among our countries, and cooperation that will allow us to move forward with our priorities, regional priorities, with regard to the development agenda. Within this context, Peru has been responsible for for coordinating the forum, starting in New York, and addressing the actions related to the report that will be adopted at the end of our activities, and to preside over this meaningful event. Peru has been committed to the Forum on Sustainable Development since its onset. In 2015, we presided over the special meeting of the Plenary Committee of ECLAC, on which occasion there was a draft resolution sponsored by Peru, which launched this process that gave way to the Forum and that culminated with approval in 2016. The Forum on Sustainable Development is an extremely valuable body that allows us to foster cooperation and collaboration among our countries, to foster national capacity building, and to identify gaps, challenges, and shared hurdles that we face regionally. Likewise, this allows for the various peers to learn more, because as peers, we share lessons learned and best practices. This forum is useful as a platform for forging partnerships, for fostering greater participation and dialogue among key stakeholders that are committed to securing sustainable development, including governments, UN agencies, development banks, civil society, academia, and the private sector. At this version of the forum, we know that dialogue will be held at 3 levels: at the global, regional, and national level. This will provide opportunities to exchange ideas and experiences, which will give way towards progress regarding development. We will hear from distinguished keynote speakers. For example, in Peru, I would like to greet the Minister of Development and Social Inclusion, Ms. Arteaga. With regard to global actions, we will address the main international conferences, such as the International Conference on Financing for Development, the World Summit on Social Development, and the COP on climate change. These opportunities will allow us to share national standpoints and make progress towards defining regional consensus on these matters. With regard to regional actions, we will receive a report drafted by the ECLAC Secretariat on progress and regional challenges regarding the 2030 Agenda, 5 years out from the target. This report is an valuable tool that will allow us to better understand the progress made in the region over the last 5 years, the challenges that we have faced as well. And it will allow for us to consider propositions needed to secure the necessary changes that will allow us to leap forward towards attaining the SDGs. Likewise, we will have peer learning sessions to exchange good practices relative to the SDGs, health, well-being, gender equality, decent work, submarine life, and partnerships for attaining the goals. With regard to national actions, we will also hold meetings on the different successful national experiences in accelerating attainment of the SDGs, as well as good practices for the voluntary national reviews. Ladies and gentlemen, 10 years after adoption of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, and given the political uncertainty of today, we would like to reiterate Peru's commitment to multilateralism and develop an agenda focused on social inclusion, sustainability, and cooperation in that regard. Since adopting the 2030 Agenda, Peru has shown concrete actions to support the SDG process. Our country has submitted 3 voluntary national reviews regarding, we have also made progress with regard to the 2030 Agenda in 2016, 20, and more recently we submitted another voluntary review in 2024. In the most recent report, Peru recognizes that making progress towards attainment of the SDGs has been limited by certain context and structural aspects, both nationally and internationally. Moreover, as many of the countries throughout the region, Peru continues to face urgent challenges such as eradicating poverty and inequalities, mitigating climate change, and the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. Likewise, Peru agrees that it's necessary to accelerate progress towards attaining the SDGs in the upcoming years, thereby recognizing the importance of integrating social, economic, and environmental policies, thereby incorporating new institutional arrangements such as dialogue between different stakeholders, political, business, and environmental, and the state. In this regard, fora such as this one allow us to sustain dialogue with different stakeholders and understand their standpoints, and this is extremely valuable. In order to conclude, I would like to express my appreciation for the efforts and in organizing this event and for the numerous side events that will take place over the week. Moreover, I value the continuity, the continued support that is for the Peruvian presidency within ECLAC, as well as the commitment to a variety of different cooperation processes between the various countries. In that regard, I would like to reaffirm Peru's commitment as chair to continue contributing to the work, to continue contributing to productive working sessions, and so that our reflections may lead to concrete consensus and agreements. Our objective is to make progress with regard to attaining the SDGs, thereby bringing about results that will benefit citizens within Latin America and the Caribbean. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, viceministro. A continuación,
Thank you, Vice Minister. And following, we'll be hearing from Mr. Lee Yonghua, Under Secretary General for Economic and Social Affairs of the UN.
Mr. Executive Secretary of the ECLAC, Excellencies, distinguished participants, all protocol observed. It is a great honor for me to join you today at the 8th meeting of the Forum of the Countries of Latin America and the Caribbean on Sustainable Development. We convened at a critical juncture. Global challenges are kept escalating, and the progress towards the sustainable development is significantly off track. This forum offers an important opportunity to reaffirm that our shared commitment to achieving its 2030 agenda. The stacked realities are rising tariffs and dwindling aid, coupled with a systemic crisis in climate change, economic volatility, entrenched inequality, defective architecture, and geopolitical tensions, all threatening to the unraveled decades of the development gains. Global growth prospects deemed under the shadow of the trade barriers and economic uncertainty. All this demand a unified, decisive response. This is not the time to retreat from multilateralism and global collaboration. Instead, we must, with a renewed urgency, fortify the collaborative efforts at all levels. This region's leadership in sustainable development is undeniable. From the pioneering social protection programs and systems to championing climate resilience, you have demonstrated that bold, people-centered policies are not merely idealistic, but transformative. The Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean has been instrumental in supporting these efforts, facilitating dialogue and fostering regional cooperation. I invite all of you to generate innovative and inclusive solutions for future solutions and future actions. The year ahead presents a series of the pivotal moments to reset our trajectory towards the SDGs. The 4th International Conference on Financing for Development in Seville, just 3 months away, is perhaps the last opportunity to recalibrate the SDG financing and reform the international financial architecture. The Second World Summit for Social Development in Doha must re-center our policy on people, not profit. The COP30 in Berlin in the Amazon basin must galvanize decisive climate actions. These major events must demonstrate our resolve to come together and deliver for people, planet, and prosperity. We must prove that multilateralism remains the only solution. These milestones will not be isolated events. They must be interconnected steps towards an international system that is fit for purpose and responsive to the needs of the all. They will serve to turn the ambitious commitments made by member states, especially in the Pact of the Future, into the concrete actions. Excellencies, distinguished participants, multilateralism is not a choice, but an imperative. As we mark the 80th anniversary of the United Nations this year, we must reaffirm its irreplaceable role in strengthening global cooperation. Its legitimacy and universal convening power remains essential for collective action, norm setting, and addressing shared challenges, where every member state has an equal say, equal voice. This forum is integral to this collective these collective endeavors. By mobilizing regional contributions and amplifying the voices of the Latin America and the Caribbean, you are not only shaping your region's trajectory, but also enriching the global dialogue. Let us seize this moment. Let us harness the collective wisdom of this forum to generate scalable, replicable solutions. Together, we can and we will deliver a sustainable, just, resilient future for all. Thank you.
Agradecemos al secretario general adjunto de Asuntos Económicos.
We thank the Undersecretary General for Economic and Social Affairs of the UN for his remarks. We will now watch a video by Amina Mohammed, who has sent it to us. She cannot be with us here today.
Minister of Foreign Affairs of Peru and chair of the Forum of the Countries of Latin America and the Caribbean on Sustainable Development. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is a pleasure to join you at this crucial gathering, a time when the urgency of sustainable development has never been greater. My gratitude to the Executive Secretary of ECLAC for convening us. Excellencies, as global crises multiply and fractures deepen, Latin America and the Caribbean must remain at the forefront to keep the promise of sustainable development. This region has long been a leader in advancing sustainability, yet with just 5 years remaining until 2030, progress is dangerously off track. Only 23% of the SDG targets in this region are on track, while more than a third have stalled or regressed. Poverty persists, urban inequality is deepening, and the burden of unpaid care work continues to fall on women, limiting their economic opportunities. Despite contributing just 10% of global emissions, Latin America and the Caribbean bear some of the heaviest losses from climate disasters. Yet, amidst these challenges, Latin America and the Caribbean continue to lead on the global stage. Brazil will host COP30, shaping the future of the climate agenda. Chile, as chair of the SDG 4 Education 2030 High-Level Steering Committee, is driving forward efforts to accelerate progress in education. Costa Rica is co-organizing the UN Ocean Conference. Mexico, in its role as a co-facilitator of the outcome document for the upcoming 4th International Conference on Financing for Development, is advancing global cooperation on financing for development. Barbados, through the Bridgetown Initiative, has emerged as a leading voice in financial reform, pioneering innovative solutions to unlock climate and development financing for vulnerable nations. And there are so many more countries making significant strides in this region. Most notably, this is the only region that has reduced hunger and food insecurity, with 2.9 million fewer people facing food shortages. But we are far from where we need to be. Economic instability, organized violence, and rising patterns of displacement are threatening to reverse hard-won progress. This forum must be a rallying point, an urgent call to action to sustain the momentum. The UN Pact for the Future and its components on financing for development, social development, gender equality, and climate action must not remain words on paper. Achieving the SDGs demands bold reform. Now is the time to rebuild regional unity of purpose in a world that is increasingly divided. Unity and diversity are our greatest strengths. By accelerating key transitions in food systems, energy, digital connectivity, education, social protection, and climate action, we can drive the systemic change needed for this region to lead globally. The stronger link between the regional economic commissions and our resident coordinators, established since the reforms introduced by Secretary General Antonio Guterres, has been critical in bringing together our policy and operational assets in ways we had not witnessed before. It gives me great hope that we can build on this strong foundation to step up our support in each country in Latin America and the Caribbean. Excellencies, dear friends, I urge all of you to continue to accelerate action on the SDGs, to seize the opportunities ahead, and to use this forum to ensure the needs and priorities of this region are represented on the global stage in this critical year. from the 4th International Conference on Financing for Development to the 3rd Ocean Conference and the 2nd World Summit for Social Development. Official development assistance is vital, but alone it will never be enough to meet the scale of the challenges that we face, something this region has known for decades. The 4th Financing for Development Conference in July is a vital chance to unleash finance, including finding innovative ways to harness domestic resources and attract private sector investment. Let this forum be a turning point, a renewed commitment to the 2030 Agenda, a call for transformation, and a platform for joint action to bridge gaps, foster innovation, and build a more inclusive, prosperous, and sustainable future that leaves no one behind. Thank you.
De este modo concluimos esta ceremonia de inauguración. Le doy la palabra.
With us conclude this inaugural meeting, I'd like to offer the floor to Felix Deneydi, who will moderate the work of the forum. Thank you. Delegates, you have received the document LC/FDS.8 parallel bar Rev.2, which is the preliminary program. I would like to subject it to your consideration. It was sent by email and is being shared through the meeting chat at this moment. If there are no comments, it will be approved. So it is approved. In accordance with the provisional agenda, I would like to invite Mr. Lee Yunghua, Undersecretary General for Economic and Social Affairs of the United Nations, to open these dialogues. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, dear colleagues. I'm pleased to brief you this opening session on the Global Action Dialogue. This forum, marking 10 years since the historical adoption of the 2030 Agenda, uniquely integrates the global, regional, and the national action dialogues. This integration across all levels is crucial for fostering the innovative solutions to our sustainable development challenges, especially within today's extraordinarily complex global landscape. Simply put it, our world is in a sustainable development crisis. The staggering $4 trillion SDG financing gap, coupled with the widening financing divide between the global south and global north, signals a rapidly closing window for us to rescue the SDGs and avert catastrophic climate changes. Multilateralism remains the only viable solution to navigate these cascading crises. Yet, regrettably, multilateralism is under surging threat. 3 upcoming global summits offer the critical moments for the international community to regalvanize the partnerships, to arrest the detrimental trends, and accelerate the implementation of the 2030 Agenda. First, the 4th International Conference on Financing for Development in Seville, Spain, as the premier international conference of the 2025, FFD4 must demonstrate the enduring capacity of the multilateralism to deliver for people, planet, and prosperity. The drafted outcome document proposes ambitious actions to bridge the SDG financing gap through the impact-based investment and the significant reforms to the international financial architecture. While acknowledging the challenging global context, it aims for the bold actions on the key global priorities. On debt, it aims to reduce the borrowing costs, support the indebted countries, reform the debt architecture, improve the crisis prevention, and readdress the methodologies for credit ratings that take into account the sustainable development objectives. For domestic resource mobilization, it advocates for sustainable fiscal systems, international tax cooperation, and support for capacity building, and strengthen the public development banks. Regarding development collaboration, it calls for the increased country-level ODA, tripled the MDB financing with special focus on mobilization of affordable long-term private capital, and inclusive architecture prioritizing country ownership. On the Second World Summit for Social Development in Doha, after 3 decades of the first summit in Copenhagen, the second summit aims to advance the global social development, address the key challenges, and forge the ambitious commitments, promoting inclusion, equity, and sustainability. A food for thought paper has been circulated to inform the discussions on the political declaration to be adopted in Doha by consensus. It highlights the critical priorities such as poverty eradication, employment and decent work, social inclusion, digital transformation, and climate resilience. Member states met last week to exchange the views on the issues and priority areas highlighted by the Food for Thought paper. Based on the paper and these initial views, the co-facilitators, the permanent representatives of the Morocco and Belgium, expected to release a zero draft of the political declaration in mid-April. This will be our first clear sign of the course member states may chart to advance the people-centered normative framework that accelerates the social progress and moves us closer to our sustainable development goals. On the COP30, which will be hosted in this region, in Belém, Brazil, as acknowledged by Brazilian presidency, the urgency for bold, ambitious climate actions cannot be overstated. This year's COP will encourage all countries to adopt highly ambitious, nationally determined contributions. It would also emphasize climate adaptation and foster synergies between the climate agenda and the SDG agenda. Excellencies, distinguished participants, 2025 will define the trajectory for the revitalized global efforts, decisive regional and local actions. Achieving the positive outcomes of all these summits will reinforce the strength of the multilateralism. I'm confident that your deliberations will enrich these processes and provide valuable recommendations. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, señor Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Lee Yunghua, Undersecretary General for Economic and Social Affairs of the United Nations. Thank you for your remarks. Before we move on to the next session, I would like to invite Jorge Felix Rubio to lead the meeting, to moderate the next meeting.
Muchas gracias, vicecanciller. Mientras el vicecanciller se retire.
Thank you very much. While the Vice Chancellor takes his leave, we would like to offer the floor to Honduras to moderate the next session.
Buenos días.
Good morning. Now I would like to invite Mr. Roberto Carlos Ramirez, who is Undersecretary for Finance of Honduras, who will act as moderator of the session on the 4th International Conference related to the Funding for Development, Seville, Spain 2025. That, as you well know, this meeting is summoned by virtue of Resolution 78/271 of the General Assembly of the United Nations. Mr. Roberto Carlos Ramirez, you have the floor, sir. Thank you very much. Good morning. I am very happy to be here in Chile during this very important forum. We want to view how the forum becomes or leads to the International Conference on Financing that will be held in Seville, Spain. Indeed, Mr. Salazar provided us with the objectives of this forum, of this conference, during which we will be able to identify the practices that enable a discussion of experiences that seek the objectives that we want, dividing these moments into global, regional, and national actions. The fundamental objective of this around this specific issue is which opportunities are expected in order to increase existing commitments related to financing and how to measure its results. But likewise, it opens the debate on which innovations may be taken into consideration in order to eliminate financing deficits for SDGs, and also the priorities that panelists envisage and that should be dealt with during this summit. Let us remember that the International Conference is one of the few opportunities that governments have in order to promote international cooperation, evidencing for that purpose what has to be innovated in a new international financial architecture, and this with the purpose of increasing, especially in our region, so that within our analyses, and as included in the report on Latin America and the Caribbean and the 2030 agenda, 5 years from the deadline, which establishes that the region is the region where there is less investment based on these goals, and considering that there are development traps such as low growth capability, high inequality, and low social mobility, institutional weakness, and an ineffective governance. And for that purpose, I am very pleased to introduce to you the first panelist, who will be Mr. Lee Yun-hwa, Deputy Secretary General of Economic and Social Affairs of the United Nations. Mr. Lee Yun-hwa, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, I will now focus more on financing for sustainable development or development agenda. As I mentioned earlier, we stand at a critical juncture as we prepare for FFD4. Seville Conference is not merely another summit. It is a defining moment. It represents perhaps our last chance to enhance our joint action before 2030 to deliver affordable and long-term finance for the SDGs with speed and scale. Developing countries confront a daunting reality with crippling debt burdens, widening SDG financing gaps, soaring borrowing costs, and a rapidly shrinking physical space. These factors hinder the vital investment in sustainable development and climate actions, trapping the countries in vicious cycle of limited growth or worse, stagnation. Latin American and the Caribbean countries are unfortunately no exception. The draft out document is a testament to our collective ambition and action. It proposes a two-pronged strategy. First, a transformative investment push to create physical space and mobilize a wide range of the resources. And second, a fundamental overhaul of the international financial architecture. The investment push demands a decisive public leadership, amplify the public development bank's lending, and a concerted efforts to unlock the private capital. We must work to dismantle the barriers that inflate the costs of the capital for developing countries. This investment push must be impact-driven, rooted in national ownership and aligned with country-defined priorities. Simultaneously, we must improve the global financial architecture. The draft outcome document outlines ambitious reforms across all the action areas. For instance, debt management, credit ratings, development cooperation, and the global financial safety net. We must also accelerate the progress towards the governance reform in international financial institutions. Dear colleagues, inaction is not an option. We must advance the collective action to fulfill the promise of the SDGs, to leave no one behind, be it in a country, be it an individual. Latin American and the Caribbean region is steeped in the multilateral engagement. Your voices, your perspectives, your expertise, and your unwavering commitment are indispensable to achieving an ambitious outcome for the FFD4. I wish you a very productive dialogue and look forward to your strong engagement in the FFD4 negotiations over the coming weeks in New York. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, dear Deputy Secretary General. Now we would like to offer the floor to José Antonio Campo. He is a lecturer at the School of International and Public Affairs of the University of Columbia, who is connected online. Mr. Ocampo, you have the floor. Thank you very much, Chair. I would like to begin by deeply thanking you for this invitation. I simply regret not being physically present at ECLAC because ECLAC is close to my heart, and I would like to greet the Executive Secretary and all the ECLAC staff members, and likewise all representatives or country representatives that attend this meeting. I would like to say that apart from the draft declaration that is being negotiated and that will be discussed here in New York, there was a report that was submitted by a group of experts for this summit. And we also received the contributions of different people and organizations, including ECLAC, that have been incorporated as proposals, many of which have, as I said, been included in the document that will be negotiated, and we hope that likewise all other comments will be included in a similar fashion. The objective of the conference for financing for development involves an agenda that is truly complex, as was the Addis Ababa Declaration 10 years ago, which was a declaration that was quite comprehensive in terms of the issues that are discussed. Perhaps I should put my comments in order with a certain level of order, so to speak, with regards the priorities of this meeting. Priority number one refers to the issue of over-indebtedness of around a third part of developing countries. That over-indebtedness which is the result of many phenomena, the drop of prices in basic products since 2014, after that COVID, and then the high interest rates as a result of the war in the Ukraine. All this has meant a tremendous restriction in terms of the capability that countries have in order to face up to their obligations in terms of their economic, social, and environmental aspects. And therefore, this problem demands solutions. And solutions come in two shapes. The first one is an emergency mechanism in order to conduct renegotiations and reductions of the debt to an important level, a sort of Brady plan, to speak about this in Latin American terms. But the existing mechanism, which is the common framework that was launched by the Group of 20 in 2020, is insufficient. It has been slow, and few countries have been able to benefit from that. In addition, it excludes middle-income countries, which includes all the Latin American countries, and therefore we needed a new mechanism, an expanded common framework, so to speak, but a completely novel mechanism. And secondly, we need to create a permanent institutional framework in order to tackle this problem, a kind of institution, so that countries may be able to renegotiate their debt whenever necessary. And that should be included in the UN, but alternatively it could also be included in the International Monetary Fund if and when its decisions are independent of the executive board of the IMF. The second group of issues refers to financing for development. And in that sense, there are both international objectives and also national objectives. Among the international objectives, the first one is the recovery of official assistance for development. That has been diminished in effective terms over the past few years because it has been increasingly focused on supporting refugees and not so much low-income countries. And also given the present crisis with the suspension of US aid and also the reduction of the contributions of many European countries in order to provide scope for other public expenditure, we face a serious problem when it comes to official assistance for development, which is the main resource in order to support low-income countries. And secondly, multilateral development banks. And within that sphere, I would say that the proposal that we obtained from the group of experts, who was the one provided to us by the group of experts that advised the group of 20 some 2 years ago, that suggested a threefold increase in the amount of financing by multilateral development banks, and that is an ambitious goal that indeed requires capitalization. But this is accompanied with the strengthening of national development banks. Latin America has some very positive examples, but we must continue to multiply them, and we must especially continue to multiply their scope of action, which includes credits, guarantees for private investment in the fields that are regarded as relevant, and also venture capital funds in order to support the creation of new companies. And that mix of multilateral and national banks is important. Now, in addition to that, these mechanisms must support a third major objective, which is the financing of environmental sustainability. In other words, a mechanism has to be in place so that these multilateral and national banks may resort to, but also other mechanisms and specific funds that have been expanded via the commitments of the work on climate change and biodiversity, but they are still insufficient, and therefore the increase of resources for environmental financing must be a third major objective of this conference. Now, I would add also a fourth aspect, which is the issue of international taxation rules. This is being the subject of the negotiation of conventions in the UN in accordance with the decisions approved last year. And this is a very ambitious task geared primarily so that international corporations paying fair taxes in all the countries in which they operate. We, in that sense, defend the concept of significant economic presence, which was actually suggested by developing countries during the OECD negotiations, but which was not accepted there. And this principle establishes that the corporations that wish to pay taxes in all the countries where they offer services, even as from abroad, which is an increasingly important practice. And with regards to multinationals, we must also add the issue of the taxation of people with high income. This has been debated and it must be the subject of international agreements, but also be the subject of national decisions. And a supplementary and essential element is that we have to create an organization that deals with this international taxation mechanism. We have suggested that it be the Technical Committee of the United Nations on Taxation Cooperation, and that should become an intergovernmental committee. And that must be supported with a registry, a world registry, so that we can have where the resources of the rich lie. Now, as a final issue that I would like to refer to is that there are several institutional reforms that I believe are essential and that are included in the proposals of the group of experts. The first one is the issue of the voice and participation of developing countries in the Bretton Woods mechanisms, which is an old issue and that demands not only a change in the composition of the capital of those entities, but also other aspects such as increasing the basic votes that are essential for small and low-income countries, eliminating the veto in those entities, and also to establish a clear system to elect its presiding officers open to all members of any nationality. And as typical in the UN, the World Bank and the World Bank, for example, belongs to that system. The second issue that we also presented is the creation of new entities. One, as I said, dealing with the debt issue, and another one dealing with international taxation cooperation. Once again, they would be preferable. It would be preferable for them to be UN mechanisms, but in the first case, in the case of the debt, that could be within the IMF only if and when its decisions are independent of the IMF board. And the last block of reforms that we suggest deals with many more regional entities. In other words, a more dense institutional framework, including multilateral and regional entities, similar to what exists in the case of multilateral development banks, but does not exist in the case of the International Monetary System, nor in the case of taxation cooperation or cooperation on debt aspects. And therefore, this is a reform of the institutional framework which is fundamental, and that should also be included. And please excuse me for not mentioning the international monetary cooperation. And the proposal here is to increase credit lines of the IMF and especially the contingent lines, such as the flexible credit lines used by many Latin American countries, but also by many others, so that these are resources that are an adequate substitution of the accumulation of reserves, which is one of the major issues faced by developing countries.
And the second is to create a mechanism that allows for the IMF to intervene during periods of crisis in the bond markets of developing nations or emerging developing nations in order to attempt to halt interest rate increases that occur during the crisis, which are entirely inconvenient. Now, the IMF would play the role that the Federal Reserve has played in the U.S. market and the European Central Bank has played in the European market. With regard to monetary policies, there are some ambitious activities with regard to special drawing rights. It would be interesting to channelize the ones that have not been used towards activities related to financing for development, especially with regard to multilateral development bank activities. We have seen that more than $900 billion in special drafting rights it's a total, but only a third of these are being used. It's the fund that already exists and that could be used more actively. In that regard, I would like to say that the main proposition that we make is to do away with double accounting of the IMF, because the normal IMF accounting is different from the special drawing rights accounting. And in that regard, the special drawing rights, drafting rights that have not been used could be used as deposits for the countries with the IMF, and therefore this could be a mechanism that could be used directly by the fund or transferred to the countries. This is a complex agenda that we have, but I believe the text lends itself to an incredible discussion, and these are the various assessments that we have made as a part of the group of experts. So thank you very much for allowing me to speak here.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ocampo. It's a pleasure to see you, and greetings from afar. Now allow me to give the floor to Daniel Teitelman, the Director of the Economic Development Division of ECLAC. Go ahead, Mr. Teitelman, the floor is yours. Thank you, and thank you for the invitation to take part in this meaningful panel on the challenges related to the event to be held in Seville, Spain in June, July of this year. As already mentioned by the individuals speaking before me, the challenges related to the Sevilla meeting are lofty. The financing challenges that the region faces and that the world faces as well to address the climate challenges and the SDG challenges are enormous. I believe that we need, and we have seen that is necessary to mobilize an unprecedented volume of financial resources. If we look at the estimates only to address climate change, we would be requiring close to $3.4 trillion by 2030. And if we add to that the SDG required funds, the amount is astronomical. So there is a major challenge related to resource mobilization, and I don't think this is there's no comparison throughout history. So we need to figure out what is next with regard to SDG resource mobilization. Now, ECLAC has addressed the regional situation, and we also know that the results from the Seville meeting will be quite meaningful to see if, when combining global and national efforts, the region will be able to face the three traps that we have already identified. We know that there's a low capacity to grow. That's the first trap, the inequality trap, and low social inclusion, low social cohesion trap, and the third trap, which is low institutional capacity and minimally effective governance. These are the three traps that the region faces with regard to this matter. And of course, these will be affected by the outcomes of the Seville meeting. Allow me to just briefly, I have little time, briefly refer to one of the key components that we need to understand to better understand the results of the Seville meeting. It's crucial to understand that the two key pillars of resource mobilization are national resource mobilization and international resource mobilization. And these two pillars are closely entwined and related. Now, the efforts of the countries to boost resource mobilization and public-private funds, fiscal funds, all of this is highly defined by the events occurring with regard to financing architecture internationally. So we need to address these two pillars together. Otherwise, it will be very difficult for our countries to strengthen their fiscal space, and they will need the support of the reforms required as well to support these efforts. Allow me to provide you with some examples. Professor Campo already cited a few, but let's talk about debt. Debt is key. Our countries are extremely limited by sovereign debt, and this restricts fiscal capacity and fiscal space. As a result, coming up with global mechanisms to adjust the debt and face the debt is crucial. In keeping with ECLAC calculations, today the burden of debt service is close to 60% of education expenses, and it's twice the expenses related to investment there. So there are national efforts to address debt servicing, but we need international efforts as well. Otherwise, we are going to limit the fiscal capacity of our countries and, as such, the resource mobilization capacity. There's another key issue related to the resolution, and that will clearly have an impact on our country's ability to address fiscal space and capacity. We also think it's extremely important to refer to all the tax reforms as mentioned by Professor Ocampo, and to move towards a more progressive tax regimes. That's essential. It's a mix of global taxation and national taxation systems. These need to go hand in hand concurrently throughout time. Otherwise, it will be very difficult for there to be success. They are intertwined again. So the need to move towards more progressive taxation systems calls for having a perspective involving national policies, but global policies as well related to the international taxation architecture. And therefore, the Seville Forum is crucial as a means to secure the bridge between national and international multilateral efforts. And that is key in our opinion. There's another crucial issue, which is to strengthen the capacity of national or sub-regional, regional, multilateral banks. These are a bridge to boost the investment and financing for development in our countries. Now, facing climate change and SDGs in the end is an investment-related challenge. Here at ECOC, we have conducted some math formulas, equations, and we know that investment for climate change could be 8 to 10% of the GDP per year in a region where the investment rates are the lowest when compared to the rest of the world. Therefore, we see major challenges. There are other challenges regarding attainment of the SDGs and developing the national financial market and developing development bank system further. Multilateral, sub-regional, regional, national will be key concerns related to the ability to mobilize that volume of funds and, again, fiscal space. I would like to conclude my remarks by referring to how cooperation architecture will be key for our region, middle-income region. We need to be able to make sure that discussion is held, that the middle-income countries need to be engaged in the cooperation system. Many countries need certain types of credit, and they need to seek support outside of the typical cooperation financing mechanisms. And we need to perhaps rethink this type of financing. Per capita income is no longer the basis of determining the use of these instruments, but rather we need to go further and look elsewhere. At ECLAC, we wrote a document recently about as a guideline for international architecture. And the idea was to assess the gaps that the countries face with regard to international cooperation and how international cooperation may help, the gaps they face with regard to financing and how international cooperation could help. There should be support for funding this fair transition that we have heard about. And we know that this will have an impact socially and at the gender level. And so as a result, it's necessary to have resources for that type of investments. We know that international cooperation could be key for channeling funds to other types of activities that would allow for attaining the SDGs and climate change related concerns. I believe that the results of the Seville document will be central. I think they will mark the course going forward of future discussions regarding many of these issues, and it's crucial to not lose from sight the fact that we need to move forward jointly with regard to reforms of the global systems, of the international taxation architecture, of the international financing architecture, and the two speakers before me referred to this. But also it's important to make sure that with regard to national efforts, we call for domestic reforms, but we also need for these to go hand in hand with changes in the international taxation and financing architectural systems. Thank you. Thank you, Director. Now let us hear from Ms. Denora Singer, the Executive Senior of the CAF, the Latin American and Caribbean Development Bank. Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here again at ECLAC. I was here last week on the occasion of the board meeting, and thank you again for receiving us here. We feel quite at home here. So on behalf of our president, Mr. Granados, who would have loved to have been here, but he was here for 15 days just recently, and as a representative of the president of the bank, he has to attend to other countries. So thank you on his behalf. Thank you for the invitation. Now, I think it would be very difficult for me to say something original after the two previous or three speakers who have provided us with very clear messages with regard to what should be conveyed to the forum to be held in Seville. Now, we know that this is a very relevant meeting, and it's a relevant opportunity to put certain topics on the table. And the bank, as a result, has decided to hold its next board meeting within the context of this event, with the main objective of presenting to the ministries of finance of the members of CAF to this event, so that these ministers may be engaged in the various activities that will be held within the context of the Seville meeting, specifically those related to the fourth, specifically those activities related to FD4. Now, as far as a development bank is concerned, specifically CAF, which has been working in the region for over 50 years, it was created to serve the Andean countries. But we are very proud to say that today we are present in almost all of the Latin American and Caribbean nations. We know that the FD4 conference will provide us with a very meaningful opportunity to address and discuss and take action, concrete action regarding the specific needs of our countries. As expressed by the people speaking before me, we know that many of our countries are middle-income countries, but still we are faced by the development traps. Unfortunately, our region does not have the growth indicators or rates that are very hopeful. We have started to refer to the second lost decade. Unfortunately, we see that growth is not based on innovation nor technology. Unfortunately, I regret saying that, but that is the case. And as a result, this growth does not create jobs, the jobs that we need, the formal jobs that our economies require. And all of this, in the end, results in a situation in which the gaps in most of our countries persist. Gaps relative to infrastructure, education, health, and including gaps with regard to access to basic services. And one would assume in middle-income nations such as ours, these issues should have already been resolved. In any event, that's why this event provides us with an opportunity to discuss these matters within the international sphere, and the voice of Latin America and the Caribbean must be heard. Heard in that we can share our pain points, but also come forward with specific requests backed by success stories in the region. And as far as the Development Bank is concerned, it will be crucial for our voice to contribute to solutions. Our region has many comparative and competitive advantages, and as a result, we need to take advantage of these in order to truly break that poverty cycle and the low growth cycle, and as a result, make progress towards attaining the SDGs. As far as CAF's message for this summit is concerned, and of course, that's the role of a development bank, the role I previously described, the message, or rather the role of CAF needs to be the role of supporting the countries in closing the infrastructure, education, health gaps. To that end, a very key message is that we need to continue strengthening our development banks, the regional ones and, of course, the national ones. CAF, as part of its commitment to its member states, received a vote of trust, of confidence a few years ago, and we saw an increase in our capitalization. This increase has been designed to provide a more effective response to the member countries' primary needs. For example, the first one perhaps is not necessarily related to the growth trap, but yes, it is related to something that affects the entire climate, which is climate change. So CAF is committed to be the green bank for Latin America, given the challenges on the fore. And as I mentioned, we have many advantages as a region. We have a wealth of water, fantastic biodiversity. We have a great deal of renewable energy potential, unprecedented. And as a result, we can leverage all of this to foster sustainable and sustained growth. So the bank has been focused on working with the national governments. At CAF, we are convinced that solutions come from within the territories. And we know that the territories are committed to development, and the territories that are committed to development will be able to make more decisive progress going forward. So CAF, again, is a regional bank, and CAF has been developing working agendas and financial instruments that are specifically designed to reinforce regional and national governments in our region. And finally, but equally as important, is the capitalization. We have a mandate to reinforce financing for the private sector. We are absolutely convinced that part of the way to do away with these traps of not having formal work, of not creating more growth, is related to the private sector. We know the private sector is not strong enough in many of our countries. So from within the Development Bank, we are betting on the private sector as a way to drive innovation, to drive entrepreneurship, and to drive SMEs, sustainable SMEs that take part in businesses with green value chains and that in the end generate jobs with a gender perspective. That is what I have to say with regard to our role as a development bank. There's another extremely relevant issue, and that is resource mobilization, as already mentioned. As a development bank, we have been decisively working with a variety of different international funds. We are an implementing agency, by the way, and this is one of the services we provide to the region. We provide key resources to the region as a result. For example, we are in Chile, so let me mention that thanks to resources from the Adaptation Fund, we were able to provide more than $3 million to Chile for mitigation works related to flooding in Antofagasta. And this is a project that has been brilliantly carried out. And again, this is an example of what CAF has done. $3 million. And it's likely that Chile would not have been able to have access to this through other means because of its income level. So again, this resource mobilization from within the regional and national development banks should be reinforced.
Finally, and this is something we've been working on at CAF significantly, and will be part of the discussions that we'll hold in Seville, is the roadmap definition, the definition of concrete actions that has to do with the new financing architecture. It's important to have innovative financing models, and we are a very heterogeneous region. It's important to be innovative in the sense to advance in hybrid mechanisms that allow alleviating the debt of many of our countries, and of course, using strategic strategies. We need to open the debate on how to promote in a more inclusive and efficient way this new international financial architecture, and here CAF will do as it has done until now, offer its experience and building hand in hand with the thematic areas of action. I would like to conclude by saying that this financial reform needs to guarantee development and fair access to all. In this sense, CAF puts its governance model at your disposal. We are a sort of cooperative where everyone has the same vote and the same space in the framework of the director. And it is a model that should be replicated. We feel we would like to stress our commitment with Latin America and the Caribbean to take advantage of all these space for discussion and for debate at a regional level in order to accompany our countries in this call to be innovative and creative in solutions, and that beyond these spaces that we use these platforms to define specific roadmaps that will allow us to advance in a decisive manner without setbacks towards better development for our population, especially the most vulnerable ones.
Muchas gracias a la representante.
Thank you to the CAF representative. Despite the cold, I'd like to offer a warm welcome to the Minister of Foreign Relations, Gloria Lafuente, acting, and we will have her participation further ahead. I'd like to offer the floor now to the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Jamaica, Kamina Johnson-Smith, by means of a video.
Dear guests, fellow panelists and delegates, specially invited guests, good morning. I'm so pleased to have been invited as a panelist for this ECLAC session on the 4th International Conference on Financing for Development. While I regret not being present in person, I am delighted to be able to deliver this pre-recorded statement. On behalf of the government of Jamaica, I commend the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean for organizing this session at this critical juncture as we approach the staging of FFD 4 this summer. It is heartening that this session is designed to allow us to share our experiences, given the similarity of challenges we face, albeit to varying degrees, on issues related to debt and financing for sustainable development. These challenges are not unique to us here in the region. They exist globally, particularly among developing countries. And it's worth noting that 40% of developing countries, which are in turn home to 40% of persons living in extreme poverty, are grappling with severe debt crises. SIDS are among the most vulnerable. Therefore, the recommendations which will emanate from our engagement at FFD4 on how to address issues related to debt and financing for sustainable development will be of added value to the people of our region. Our efforts to attain sustainable development are impeded by the fact that a significant portion of our revenue is spent on debt repayment, and that our susceptibility to climate change and exogenous shocks are exacerbated by an international financial architecture that is lopsided and provides limited protection to indebted countries. I pause here to highlight that our vulnerability was again brought to the fore in July of last year, following the passage of Hurricane Beryl, and a few months later in November with Tropical Storm Rafael. These climatic events had a devastating impact on key sectors of our economy, such as agriculture, which alone suffered approximately $45 million United States dollars in damages. Additionally, these weather phenomena disrupted the 12 consecutive quarters of economic growth that had been attained following a difficult recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic. Excellencies, notwithstanding these challenges, I wish to highlight some of the achievements which have been made by Jamaica in its drive to reduce its debt burden and to address the challenges encountered as we seek to achieve the SDGs. Our unemployment rate, which is at a historic low of 3.5%, demonstrates our continued recovery from the pandemic and reinforces our resolve to empower more Jamaicans with opportunities to thrive through decent jobs. Our debt to GDP ratio, which has been responding well and steadily to sustained attention, is now at 68.7%, the lowest since the 1970s. Jamaica's credit ratings are at the highest levels since our debt has been externally rated, signaling our enhanced credibility and fiscal strength on the global stage. We're now just 3 upgrades away from achieving investment grade status. After 57 consecutive years of deficits on our balance of payments current account since 1966, we have for the past 2 fiscal years managed to achieve a balance of payments surplus. These achievements underscore Jamaica's robust fiscal resilience and commitment to improved credibility, making Jamaica ripe for investments and growth. However, as demonstrated by Hurricane Beryl, even with having built-in institutional disaster risk management buffers, one catastrophic event can erode development and macroeconomic gains achieved over many years. This makes the point that we will continue to need international support and partnerships to ensure that no country is left behind on our path to achieve the SDGs. I acknowledge ECLAC's efforts to have this forum explore the leveraging of investments from the private sector to support the realization of the SDGs. We're also of the view that the engagement of the private sector should be aligned with existing and new initiatives involving developed countries and international financial institutions, in line with SDG 17, which calls for a revitalization of the Partnership for Sustainable Development. This is essential if we are to make any meaningful progress in unleashing the financing required to achieve the goals and narrow the SDG financing gap, estimated at $4 trillion annually for developing countries. For this reason, we welcome an agenda which will facilitate discussions on new and emerging issues related to financing for development, as well as on the urgent need to bolster investment opportunities to fully implement the SDGs. We anticipate that the conference will facilitate productive outcomes which will build on the Addis Ababa Action Agenda by adopting a renewed global framework to finance sustainable development and deliver on the 2030 Agenda. This will require concrete reforms to the international financial architecture, a reorientation of finance for sustainable development for large-scale SDG investments so that all countries can grow, thrive, and respond to crises in a resilient manner. Excellencies, as co-chair of the SDG Stimulus Leaders Group and the Group of Friends on SDG Financing, Jamaica welcomes the opportunity to leverage our leadership role to advocate for such reforms. We see the need for an international financial architecture that facilitates the implementation of innovative financing mechanisms, that supports financial inclusion for developing countries, as well as improved access to concessional financing, including climate finance, at the scale required to meet our needs. In addition, a reformed financial architecture would facilitate use of the MDVI by multilateral development banks to take into account the special situation of SIDS, to ensure the inclusion of climate-resilient debt clauses in loan agreements, and to facilitate the disbursement of loans in local currencies to address the cost of financing. I cannot overemphasize the fact that private sector inclusion will be critical to success. These policy shifts are some of the measures that will provide our countries with the fiscal space which they need to rebound from natural disasters and to be better able to channel financial resources towards attainment of the SDGs. I urge our region to advocate for these issues within the context of the negotiations of the outcome document for FFD4, which is underway in New York. Excellencies, as I conclude, I am optimistic that the exchanges this morning on best practices for the reform of the international financial architecture and mobilization of SDG investments will set the stage for fruitful discussions and adoption of an ambitious outcome document at FFD4. Let's work together to explore meaningful opportunities to reshape the international financial architecture to one which is less burdensome, one which is more just and more inclusive, and one that is built for our future generations. I thank you.
Muchas gracias por la información.
Thank you to the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Jamaica for her information. Well, each speaker offered information and conclusions that were very interesting and are worth noting. Mr. Junhua is offering us this interaction that we must all carry out. Each participant must work to create new opportunities, a new fiscal space. In the case of Latin America, there are no exceptions. It was said that there is no space for exceptions. We must act soon. Professor Ocampo also mentioned many priorities for the meeting, especially addressing excess debt, promoting innovation, increasing emergency mechanisms, and creating institutions that can create and support the tax system as well as negotiation of debt. Daniel Titelman, our director, also mentioned the need to promote international and domestic actions in sync with the SDGs. Central debt tends to restrict countries, and the payment of interest limits fiscal spaces that are dedicated to these goals promoted by the 2030 Agenda. The representative of CAF also mentioned that the role of development banks is to increase their contributions in order to reduce gaps in health, education, and other topics. She mentioned that the bank is committed to being a green bank for Latin America that will promote actions for the public and private sectors. Finally, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Jamaica, Ms. Johnson, noted the changes, devastating changes brought about by climate change, and that we must quickly address this, having a more convincing framework for financing. And I would like to thank all of our speakers. We still have some time. It has not been negotiated with the speakers, but we would like to offer space to show something we're interested in now, and I believe most of us are professors. We would like to see evidence of how we can create fiscal spaces, national actions to implement this. I would like to offer a few minutes to present a slide on the Honduran case in project funding. Given that my task is to measure credit but also public investment, I will mention some evidence that we have seen in the last few years based on post-pandemic effects. Honduras has achieved some significant progress based on the SDGs, health, water, sanitation, energy, and production. But we also see improvement in health and well-being, gender, and others, albeit with some setbacks. Before the pandemic, public investment was very slow. In some cases, it did not even replace the existing works. And in other cases, national infrastructure was significantly delayed, such as dams, highways, schools, hospitals, and social protection, health, education, environment, etc. So a plan was created to establish investment projects at a public level for highways, for dams, for schools. So public investment is one of the most important planning instruments of the government to use resources in an optimal fashion. Our situation is, our poverty situation was 73.6% in 2021, and it was reduced by 10.7 in 2024. There was a diagnosis of public investment, and here, more than looking at data, what we're looking at is the public investment. In the case of Honduras, it became inefficient because between 2020 and 2021, almost 946 million were hired. That is the amount that was available for projects. But you can see that we ended up paying 234 million, ended up taking away what public investment, therefore, instead of increasing, ended up reducing with respect to the GDP in 2021. So from our perspective and analysis, we saw that the investment model was inefficient and unsustainable, and this went beyond the access to financing. So based on this analysis, in 2023, a new roadmap was defined within the program with the development banks, adding new local financing in order to increase public investment in the country. You can see it in this report. You can see 2023, the increase of public investment, and we see with this percentage, we see that in 2024, we already have over 6% average. And this fiscal deficit allowed us to reduce it from 1.3%. And this means that it is not necessary in these cases to increase deficit, to increase investment. We need to make certain adjustments with strategies and mechanisms to achieve a better solution. This is relevant in productive and competitive sectors, as well as the need to strengthen social protection, which is what we saw. Here we have a pie that shows us that 10% goes to fixed assets, productive investment 30%, and 60% in social. If we look at it by sector, social protection manages 31%, health 15%, and food safety 7.5%. But there are other sectors such as agriculture, education, and highways, which also have a defined fiscal space in the program. Social programs are relevant, and it is important to increase technological funds to improve the agriculture and livestock and coffee production, and of course, prioritizing the entire system. In this case, what is the investment by source? We see that in 2022, this chart was redesigned so that public investment be funded with national funds, and then we brought this to the forefront of financing. How did we reach this in Honduras? Well, first, we began with a mechanism of inefficient trusts.
Se tuvo que eliminar los fideicomisos y estos fondos, pues, llegaron a fortalecer la caja única de tesorería. También se replanteó las negociaciones con organismos multilaterales, aduciendo de que en base a las preinversiones
with the pre-investment and pre-feasibility studies that allowed increasing in public investment for material works and infrastructure.
se hacen capacitaciones constantes a todas las instituciones del sector. Se reestructuró la cartera de proyectos en coordinación con el plan y los objetivos de desarrollo sostenible. También se está capacitando continuamente las unidades ejecutoras en base al plan operativo anual y se revisa justamente semestral y trimestralmente con cada una de las instituciones involucradas los cronogramas de trabajo. Como dije, los avances, pues se incrementó los sectores de vivienda, deportes, recreación y cultura, arte y patrimonio que no estaban dentro del plan anterior, el plan de inversión. Se reformularon proyectos que no tenían ejecución a fin de ampliar los que sí podían tener en el futuro. También se remontaron proyectos a un modelo
conducted projects that could stimulate micro companies, micro enterprises and social sectors. We have not acquired greater debt beyond the ceilings established in the midterm fiscal plans in order to reduce public debt. Here we can see how we have generated the priorities for projects. In 2022, they were increased, the number of projects, the number of strategic projects were increased twofold for each one of the sectors that you can view within our formulation. And finally, we have to see that the historical debt of the central administration has been reduced since 2021 by practically 10 points compared to 2024. And that means that we are in accordance or aligned with the mid-term plan of the macro fiscal plan. However, in terms of the service of the public debt under current accounts, that is still strong. This is a mechanism, and with the participation of each one of the panelists, what we can see is that it is important to continue with this path in order to increase the strategy of promoting the development goals. Challenges, well, they are countless, but the most important ones is to update laws, budgets, and fiscal responsibilities in order to increase public investment. That we must also conduct a state re-engineering to reduce the weight of current expenditure to create a bank of inventories of investment, public investment, and we must update this in order to define short and medium term strategies and organize international entities participate as guarantees of these processes. And finally, the project units must be aligned with what has emerged in the budgets established by the planning and finance ministries. Thank you very much. And to conclude this presentation, now that I've concluded this presentation, we'll now move on to the presentation by delegations. And now we open up the floor for the interventions of delegations. And I would like to invite you to make use of the floor. Those that wish to speak, please raise your name tags and speak for no more than 3 minutes. So, and with the support of the Secretariat, what we will do is to prepare a list. In this sense, we offer the floor to the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Gloria de la Fuente. You have the floor. Thank you very much, and I would like to begin by greeting the ECLAC Executive Secretary, Mr. José Manuel Salazar, the Vice Chancellor of Foreign Affairs of Peru, Felix de Negri, the Deputy Secretary General of Economic and Social Affairs of the United Nations, Mr. Lee Yu-Huan, delegates all, dear diplomats that accompany us today. Thank you very much for your presence in this meeting, which is extremely relevant in order to exchange good practices, ideas, and new strategies in order to make sustainable development in Latin America and the Caribbean a reality. We all know how deep inequality or social inequality impacts the opportunities and capacity building in the population and has an impact on the well-being and social cohesion. Facing up to that with new strategies is a fundamental challenge for our democracies. We meet here as part of a long-term effort by the multilateral system that seeks concrete ways to advance towards sustainable development goals. At a time when multilateralism has been questioned and when financing for development becomes an important issue, we value the efforts that are underway in order to reach the 4th International Conference on Financing for Development. We clearly know that the negotiation process of the document of results in Seville began with the publication of Draft 0 on the 17th of January 2025, built as from the elements paper that obtained the initial inputs from member states and other interested parties. The process that was conducted and that has involved several stages has finally meant that co-facilitators have been able to publish a first revised draft on the 10th of March 2025 that introduces several key adjustments, among them a greater emphasis on the reform of the international financial architecture, wider-ranging language, financing for climatic action, a greater reference to financial inclusion and digitalization, more concrete commitments with regard to social protection, greater reference to the role of the private sector, and an emphasis on transparency and the struggle against corruption that are all fundamental for the construction of confidence. And now, the negotiation process now enters a more technical stage that will be more detailed, where member states and negotiation groups will analyze the new text and will participate in the consultations in order to identify the elements that require adjustments before the beginning of formal negotiations that will be conducted until June. We believe that with the publication of the negotiation document, we find a process that we believe is extremely valuable and is at a key stage where it will be fundamental to achieve a balance between political ambition and technical feasibility. Here, Chile would like to emphasize the need for the final document to be translated into concrete actions with clear implementation mechanisms and also monitoring mechanisms that are very clear. The process is also fundamental evidence for the credibility of multilateralism in a global context of increasing economic and financial challenges. The document represents an opportunity to show, and certainly the 4th conference is an opportunity to show that the multilateral system can offer effective solutions and also respond to the needs for sustainable development. In this sense, we believe that a weak result or an unfinished result could erode even more the eligibility of the international architecture for development, and that is why we believe it's so urgent to take on board this debate with this perspective. In this sense, Chile will closely monitor the discussion of middle middle-income countries, access to concessional financing, and the importance, of course, of open trade and predictable, ensuring that these issues are also adequately reflected in the text. We will also continue to promote a global financial architecture that is more equitable, more representative, emphasizing innovating mechanisms for environmental and climatic financing and the exchange of debt, and also the effective implementation of the agreements that are adopted will be fundamental in order to guarantee the success and continuity of the process of financing for development. And in that sense, we believe it's important to establish monitoring mechanisms and regulatory monitoring procedures for the commitments of the conference, ensuring accountability and transparency in the use of the resources that are mobilized, not only because transparency is an end in itself, but because we believe it contributes to confidence. Thank you very much. Thank you, Minister. Now we'd like to offer the floor to the representative of Colombia. Good morning, everyone. Respected participants in this forum on sustainable development, I would like to first of all greet José Manuel Salazar, Executive Secretary of ECLAC, and to thank the hospitality of ECLAC and of his whole team. Likewise, greetings to Mr. Lee Young-hwa, Deputy Secretary General of Economic and Social Affairs of the United Nations, and the delegation of Peru as chair of this forum. We offer the support of our delegation in these deliberations. Today, when we reflect about the future of sustainable development, Colombia reiterates its commitment with the fourth conference on financing for development. We believe that this conference must take firm and concrete steps in order to continue with the implementation of the 2030 agenda, ensuring that we're able to meet the sustainable development goals, the SDGs. We believe that a fundamental issue in order to advance towards a sustainable development in international cooperation. As has been mentioned here, it is crucial that official assistance for development maintains its role as the primary assistance source, but it must also evolve so that it must be more inclusive, using criteria not only based on the income of each country, the problem of middle-income countries, as has been mentioned here, but also its needs for development and specific challenges. With regards to the debt, the increasing burden of the debt of developing countries is a serious obstacle to advance with SDGs, and therefore we must advance in the design of innovating financing mechanisms so that it may be favorably granted, such as bonds linked to sustainability and the exchange of debt in accordance with its nature. Colombia, together with other countries, leads the initiative of the global review of experts on debt, climate and nature. And we are committed to create solutions that enabling developing countries to comply with its climatic and development commitments. Climatic change, poverty and inequality are global challenges that cannot be faced without international cooperation that is solid and equitable. We need a more inclusive global governance where developing countries may have a voice in key decision-making. Colombia continues to advocate in favor of more equitable access to international resources and for a global financial architecture enabling all countries to have the necessary tools in order to achieve sustainable development. Finally, Colombia reaffirms its commitment with a more fairer and more efficient global cooperation to finance sustainable development. We are fully convinced that political will and joint work of our region can lead us so that at a jointly and multilateral level we may be able to overcome present-day challenges and ensure a fairer and more sustainable future for everyone. Thank you very much. Thank you, Colombia. Now I'd like to offer the floor to the representative of Costa Rica. Thank you. I would like to thank all presenters for their presentations and greet the presidency of Peru and all those that accompany us today. In an analysis of Objective 17, we understand that the challenge of financing in order to achieve SDGs requires the mobilization of internal resources and the promotion of fiscal strategies, but also an international strategy that is innovating when it comes to financing and even reforms of the international financial architecture, as mentioned by Mr. Titelman during his presentation. These measures also have a direct impact upon what national states can undertake at a national level. As mentioned by ECLAC, we must have novel financing mechanisms, financing for development mechanisms that imply the compliance with goals of technical assistance for development and climatic goals, but also considering new novel mechanisms of access to concessional financing and flexible financing, the redistribution of the liquidity of developed countries to developing countries, a development bank that is multilateral, regional and national, that is also recapitalized, and fair and open trade among other elements. A comprehensive approach must also consider technological transfer and the development of technologies that are ecologically rational and a renewed vision of international cooperation. In this sense, as has already been mentioned by my predecessors, what we need is to adopt multidimensional metrics for development and based on indicators that go beyond GDP, and that also take into consideration the structural gaps that impact all countries and their specific vulnerabilities. The multidimensional criteria for classification and the concept of graduation leave out the variability of those gaps that exist in the different dimensions of development in our countries. And in consequence, there is a need for most countries in Latin America and the Caribbean region and their most vulnerable populations. International support for development must acknowledge that gradual transitions to development processes and have a multidimensional approach that is inclusive and multi-stakeholder. Costa Rica has been working in this direction together with other countries in different fora, even here at ECLAC and ISAGIT. And within this framework, it recently submitted a conceptual note related to the concept of development in transition, and together with the Brazilian Republic presides the working group dealing with this issue. It is important to highlight that the program of action adopted in the Ibero-American Summit in Cuenca incorporated a mandate for action for Ibero-American countries to deal with transition and development and the multidimensional indicators, economic, social, and environmental in nature, in order to measure sustainable development in the documents related to the Conference on Financing for Development. In this sense, Costa Rica wishes to invite countries in this forum, low, middle, or high-income countries, to promote an inclusive approach to cooperation for development, and beyond that, to international support for cooperation, and have a concrete draft within the framework of the document on the results of the fourth conference, so that these issues are reflected via express statements in the final document of that declaration. Thank you very much. Thank you, Costa Rica. Now we offer the floor to the representative of Cuba. Thank you. Since this is the first time that we speak, I would like to greet the Executive Secretary and his team, the delegation of Peru that presides this meeting, and all the authorities that are participating. I would like to thank the contribution of all panelists. At a personal level, I am very pleased to come back to this room after many years. Colleagues, 10 years after the adoption of the Agenda of Action of Addis Ababa, and 5 years from the goal for the SDGs, what has been expressed in both documents is very distant. The promise of SDGs has become diluted, and it seems to be unreachable, among other reasons, because of the lack of solidarity and political will of the richer nations, and the persistence of an international order that is unfair, with financial institutions that are not very democratic or transparent. The comprehensive reform of the international financial architecture that encompasses both financial institutions and the governance institutions is something that cannot be postponed, and this reform must include a fair response to the needs for financing of developing countries. The debate on the reform must take place within the framework of the United Nations so that it is truly inclusive. We urgently require access to long-term financing and the improvement of technical assistance programs, technological transfer and capacity building, providing preferential conditions for developing countries and also considering their special circumstances. Official assistance to development must be the main channel for international cooperation. However, developed nations continue to fail to live up to their commitments. It is urgent to establish concrete deadlines and binding deadlines in order to deal with what has been discussed in terms of official assistance for development. It is also urgent to require intergovernmental processes within the framework of the UN in order to establish a multilateral mechanism that is effective, efficient, equitable, comprehensive and predictable for the negotiation of sovereign debt, catering for the needs of developing countries and involving the participation of all debtors. The application of coercive the unilateral measures counter to international law and counter to the UN Charter must end. These measures are a serious obstacle for the development of countries. In the case of the criminal blockade of the U.S. against Cuba that has existed for more than 6 decades evidences this clearly. We believe that the fourth conference to be held in Seville is an opportunity in order to deal with the urgent challenges that we face and to show how strong the commitment is of each country with regards to sustainable development and multilateralism. Cuba, as a member of G77 and China, is ready to achieve within the framework of the negotiations that are taking place in the UN a document that goes beyond what was achieved in Addis Ababa, that promotes the interests and fair aspirations. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Cuba. Now we will continue with the representative of Ecuador. Thank you. Greetings to the Executive Secretary of ECLAC and the various authorities present here today and the different delegations from the countries, to the various individuals attending this important event. I would like to thank the panelists for their remarks. As they have described, this is a crucial time for the countries in the region. We are facing the challenge of effectively mobilizing resources to guarantee sustainable development. In Ecuador, we have been reinforcing our institutional structure and the sustainable financing mechanisms to make progress towards a resilient green economy, resilient to climate change. One of the main advances has been the National Strategy for Climate Change as a public policy, a framework that guides our actions regarding climate change adaptation and mitigation. Moreover, in 2024, we set up the Sustainable Financing Group led by the Ministry of Finance and coordinated by the Ministry of Environment and Planning. This provides us with an opportunity to develop certain thematic topics, the discussions in country. We have talked with Chile and Colombia, and we have made progress with regard to the green taxonomy. We have a financial duty to assess what's going on in the financial sector and to disseminate information that will foster best practices, international practices regarding transparency. With regard to climate change, we have been a leader. In 2020, we issued the first social bond in Latin America, facilitating access to housing for thousands of individuals backed by the IDB. We also, in 23 and 24, took actions to reduce our debt by $1.4 million and to rechannel resources for conservation efforts in the Galapagos and the Amazon region. This is an example of our determined efforts to have a financial system that is aligned with the SDGs and the Paris Agreement. Our path towards financing for development calls for a global financial architecture that is fairer and that is in keeping with individual country situations. That's why FD4, to be held in 2025, represents a key opportunity to reinforce resource mobilization. Ecuador is fully committed to this process, and we believe our active participation at this conference is crucial to develop partnerships and reinforce existing ones so that we may do well on our path towards resilience. Thank you. Thank you, Ecuador. Allow me to remind you that the speakers only have 3 minutes for their remarks. Guatemala, Mexico, Dominican Republic, Spain, and Brazil have requested the floor. Let us continue with Guatemala. Thank you. Good morning. My name is Carlos Mendoza, the Secretary of Planning, and I would like to echo my greetings to everyone here today. I would also like to revisit a very important issue mentioned by Professor Teitelman. He spoke about domestic reforms. At present, I think the international context, the situation in the United States and in Europe, are not very encouraging as to potential solutions by way of multilateralism. I think we should find solutions to the concrete problems that we have nationally. In that regard, it would be important for ECLAC to help us revisit some of these problems. For example, in Guatemala, family remittances that are sent by our Guatemalans working in the United States surpass $20 billion annually. That is practically 20% of the country's GDP. Now, unfortunately, these remittances are used primarily for internal consumption. How could we rearrange those remittances to foster more productive investment in the country? Now, the other issue that we believe needs to be resolved, and I believe this affects many countries, and I'm referring to corruption. We have corruption, and as a result, there's not enough funding to fund the projects we need to carry out. How can we prevent corruption? How can we detect corruption? How can we fight corruption effectively? There's another important issue, and that those are the regulations within our countries to potentially opt for multilateral bank loans. There's so many requirements, and it takes so much time that it takes years for the budget to be adopted by the Congress and then to implement said budget for infrastructure projects. So there's another key issue, and that is the design of our corporate-prone institutions. The National Electrification Body has more than $620 million in accounts in banks. 7.8% is their interest rate. And their governance model is such that the private sector is present, the unions are present, the municipalities and the governments, and we are unable to reach an agreement in order to best figure out how to invest that money productively. Now, there's a similar situation in other public agencies that have the money but are unable to turn said funds into productive investments. And then finally, the issue of credibility, the credibility of many of our institutions. The superintendents of tax management has made significant efforts to collect more. For example, last week, it began unifying the single identity code and linking this to the tax number. And this information, social media accounts and rumors ran rapid, saying that this was an issue, and this resulted in protests in the streets. So there are issues regarding credibility, regarding design, regarding better use of remittances, doing away with corruption, and issues with regard to having better designed institutions with better governance. So thank you to ECLAC. We would appreciate ECLAC's support in helping us solve these issues. Thank you, Guatemala. Let us continue with Mexico. Thank you. On behalf of Mexico, we would like to extend warm greetings to the Executive Secretary of ECLAC, Jose Manuel Salazar, and to Mr. Lee Yunhua, the Deputy Secretary General of Economic and Social Affairs of the UN, and the Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs of Peru, Felix de Negri, as chair of this forum. As you know, Mexico was one of the co-facilitators of the document that is being negotiated for presentation at FD4. We believe this is a crucial issue globally and should also have a strong, bold position in our region as well. And it would be appropriate to have more consensus regarding this. There are crucial issues, and this framework will allow us to move forward with innovative mechanisms similar to the ones that Professor Ocampo and Professor Teitelman have referred to. Allow me to mention just a few briefly, given time constraints. One of the key measures is the debt refinancing strategy, through which countries may increase their debt portion in local currency and thereby reduce their exposure to foreign currencies, thereby reducing the risk of exchange rate volatility and fostering financial resiliency. This clearly is something that's very important for our region. Likewise, sustainable financing mobilization through key stakeholders, for example, the private sector. We are 5 years away from 2030, and we have not been able to mobilize resources with the private sector. Mexico holds the chair of the Global Compact, and we hope that frameworks such as these will allow us to work in a non-siloed fashion. The UN, that's common. We need to work together. This is the time to shine for the private sector. There's another key issue, and that is aligning national budgets with SDGs in order to secure strategic planning in the mid and long term. In that regard, in Mexico, we have a sustainable taxonomy that was presented in 2023. This is an innovative mechanism to classify economic activities and sustainable economic activities and investments, thereby reducing all the risks that we're aware of, such as the green or social washing. This is familiar to all of us, and this allows us to promote capital flowing to the strategic sectors that we all need, such as environmental projects, education sector, and other sectors. Likewise, we have other innovative initiatives that may be adopted by the region, such as debt exchange for development. This is extremely important for the region. This allows for allocating resources for climate change without affecting countries' sustainable financial sustainability. Then the sustainability-linked bonds are another tool to fund decarbonization of key economic sectors. Now, in order to foster the feasibility of these instruments, we need to ensure that there are favorable conditions for their implementation. We also have other strategic actions aimed at boosting the financial stability of the region, such as fostering independent credit agencies. At present, the international financial system primarily depends on credit agencies with standards that could be unfavorable for developing nations. Setting up regional agencies would allow for assessments that would be fairer and more in line with the reality in our region. Finally, reforming the international financial architecture, changing quotas for the IMF, geographic representation for World Bank and IMF for board members are key. And there's another primary issue, which would be reducing the costs for sending remittances. Actually, I think the Guatemala representative referred to that. In our region, remittances are extremely important, and we need to mobilize efforts to reduce the fees for sending remittances in order to maximize the benefits of these flows into our economy. Someone referred to mobilizing the local economy. If we do that, we have positive flows on both levels. I would also like to mention, and I think Costa Rica mentioned this, and we would just like to echo this, Mexico fully agrees that it's not enough to measure development with a key measure. We need to have multi-dimensional indicators to measure development. FD4 is an opportunity to drive forward with different types of strategic measurements. These would allow us to truly understand which actions have social impact. Thank you. Thank you, Mexico. Let us continue with the delegate from Brazil. Thank you, Chairman. I would like to greet the Executive Secretary of ECLAC, at the Secretariat of ECLAC, the delegation of Peru presiding over this first session, as well as all of the panelists who have made presentations this morning, as well as the individuals taking the floor before me. Brazil believes that holding this session now is quite timely in that it is prior to the upcoming 4th International Conference on Financing for Development to be held in Seville in June. The world is facing many different crises that are interrelated. And today we have seen an increase in the price of food and energy, higher international interest rates. We have seen growing debt of developing nations, growing levels of poverty and hunger, greater geopolitical conflicts and armed conflicts. The decade for action for the 2030 agenda has begun in not so auspicious contexts. Close to 820 million individuals still are hungry, and many individuals face severe food insecurity. 345 million, in fact, of them. This increased significantly since 2019, and this is unacceptable. Based on UNCTAD data, developing nations have paid the equivalent of $840 billion in debt servicing in 2023 and received $223 billion in official aid for development. In 2023, 54 developing countries allocated more than 10% of their fiscal coffers to debt service. 313 million individuals live in countries that allocate more to debt servicing than they do to their nation's education or health. The fight against hunger and poverty has occupied a key role with regard to financing for development. Brazil has advocated on behalf of this topic in the draft document, as well as for the Global Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty. We would truly like to enjoy the support of the other countries in Latin America and the Caribbean regarding this aspect. Industrialized countries must do good on their development financing obligations. The promise to allocate 0.7% of the GDP of rich countries to official development support was a commitment taken back in the 70s. It has not been followed through with. We know there are very limited resources for aid for development, and it seems as these have been rechanneled for funding military expenses. I think this is a significant setback. In that area, governance structures that are are more inclusive needs to take place within international financial institutions such as the World Bank or the IMF. This would support developing nations. It's essential to simplify procedures and to reduce requirements for loans and foster greater opportunity for development policies. In this context of growing inequalities and greater fragmentation and a multilateralism crisis, FD4 is a unique opportunity to reactivate North-South dialogue and to get back on the road towards SDG implementation. We must work together to have an ambitious final document that goes beyond the Addis Ababa action agenda. Otherwise, the 2030 agenda will be nothing more than a statement of good intentions. Count on Brazil to work together to secure ambitious results for the Seville conference, along with G7 in China and the group of friends of the Caribbean and Latin America. Thank you.
Gracias, Brasil. Ahora pasamos.
Thank you, Brazil. The Dominican Republic has been recognized. Thank you. Good morning. The delegation of the Dominican Republic would like to greet the Executive Secretary of ECLAC, José Manuel Salazar, as well as Mr. Lee Yung-hwan from the Economic and Social Affairs Secretariat of the UN, as well as the other delegations and the Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs of Peru, representatives from civil society and the private sector as well. Now, globally, the Dominican Republic, through the National Statistics Office, has been particularly following up on the negotiations leading up to the 4th International Conference on Financing for Development.
As part of the high-level group for collaboration, coordination, and promotion of the capacity of statistics for the 2030 Agenda and sustainable development of the Statistics Commission of the UN, and where the member countries are developing a series of actions looking to the 4th conference so that data and statistics can be a cross-cutting factor of the program. Since November last year, we met in Medellin, Colombia. The high-level group addressed statistics and financing for development and recognizing that, at least from the moment the action plan was recognized in Cape Town, the statistics community has discussed the need for better financing for the work we carry out. However, we recognize that although this agenda for financing development, as well as many others, including the 2030 Agenda, stresses the importance of data and statistics as intersectorial and has not given way to any greater financing of statistics, as the delegate from Mexico and Costa Rica mentioned, we would like to help you find other ways. We recognize that data and statistics are of the essence for informed decision-making for development, and allocating resources. High-quality statistics allow us to make decisions based on evidence, improves accountability, and promotes trust in the international community. We understand the need for data and statistics for sustainable development. The latter is to think that statistics and data should not only be recognized as an important part of the financing agenda, while there is relevance in monitoring of these commitments, as has been mentioned in the Addis Ababa conference. It is also a prior condition for development and decision-making based on evidence. I'd like to mention that the group has been strenuously working on 5 things that we feel are most important: data, of the conference, increasing understanding of the importance of statistics and data and how they will provide and bring about beneficial changes. It is important for all to be part of this negotiation and also to support a narrative that explains why a more solid commitment to support national data systems must be included in a document and provide guidance on how to participate for countries that are interested from their national statistics offices. So we would like to remain at your disposal in the case of Dominican Republic as a precedent for the Statistics Conference of the Americas and of the Caribbean. Thank you, Dominican Republic. We have the participation of the Spanish cooperation. Hello, and a special greeting to the Secretary General and other authorities, government representatives, and the UN agencies. A special greeting to the Ambassador of Spain and the Director of the Spanish Cooperation, Anton Leis. As you all know, Spain is one of the conference's hosts of FD4, and we were expecting 10,000 participants, 1,000 participants, and with different government representatives, 150 ministers, for 4 days of plenary sessions, 200 parallel events, and a forum of civil society that will take place during those days. It is a conference that takes place within a special context, as were those of Monterrey on the Millennium Development Objectives and goals, and Doha also, and Addis Ababa as the roadmap to obtain the Sustainable Development Goals. This new conference is at the center of a global financing crisis, and we hope to have more responses and reforms that will offer responses to this reality we find ourselves in. For this, we're carrying out several preparatory meetings. The last one will conclude at the end of April, and we hope to conclude with the final draft. If this does not happen, it would continue with a negotiation for a few days, and that would depend on whether it is to be approved in the opening session or in the closing session. I'd like to especially thank co-facilitators that have participated in the drafting, Zambia, Mexico, and the experts committee led by Professor Ocampo and the other experts of the group, and the commissary. As you know, Spain maintains a unique position for which there are a series of groups, working groups, that analyze the position of Europe in view of the conference. And when regards to fiscality and the framework on international fiscal affairs and the measures to measure the carbon footprint. And of course, there are other matters, such as the rechanneling of 50% of the allocation. And in terms of debt, we are supporting the inclusion and looking at emergencies and food crises. And hopefully this is extensible to medium development countries. And sustainability of international debt is also another topic. Spain would like to work in favor of gender equality. We are feminists, and we believe that there cannot be a financing agenda without gender perspective. Gender equality and the empowerment of all girls and women is of the essence for sustainable development and must be included in all of the policies such as the care economy and participation of women, access of women to financing and the land property rights, reproductive rights, gender perspective, and the other disaggregation of data by gender. What has to do with the official development agenda is that we wish to reach 0.7 of the national route for development, and this has been included in our law on cooperation for development from 2013 with the consensus of our political parties. And this is information from 2023. We believe that it is still applicable, and we need to include the flows of the private sector and others that are still part of the measurement. For this, it is important to mobilize private financing, the support to local markets, standardization of blending mechanisms, and the promotion of loans in local currency. We've also seen the strengthening of the role of national banks. We also wish to stress the role of local governments and civil society. Finally, one of the novelties of this declaration, of this conference, is the inclusion of a follow-up mechanism of the commitments adopted. Together with Portugal and Andorra in the Ibero-American space, we are looking to advance on the concept of support of graduation with the idea that all countries have development challenges for which cooperation is of the essence. Thank you. Thank you very much for each of your participations. We'd like to offer the space then to the Secretariat to close the session. Thank you. Following, I would like to introduce the session on the Second World Summit for Social Development in Qatar 2025. The meeting in Qatar is another important moment in this year's calendar. In this case, it is 30 years after the Copenhagen Declaration on Social Development. I would like to invite Ms. Michelle Mosquet, Regional Director for Latin America and the Caribbean of the United Nations Development Program, UNDP, to moderate the session. You have the floor, Ms. Mosquet. Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much. Thank you. And I'd like to greet Jose Manuel, Minister Toro, and thank you. Special thanks for hosting us here in ECLAC and in Chile, as you always have. Your Excellencies, authorities of the region, colleagues of the UN system, friends, all, observing all established protocols as Director of the UNDP in Latin America and the Caribbean. It is an honor for me to facilitate this dialogue with the panelists that we have with us today as part of the series of dialogues for local action that will take place in November this year in Qatar. And as you know, the first summit took place 30 years ago in Copenhagen, marking a milestone in the international agenda for social development. As we understand social development as a multi-sectorial process that we cannot dissociate from the cultural and political situation of our states. And it is important part of our social integration and 10 commitments for action. This year, 2025, the authorities must define a new strategy that will adjust to our region more effectively. And these summits are also opportunities to recognize the progress that has been reached. In the case of Latin America and the Caribbean, in the last 3 decades, we reached progress without unprecedented progress. From 2023, monetary poverty has reduced to 25%. And we understand that multidimensional poverty between 2008 and 2023 dropped from 45.8% to 25.4% in virtue of the multidimensional poverty index for Latin America and the Caribbean that we will be launching together with Jose Manuel and ECLAC tomorrow. Maternity also mortality, maternal and child mortality dropped to 16 per 100,000 inhabitants, and boys and girls not in schools went from 1.4 to 1 in 10. So as people's living conditions changed in our region, economy changed as well. It improved, considering it now a medium income region. This has been possible thanks to the innovative capacity in public policies that we've had in our region. It is in this region that the first efforts to reduce poverty and live beyond income began. ECLAC has been very instrumental with the method for basic needs promoted in the 70s. It was very important. And then we had multidimensional poverty measurement launched in 2010. So this has all been conditioned and led by Mexico and Brazil, and then adopted by the countries in the rest of the world. However, this progress, the sustained progress, has stagnated and has had some setbacks a little before the pandemic. We were the region that had the greatest drop in the Human Development Index as a result of the pandemic, suggesting something very important for this discussion. It is the way in which we are building human development is not resilient enough to respond to these challenges that are increasingly intense and interconnected. In this second lost decade in terms of economic growth, and we all know that technological disruptions, polarization at a political level, the weakness of institutions, these are all challenges that make it even more difficult to continue to take this leap in development. And that is the objective of the next UNDP report, Human Development. How do we build more resilient human development, starting with the premise that both development and decision makers find themselves under enormous pressure, and that is why this is the right time to express our admiration and respect, because you are all leading this effort from your governments within this context of different challenges than the ones we knew in the past. But we also understand that the pressure is not entirely negative. It is somehow felt more intensely because there was progress, because there is a call by the region to continue to move forward, finding new ways through public policies, through institutions, through processes to protect the progress that has been reached while we continue to move forward with today's challenges. And this summit represents this opportunity. If we did it in the past and were pioneers in social development, I am certain that with the resources, knowledge, and tools that we have today, the region can position itself as a leader once again to address its challenges with opportunities such as those presented by this summit, and also leading the effort that can serve other countries in the world. One last point before we begin offering the floor to the different panelists for their comments is the challenges of multilateralism. We need to revalue and reassess it. The idea is for us to look at the connections to see how we can reach the summit by building through these different events that we have on the calendar to move in that direction. The importance of offering the importance it deserves to multilateralism in a year where the UN and the member states are celebrating 30 years. We live in a more interdependent world, more than ever before. And the challenges and opportunities that we share will only increase in the coming years. This means that only through cooperation will we be able to address these challenges effectively. That is why I'd like to say to the region's authorities that you are not alone in this process. In this room, you have represented practically all of the UN agencies, funds. All of them are here waiting to hear your reflections to put at your disposal the best of our capacity to assist you, to support you in the implementation of the agreements and to make this connection between the different multilateral efforts that we have on the calendar for this year. For the panelists, we need to address two questions. How can we redefine this social model in Latin America and the Caribbean so that it can be more inclusive, more resilient, and focused on people? And what solutions can we design or implement? What public policies can we have so that we can guarantee that social protection is truly universal and that we can anticipate the risks and the shocks that people and communities will be exposed to so that we can effectively address them and build resilience in the way we advance with development?
Introducir a nuestros panelistas de hoy.
Now we have the honor of introducing today's panelists, and we'll begin with an intervention by Lee Yun-hwa, Deputy Secretary General of Economic and Social Affairs of the United Nations, whom I warmly greet. After that, we will receive the interventions of José Manuel Salazar, Executive Secretary of ECLAC, Minister Kirk Humphrey, Minister of Empowerment of People and Old Age Affairs of Barbados, Minister Javier Toro, Minister of Social Development and Family of Chile, Leslie Carol Urteaga Peña, Minister of Development and Social Inclusion of Peru, Lais Abramo, a friend of this entity and National Secretary of Care and Family of the Ministry of Social Development and the Struggle Against Hunger in Brazil, Juan Somavia, ex-ambassador and ex-permanent representative of Chile before the United Nations, ex-director general of the ILO, and ex-president of the Preparatory Committee and of the World Summit on Social Development, and Jamil Sokolovsky, president of the Committee of Women Workers of the Americas, who are all sitting to my left. Without further ado, then, I'd like to offer the floor to the Deputy Secretary General for Economic and Social Affairs of the United Nations, Mr. Lee Yun-hwa.
Thank you, Madam the Chairperson, for giving me the floor. Well, I guess we are running a little bit behind our schedule. I try to be as briefly as possible just to address or answer your guiding two questions, to add a few or to brief you a few insights from New York's perspective while we prepared for this Second World Summit for Social Development. As you rightly said, Madam Chairperson, 30 years ago, the Copenhagen World Summit for Social Development placed people at the center of the development, of the world development. That version of the putting people first and the leaving no one behind still lies at our heart and lies at the core of the 2030 agenda. Since the Copenhagen, we have made very impressive progress in some areas of the social development. For instance, more than 1 billion people have escaped extreme poverty since 1995, a very remarkable achievement, particularly despite the setbacks like the pandemic. However, many people still face persistent poverty, marginalization, and unequal access to basic services and economic opportunities. The forthcoming World Social Summit and also the forthcoming World Social Report, which is prepared by my department, UNDESA, and the United Nations University, describes the current global state as one of the profound social crises, characterized by inequality, insecurity, and distrust. WSSD2 offers a political and a policy platform at the highest political level to address these root causes, access progress, and identify the gaps. Most importantly, to chart the course forward, accelerated social progress and inclusion, and ensure a long-term gains. Member States' deliberations will shape this new course. It is expected that a concise, action-oriented political declaration will be adopted in Doha at the WSSD2, deliberated in advance through the intergovernmental negotiations in New York, which will begin in May or in June soon. The declaration will frame a social development approach and give the momentum towards the accelerating implementation of the 2030 agenda. This summit can and must foster the integrated, coherent policymaking and catalyze the concrete actions and meaningful investments in human capabilities, social protection, and decent work, ultimately eradicating poverty and reducing inequality, leaving no one behind. Several weeks ago, the co-facilitators, the Norwegian and the Moroccan ambassadors, circulated a food for thought paper to all member states, which would prepare and inform the negotiations for the member states. Well, very much based on the inputs from the member states, particularly from your region, ACLAC region, and also initial ideas. The food for thought paper underscores the importance of the whole of the government, whole of the society, and the people-centered approaches, as well as a policy coherence in advancing progress in social development. It actually calls for a holistic approach to poverty eradication and recognizes the centrality of the macroeconomic policies that create a decent job, engaging the private sector and addressing social integration, including through the participation of the women, youth, older persons, indigenous peoples, and persons with disabilities in setting their policy priorities. Well, dear colleagues, the regional platforms like the ACLAC dialogue platform are vital to mobilize the inputs, contributions from various sectors. This actually enable the regional dialogue on pressing social challenges, fostering innovative solutions tailored to unique regional context while offering very much the globally applicable lessons. ACLAC's proposals led us to have an inclusive social development compact with an emphasis on expanding social protection system, fostering social dialogues, and investing in institutional building. Is an important contribution, very meaningful contribution to the dialogue and discussions in New York. This is the vision, facilitating achieving a more inclusive and sustainable future. So in conclusion, let me say, UN process is at your disposal. I eagerly look forward to your active participation in the UN negotiation and more eagerly to see your active engagement in Doha at the summit. Thank you.
Thank you, USG Lee, for providing us with a clear global dimension of the conversation that we are going to have from a regional perspective and the relevance and the importance and what is at stake with this second summit. Para aterrizar en el papel de la región en el mundo,
to talk about our region and the second summit, I now have the pleasure of offering the floor to José Manuel Salazar, Executive Secretary of ECLAC. Thank you, Michelle. Good morning, everyone, including those that accompany us online. I believe that we're in the process of showing the presentation, and in the meantime, my special greetings to our panelists, to Lee Yun-hua, to Minister Javier Toro, to Kirk Humphrey, to Leslie Carol Urteaga, Lais Abramo, Juan Somavia, and Jamil Sokolovsky. As from ECLAC, we have prepared this special report that I believe has been distributed to you all, entitled The Road Towards the Second World Summit on Social Development 2025, towards a Pact for Social inclusive social development. And my objective is to present this document that we are launching today as a contribution to the debate. Its versions in both Spanish and English are available in the ECLAC webpage. I am not going to talk about this in detail. This is rather an invitation to read this document, and the idea is to convey a general view of its contents. On the road towards the Second World Summit on Social Development, we have developed several preparatory activities, as you can see here, quite a few, some organized with our support or summoned by us, others by governments and so on. In October 2024 in Barbados, during the presiding officers of the Regional Conference on Social Development of Latin America and the Caribbean, we presented the document Reducing Inequality and Advancing Towards Social Inclusive Development in Latin America and the Caribbean, Challenges, Priorities and Messages Facing the Second World Summit. In November 2024, during the Social G20 in Brazil, we submitted another special report, The Trap of High Inequality and Low Social Mobility in Latin America and the Caribbean, an obstacle for inclusive social development. And in January 2025, under the coordination of ECLAC, the 5 regional economic commissions published a document entitled On the Road to the Second World Summit for Social Development, contributions from the regional commissions. In addition, last week, we held the second extraordinary meeting of the presiding officers of the Regional Conference on Social Development, where we presented and approved the document of Ministries of Social Development of countries in the region that will be presented during this panel discussion by Minister of the Ministry of Social Development and Family of Chile, Javier Toro. We are going to hold 3 additional events this year. The 5th Regional Seminar on Social Development in ECLAC in June, that will be devoted to the second summit. An international seminar devoted to inequality that we are organizing with the IDB, and that will be held in Guatemala in July. Well, we are coordinating that with them. Thank you very much, Minister. And the 6th meeting of the Regional Conference on Social Development that will be held in Brasilia between the 2nd and 4th of September. And we are coordinating this with the ministry. The special report that we are presenting today can be divided into 3 sections. So the first one talks about the road from Copenhagen in 1995 to Qatar to 2025, with the evolution of ideas on social development towards inclusive social development over the past 30 years. And in addition, it analyzes the way in which we presently view the trap of high inequality, low social mobility, and weak social cohesion. The second section presents 10 proposals for a pact for inclusive social development, and the final section contains some some final reflections. Among the main messages of the special report, we find the following. First of all, the statement that in Copenhagen 1995, we consolidated the importance of social development as a fundamental pillar of the global agenda. Secondly, the argument that 30 years afterwards in Latin America and the Caribbean, and despite the important progress that has been achieved, we still find important structural challenges within the social sphere. Thirdly, the idea that in order to tackle these challenges, we need a pact for inclusive social development. Fourthly, ECLAC proposes 10 actions in order to provide this pact with contents that seek to accelerate meeting the 2030 agenda and facing up to the challenges of a world which is being permanently transformed. And I will later on briefly mention those 10 proposals. Fifthly, the idea that it is necessary to enter into a commitment for the future, and for that it is imperative to strengthen social institutional framework, to strengthen social dialogue, and to guarantee the financial sustainability of social policies. As you well know, the issue of the institutional framework for policies in any field is something that is absolutely fundamental. It's absolutely impossible to find a case of successful policies if there are no institutions of excellence, well-financed, well-staffed, with adequate policies, and so on. And sixth, the idea that the second World Summit on Social Development in 2025 is an opportunity to reaffirm commitments and advance towards an inclusive social development to build a future that is more productive, inclusive, and sustainable. In the first section, then, of the report, we review the main agreements entered into over the past 30 years with regards to inclusive social development, international agreements, and the evolution of ideas on social development. In terms of agreements, we mention that social development is a fundamental objective of the multilateral system and has been set forth in various intergovernmental agreements and international instruments. And as from the Universal Declaration of Human Rights in 1948 and up until the 2030 Agenda, social development has been present in international agreements where we highlight some milestones. Copenhagen in 1995, of course, a fundamental role there, a fundamental instrument with the Summit of the Millennium in the year 2000, the 2030 Agenda in 2015, and a regional milestone in 2019, which we must remember, which is the agreement entered into by countries in the region in the Regional Agenda for Inclusive Social Development. These multilateral aspects have enabled us to make headway with agreements and define implementation means, as well as the promotion of international cooperation and multilateralism. Now, over the past 30 years, the concepts and ideas on social development have evolved. This graph shows the skeleton, so to speak, of what is in this section of the document in terms of the general framework. Since the development of social development to the concept of inclusive social development in a more specific framework, from the concept of social integration to that of labor and social and labor inclusion, to recognize the importance of the labor market and therefore its link with economic growth and the demand for jobs, so that it doesn't simply remain in this silo of social development. The commitments and objectives have moved from the eradication of poverty and the elimination of hunger to the eradication of poverty and hunger, but also to reduce inequalities. In terms of public policies, the elements have evolved from the concept of universal social protection to that of universal social protection that is comprehensive, sustainable, and resilient, which are comments that are very powerful in terms of their implications for policies. And in terms of means, we have changed from the focusing on financing and the effectiveness of social expenditure to a wider ranging one, which is the financing of inclusive social development and the efficiency of social expenditure. And all this is widely explained in detail in the document. The experience that we have obtained as from the 2030 Agenda and the various international treatments reveal that it is possible to enter into major consensuses, commitments, and agreements instruments that make the achievement of common objectives feasible. And in view of everything that has been said in terms of the geopolitical situation in 2025, this becomes even more important than ever. Aligned with the recent experience of the adoption of the Pact for the Future last year, as for MECLAC, we invite the international community so that in the second World Summit on Social Development in Qatar, we approve this concept of a pact for inclusive social development, enabling the effectiveness of social commitments agreed in the 2030 agenda. And therefore, this special report, we include there and develop 10 proposals that are, first of all, the eradication of poverty and hunger. Poverty and hunger continue to be structural challenges that are very important. We suggest the establishment of a standard of public investment in the region between 1.5 and 2.5% of the GDP, or between 5 and 10% of total public expenditure devoted to non-contributive social protection in order to eradicate poverty. Secondly, the reduction of inequality to strengthen social protection systems, improve the quality of education and professional training, and adopt a multidimensional approach to inequality in order to implement comprehensive policies that reduce it. And thus the importance of this work already mentioned by Michelle, and that we will be presenting tomorrow or the day after tomorrow on the index of multidimensional poverty. Thirdly, the expansion of social protection systems in order to advance towards universal, comprehensive, sustainable and resilient universal systems. Fourthly, the promotion of the digital social protection faced with the digital transformation. The digital transformation is redefining access to rights and social services, and thus we need to promote a reduction of the digital divide in order to promote social inclusion. Fifthly, the reduction of gender inequality and the promotion of care systems. Gender gaps in employment, income and social protection continue to be very significant, and we need to strengthen and promote comprehensive care systems with the co-responsibility of the state, families and private sector, which is essential in order to reduce gender inequality. Sixth, the promotion of labor inclusion within a context of productive transformation. Here, of course, access to formal and decent employment is fundamental for social mobility and the reduction of poverty. And for this, it is essential to promote productive development policies, including strategic sectors, boosting sectors in order to escape from the trap which involves low capacity to grow and generate formal and sustainable employment. Sixthly, investment in education as an instrument for mobility of young people. This implies improving educational quality with an emphasis on technical and vocational training. It is also important to ensure the conclusion of secondary education, implementing mechanisms in order to reduce the school dropout rate and move towards the financial sustainability of educational systems. 8, the transformation of health systems in order to advance towards a universal health system, strengthening primary health care, ensuring preventive coverage and integrated networks. And 9, strengthen pension systems faced with the speedy populational aging. And 10th, mobilizing resources and multilateral cooperation in order to advance towards inclusive social development. Apart from these proposals, so we recommend 3 cross-cutting ideas in order to implement the pact that is being suggested. The first one is to bet on the expansion of the welfare state. This is one of the 11 fundamental transformations that we have set forth in the development models in the region, and this one is fundamental, not only in order to promote a more inclusive social development, but also to promote productivity, productive transformation and economic growth. Secondly, the promotion of the social dialogue as a way to manage transformations, increase confidence, expand the spaces for shared vision and increase social cohesion. And here we talk of a social dialogue not only of ILO type, a tripartite process, but a social dialogue for productive transformation, for taxation changes. That all forms part of adequate governance. And thirdly, investment in institutional capabilities, technical, operational policies and perspective, what we call the the TOPP capabilities in order to strengthen social institutional framework and its capability to manage transformation towards inclusive social development. The second reflection is that 30 years after the first World Summit on Social Development held in Copenhagen, this second summit offers a unique and special opportunity with the participation of ESA state in order to achieve a compact for inclusive social development that provides the world with a roadmap and the UN and provides the UN with a strengthened mandate to enable an acceleration of advancing towards the 2030 agenda, to advance aligned with the Pact for the Future, with an international cooperation approach and strengthening multilateralism, strengthen international cooperation to mobilize resources and achieve financial sustainability, and also strengthen hope and social cohesion, especially in these times of high uncertainty experienced by the world and the region. Thank you very much.
Gracias, José Manuel, por presentarnos no solo el recorrido que ha habido.
Thank you for reminding us of the past and for also talking about what lies ahead with regard to the second World Summit on Social Development.
Minister Humphrey is a regional champion for sustainable development, and you were the host minister of the past ministerial forum on development in Latin America and the Caribbean, co-organized by ECLAC and UNDP, where we start this conversation with authorities from the region. So you have the floor to share your reflections today with us.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good morning to everyone, distinguished ladies and gentlemen all. So I thought last night as to what I could share, knowing that by the time I would speak, most of the good things would have already been said. But I reflected on my own time as a young man. I used to work for the then minister responsible for poverty eradication in Barbados. This is in like 97, 98, 99. And every speech he started, he began with the Copenhagen Summit. And it became such a big idea. And for me, there were 4 things I want to share about the Copenhagen Summit very quickly and then move on. I think the first, and they all begin with I think the first is the idea. The idea of the summit was so big and so aspirational that it drove many of us to think differently about social development. To start looking at ways that we could agree on things that previously people hadn't agreed to. The other I was in relation to the inputs. What was clear at the end of the Copenhagen Agreement was that there were certain things that we wanted to agree upon: the eradication of poverty, promoting full and productive employment, and social inclusion. So these inputs were clear. And the issue I felt was my third I was in implementation. We all left there with an idea that there were certain things we needed to do. What we did not settle upon is how we would go about doing these things. And implementation for the region has become one of the biggest issues. And if there is any advice to be given to anybody in the room, it is on implementation, implementation, implementation. And the different things that could help us implement and the things that stop us from implementing. And then my last I is what I think is what I call the inevitable future, because invariably, if we get this right, we get to change certain things. But if we do not get it right, then we would find ourselves stuck as to where we are. When I was reading the document last night, Mr. Salazar, I was reading on page 156. This is the one that says the final 5 years to implementation. And I don't know if anyone in the room knows The Bold and the Beautiful, the show, the series. But that is a series where you could miss 2 years of it and then go back and catch up in a day. And it seems to me that a lot of what we do in the development world is like The Bold and the Beautiful. I looked at all the different things that we were supposed to do, all the different things that hinder a small population, limited fiscal space, high debt, poorly implemented projects, high inequality. And these are the things we were discussing when we were discussing the MDGs and the things we were discussing at the end of the SDGs. It's like a bold and beautiful development world. But I am a hopeful skeptic, and I believe that some positive will come as a result of Qatar. I also looked at the Common Agenda report from the UN Secretary General and the comment that there was a need to accelerate the implementation. Oh shoot, I forgot to time myself. Okay, so I start over. The need to accelerate the implementation of many international development agreements, including the SDGs. He listed a lot of challenges, including multilateralism, which I won't get into here. But I do know that that has become a major issue for us in the region, and I will speak about that in a minute or so. The political declaration adopted at the high-level political forum on sustainable development in 2023 also spoke about eradicating poverty in all its forms and dimensions, and deemed it to be the greatest global challenge and an indispensable requirement for sustainable social development. So I think we are agreed on a number of these things, as you could hear from all the presentations during the course of the morning. But if I take my mind back to the idea of multilateralism, this is a very dangerous time for small island developing states. And we're seeing shifts in what we had accepted or thought we had accepted was the way to do business. And some of it is extremely concerning for me. And you know, even though tomorrow is going to be the big day, the world is trading tariffs like toys. You know, this person wants to do a tariff, somebody else is going to do a tariff. It's like the elephants are playing and the mice have to be trembling in the jungle, because we don't know what these things will mean for us at the end of the day. And I think the world has got to be brave, because we could plan all these things in these lovely little meetings, but as the world evolves, this constant evolving external economic environment is very concerning for small island developing states, and has like COVID, the capacity to reverse all the world's gains almost overnight. And we're seeing it. We're seeing it now with advances that women had made over time being reversed overnight, things that we had come to accept as being progressive being reversed overnight. And it causes us to have to reflect. And I think as we go into the Qatar conference, that we have to go with a certain bravery to be able to address these issues that now confront the world. And so I want to thank ECLAT, because I believe that we've done a lot of work under the chairmanship of Mr. Salazar to be able to take a common message forward. And we looked at the institutional frameworks for regional cooperation. We were looking at these social inclusion systems and information systems. We spent a considerable time discussing financing and what that means, and what does innovative financing mechanisms really mean. For us, we are looking every day at trying new things, because what we anticipated would be the international financial mechanisms that would support us are fading before our very eyes. And so you're hearing about innovative financing mechanisms, but what it really means is that developing countries are constantly being asked to do something new to be able to find a space and to chart a path forward, becoming extremely difficult. But we also concluded that we needed to look at the social protection and resilience to natural disasters, and Barbados took the lead on that particular component. And there were a number of things that we discussed and we agreed upon, including enhancing social protection and public service systems. We also supported Brazil in the call for zero hunger, and we will continue to support that call as well. I just want to close, because they said most of what I would say has been said. But I do think that, like the Copenhagen Agreement, the idea has to be big when we go to Qatar. I think those of us who occupy the social space, we missed an opportunity with COVID. In the immediate post-COVID environment, social development ministers were prioritized, social policy was prioritized. You watch the international world now, social spending is again being cut. It's almost as if the world has gone back to what it was before, and I don't think we can afford to miss this moment. I think we have to have very clear inputs as to what should constitute the messages that we want to convey in Qatar. And we also then have to implement, and hopefully the future that I speak of that is inevitable and hopefully not so negative could be one that could change the feelings now of what I consider myself to be a very hopeful skeptic. But we can change it. It's all within our capacity to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister, for that strong emphasis on the critical importance of implementation, but also for making the case for the relevance of multilateralism for countries of the region, and in a particular way for its seats, and the need to explore new things, and how this summit represents an opportunity for that. Con esto paso a nuestro
And with that, I would like to move on with our next panelist, Javiera Toro, the Chilean Minister for Social Development and the Family. She will share some thoughts with us with regard to how we can make progress toward social inclusive pact for development. Thank you, Michelle. Good morning to all of you. Greetings to the United Nations Under Secretary General for Economic and Social Affairs, Mr. Lee Junghua. Greetings to Jose Manuel Salazar, Executive Secretary of ECLAC. Greetings to Michelle as well from the UNDP, and to everyone else joining us here on this panel, ministers, country representatives, and representatives from the various institutions joining us here today. Now, for me, as the regional President of the Regional Conference on Social Development of Latin America and the Caribbean, it is truly an honor to speak on this high-level panel to address the pact that ministers of social development have agreed upon in the region. This document has been widely circulated and shared, published. It was actually adopted last week, as mentioned by Jose Manuel. And this document includes proposals and messages leading up to the next conference on social development. And it's called Latin America with regard to the next summit, Proposals for Inclusive Development. This aims to be a contribution for the challenges that our region faces. Now, the efforts of the various states in the region to make progress regarding social development have been underway for a great long time, and these are also related to the 2030 Agenda for Social Development and other multilateral initiatives such as the Global Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty. And that brings me to what Minister Humphrey just mentioned, in that we need to really focus, dig our heels in, and focus on implementation. I was just recently in another multilateral context where I was able to speak with young adolescent activists who were urging the states. They were saying, we do not want more commitments. What we want is for what has already been committed to actually be carried through. And so in 1995, the last Summit on Social Development was key. We know that social protection systems have made considerable progress, and we have seen improvements in the material conditions of the most vulnerable groups. Now, having said that, despite progress, we still face challenges inherent to our economic, social, and political conduct, such as the fight against hunger, poverty, mechanisms that are non-contributory, and care systems. Now, clearly, we need to secure the progress made thus far, but continue to make progress towards the multilateral system that we set out to do while we face multiple crises externally, which have been exacerbated by the COVID-19 pandemic, an environmental crisis, natural disasters, socio-demographic changes that have led to a drop in the birth rate around the globe, among other challenges. Now, we know that there's geopolitical instability as well. There has been progress with regard to hate speech as well as other aspects. So as a result of this, it's imperative to defend social protection. But defending social protection today involves continuing to claim and stand behind what we have built thus far, but it also means addressing inequality, weak institutional capacities, low growth. These are what ECLAC is called the development traps affecting our region. It's not just about improving the resource distribution mechanisms. We know resources are always limited, but it's also about reinforcing the capacity of our economies to build wealth, to generate wealth. These structural issues make it necessary for us to be urgent and to find a new development model that places individuals and their families at its core. This means we need to boost the state's planning role in order to change the course, but to foster production. We should foster an economy that is complex and diversified, that allows us to make progress towards value change with greater industrial and technological value, added value, and to foster innovative solutions. This involves investing in investments, innovation, education, renewable energy, bringing about decent work, and making access to wealth more democratic. At the same time, competitiveness cannot be delinked from sustainability. Our growth needs to respect ecological, environmental boundaries. Now, that's the only way that we will secure inclusive development where state guides citizens who participate. It's time to be bold and coherent and to defend social policy that involves the economic complexities of our development system. Now, we have said that this is a pact. We have a pact and we intend on moving forward to meet these objectives. In short, the messages that you can study in detail in the document. Well, as the Minister of Social Development, we have 4 messages. First of all, to fight inequality, hunger, and poverty. This should be a priority for the region and the world as a whole. Secondly, reinforce social protection systems with comprehensive care policies and quality policies to not leave anyone behind. Thirdly, in the region, we recognize that we have responsibility here, and we are committed to investing in actions for inclusive social development in Latin America and the Caribbean. And fourthly, we need to make progress towards a global pact for inclusive social development, as mentioned by the Executive Secretary. With regard to this final comment, allow me to underscore the following. It's not just enough to make progress in a specific territory or a region or a country. We know that globalization involves many challenges. The most important one is working together for the benefit of all. As a region, we believe it's a priority to make progress with regard to creating and consolidating care systems given the urgent demographic and social changes we need. We know that individuals in the care industry live precarious circumstances. These are global challenges, and Latin America and the Caribbean can share our lessons learned with others. We have set up care systems that aim to have the redistribution of gender roles, and these have benefit for the private sector, the state sector, families, communities. We should view care as an investment in well-being, and care policies need to be understood as catalyzers for equality, reducing poverty, and resolving gender gaps. This is a priority that the Boric administration has taken on. We have a policy, we have a program that involves plans and policies and regarding the care economy. We hope that this will be enacted as a law during the year. Now, we know that eradicating poverty is a challenge still. We see that multiple crises have exacerbated this. We have also joined the Alliance Against Poverty and Hunger, launched by Brazil last year, and the last 30 years clearly have shown progress, but it's not enough. We need to ensure that as a global priority, we all have the bare minimum conditions to live and have well-being. In conclusion, this is a common effort to make progress in the social protection systems. The conference aims to come up with a new model for development with transformative social policies that are marked by high quality and are people-centered. We know that there are many crises and threats that our democracies face today. As a result, we need to come up with resilient social policies that may be adapted as well, and that allow for effectively gaining back the positions affected by setbacks. We are sure that in Chile and in other countries throughout the region, we are our efforts are headed in the right direction, as explained under the pact. In Latin America and the Caribbean, we see that the second global summit is an opportunity to showcase our commitment to facing these global challenges and to work together as one human race. Thank you.
Ministra, muchísimas.
Madam Minister, thank you. Jose Manuel in his remarks focused on hope, and under your leadership, Madam Minister, I'm sure that the region has reached key agreements regarding relevant issues, and the region has expressed its intent to move forward under this pact, and this is a wealth of great hope for all of us. With that, allow me to give the floor to our next panelist member, Leslie Carol Urteaga Peña, the Minister of Development and Social Inclusion of Peru.
Buenos días con todos, con todas. Buenos días.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Special greetings to the Executive Secretary of ECLAC, Jose Manuel Salazar, and Ambassador Rubio. I would also like to greet the various authorities here and colleagues. It's a pleasure to greet the moderator of this session as well, Michelle. I truly appreciate all of your work and your moderation, rather your role as moderating and your role within the UNDP. I am also pleased to greet the panelists joining us here today. It's a pleasure to be a co-panel member. I'm sure that our perspectives will provide a contribution to dialogue as well. Today, within the framework of the second summit that will be held in November this year in Qatar, Peru has renewed its commitment to social justice, integration, and sustainability. These are key issues that were mentioned in Copenhagen back in the day. Our region has a voice that aims to give visibility to the challenges we face, but also to share solutions that we have been working on. These are based on our own individual context and realities, national realities. As mentioned by the Peruvian government during the 40th period of sessions of ECLAC, Peru reaffirms its commitment to cooperation among Latin American and Caribbean. We aspire to having a new path forward that is based on mutual collaboration, and Peru is a reliable partner, fully committed to individuals' well-being. In ECLAC, according to ECLAC, 57% of the population faces poverty. Although we have made progress, we are facing major inequalities, especially between rural and urban areas. Poverty is different in those areas. The figures vary from 55 to 50%, depending on the areas. In fact, some regions have more than 80% poverty.
We need different and responses adapted to each context. Urban poverty has increased, especially after the pandemic, especially linked to informal employment and lack of access to basic services. In addition, irregular migration and the disorderly growth of cities continue to pose new challenges. In consequence, as in other countries in the region, in Peru, we have designed a strategy to reduce urban poverty that acknowledges that solutions in cities must be different. We are focusing on improving key areas such as education, health, employment, housing, security, and connectivity, placing special attention to women, the elderly, and vulnerable groups within the framework of acknowledging the different dimensions of poverty, a measurement that for the first time is being implemented in Peru. Our region increasingly suffers as a result of natural disasters such as extreme rainfall and heat waves. Climate change is no longer a threat of the future, but rather a reality of the present. In Peru, we experience that directly with Sicanyaco and the phenomenon of the coastal El Niño phenomenon that caused tremendous losses, severely impacting the most vulnerable. We know that the poorest households, the vulnerable, indigenous and populations are the ones that suffer most during these emergencies, impacting their revenues, their health, and their food security. And that generates new vulnerabilities, especially among children and among dependent people. In Peru, since 2024, we approved a legislative decree 1734 that establishes the legal framework for a social protection system in view of emergencies. And this enables our social projects to quickly respond to people that have suffered from these events and continue to provide essential services such as cash transfers, healthcare, and socio-emotional care. Social adaptive care is not only a response, but rather a way to anticipate problems, to reduce its impacts and face up to future crises, such as natural crises, economic or social in nature, or health related. And this is a transformative policy aligned with ECLAC recommendations in order to create social protection systems that are more resilient and flexible. Being here is evidence of Peru's commitment with the region. As from our pro-tempore Secretariat of we are promoting a social protection agenda focusing on cooperation, the exchange of solutions, and collaboration vis-à-vis common challenges. The second summit that will be held in November is an opportunity, a unique opportunity, in order to move towards a global compact for social inclusive development, a pact that mobilizes sustainable social investments, that establishes clear fiscal commitments, and that evaluates not only economic efficiency but also the social and environmental impact of all our decisions. As for Peru, we would like to clearly state that development is not a privilege, but rather a right for everyone in all territories and throughout people's lives without leaving no one behind. Let us work together for a Latin America and a Caribbean that is fairer, more resilient, and fairer. Thank you. Thank you, Minister, for your reflections, but also for your leadership. A lot has been said this morning about the value of implementation. And for implementation, capacity building, not only technical in nature, but also political capacities and the development of tools enabling that fundamental decision making. And you have led an effort that brought together several authorities and ministers in the region last week in Peru, strengthening capacities related to the reduction of poverty and inequalities directly linked to the priorities that you outline as a country in the region in view of the summit. And now we move on to the next panelist, Lais Abramo, who is National Secretary for Care and Family of the Ministry of Social Development and for the struggle against hunger in Brazil. That will also host COP30, talking about the possibility of finding interconnections between the various processes and intergovernmental events this year. Dear Lais, you have the floor. Thank you very much. I would like to greet all those present here and those that are connected online. I would like to greet everyone on behalf, in the name of Executive Secretary of ECLAC and Minister Javier Toro. For me, it's an honor to represent Minister Wellington Diaz from the Ministry of Social Development and Family in Brazil. As we approach the second World Summit, we still have a big pending debt. The world, as has been said here, as from the beginning of the meeting, is very distant from meeting the basic promises of the 2030 Agenda. In accordance with the report on food security and nutrition in the world dating back to 2024, hunger today impacts 733 million people, 1 out of every 11 at a world level and 1 out of every 5 in Africa. The insufficiency of progress in the eradication of poverty and the expansion of social protection coverage and the elimination of inequality not only hinders development but also perpetuates social cycles of exclusion and inequality. However, has already been said here, in Latin America and the Caribbean, we have made important progress over the past few decades, and the policies and the social institutional framework, among them, the strengthening of social development ministries and other government entities and entities from civil society to promote rights. In many countries, a conception of the solution of major social problems has involved requires robust social policies sensitive to all differences. Now, what does that mean? It means that the search for universality must be accompanied in every step with a decisively tackling structural inequalities that shape our societies, revenue inequalities, gender inequalities, ethnic, racial, territorial, age-related differences, and their multiple intersectionalities. As part of the commitment of facing up to that reality and considering that the Afro-descendant population and indigenous peoples were insufficiently considered in the 2030 agenda, President Lula proposed at the General Assembly of the United Nations in 2023 the adoption of a specific SDG in order to promote the key role of facing up to ethnical and racial inequalities in the advancement of SDGs. And Brazil considers that the effective incorporation of that population to sustainable development goals are central so that indeed no one is left behind. In his recent presidency of G20, the Brazilian government launched the proposal that has already been mentioned here of the Global Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty. That basically consists, and this has to do with implementation as mentioned by the Minister of Barbados just now, it basically consists of betting on the dissemination and promotion of cooperation between countries around a basket of policies of proven efficiencies in those areas of struggle against hunger, poverty, and inequality in order to implement this at a large scale. More than 170 countries and organizations and financial institutions have come on board with that initiative, and we believe that the alliance is a central tool in order to accelerate the achievement of SDGs 1 and 2 and others. The experience of Brazil shows, as President Lula says, that the elimination of hunger and poverty is possible under his government and the government of President Dilma. Brazil was able to escape from the FAO poverty map with a whole series of articulated policies, conditional cash transfers, Bolsa Familia, non-contributive pensions as a result of disability and for the elderly that are equivalent to a minimum salary, the boosting of the labor market expressed in the generation of a large amount of formal jobs, a sustainable policy to increase the minimum wage, and the expansion of free healthcare and education between 2016 and 2022. That process was halted, but as from the third administration of President Lula, these policies were again established, and in 2 years we can already evidence significant reduction of poverty, of hunger, and a very important process of increasing the mean income and the creation of jobs, even formal jobs. We're also creating new policies to guarantee rights, such as the national care policy, and I would like to support what Minister Toro has just said in terms of the importance of those policies. And that policy was established as a result of a law approved by the National Congress in December of last year that recognizes care as a need and a right of all people, and thus as a universal right and as a public good that is necessary to guarantee the well-being of people, the sustainability and reproduction of life, and the operation of both society and the economy. The policy also incorporates among its principles the demand for gender equality and also struggles against racism, considering that that care work is not only feminine but also racial in nature. And this is another area where Latin America has a lot to offer to world discussion, because with the Brazilian law, we have 8 countries that have passed laws for the creation of policies and care systems. And all that thanks to the tremendous work undertaken by the Regional Conference of Women in Latin America and the Caribbean, with its political agreements, with its conceptual developments, and with its technical assistance. We strongly support the document that was recently approved by the presiding officers of the Regional Conference on Social Development in Latin America and the Caribbean, presided by Chile, and we trust that that proposal will be confirmed during the 6th meeting of the Regional Conference on Social Development. And our idea is that that may inspire other regions. The document has already been presented here. I am not going to dwell on its contents. And Brazil also strongly supports the construction of the World Pact for Inclusive Social Development that advances in that direction. Those are the messages that we will convey to Doha as a country and as an integral part of our region. We also support the first summit of the Global Alliance in Doha that will be held back-to-back with the World Conference one day before that. And I believe that this will be an additional moment that will enable us to advance with that discussion. And in closing, I insist the time has come for us to deal with poverty, hunger, and the strengthening of social protection and care systems, facing up to social inequality as interconnected challenges. All this is closely related, and we know that in our practice in different countries to advance in the coordination of actions with adequate financing, both within countries and also when it comes to the cooperation between them, is the best investment that we can make for both present and future generations. Thank you very much. Thank you, Lais, for bringing this discussion to the table. These discussions that go far beyond economic inequality in our region, that at the end of the day continues to be the most unequal region on the planet. But because of that, precisely because of that, has a lot to offer in terms of innovation and public policies, and also the leadership of Brazil, not only in the advancement of these policies, but also in terms of the leadership at a multilateral level. As mentioned in the meeting between President Lula and the presidents of G20 and the conference on the financing of development that will be held in Seville. Thank you very much. And now we offer the floor to Juan Somavi. I believe that there is a lot of expectation in terms of listening to you, Juan, in this experience that you have had over the past decades. So you have the floor. Thank you very much. I believe that the panel.
Excellent presentations, very complimentary. And I would just like to underscore that an ECLAC document is excellent. A document by the Social Development Commission, excellent as well. Another one launched by Jose Manuel regarding the regional commissions, again, excellent. In other words, Latin America is really stepping up its game. We are present and have many ideas. I think that's extremely important, particularly with regard to the upcoming processes. So I would like to thank Under Secretary Lee for being here with us today. And of course, allow me to provide you with a personal anecdote. Lais and I worked together in a previous chapter of our lives, so it's nice to see that ILO, right, that's enough, but we're back together, so that's nice. Allow me to speak as a former UN ambassador and refer to the current international context with my glasses. The implications of the recent geopolitical reshuffling that we are experiencing. We have seen former alliances are dissolving, new ones are emerging. We see that power and weapons are starting to replace dialogue and the UN Charter. It's evident that this is already having an impact on the UN, but it will worsen. As a result, we have a very concrete task. That is, we will defend the UN. And we need to be prepared for that. Be prepared for truly defending the UN identity and what we stand for. And I wanted to mention that as the backdrop because this is going to overwhelm us. So it's better to be prepared. In that regard, what role does Doha have in all of this? Does it have a role? I think it does. Because if we are talking about defending the UN, I think the UN has an opportunity here to say this is a valid institution and we need to continue in existence. And so our social development mandate is key. Now, the truth of the matter is that we have a mandate. It's social development of the UN system. The UN system involves all of us present here in this room. So as a result, if the message at Doha is to be, we have a social mandate, and politically, the social mandate needs to be upheld and respected. It's our path forward. That's the Doha that I'm envisioning. And that makes me think that these remarks are more institutional in nature. I think the substantive aspects have been well addressed. So where do I see the institutional aspect? And I just would like to thank Minister Humphrey for reminding us about something quite simple, and that is that the Copenhagen period was unprecedented. It was historic. We never imagined having a meeting with all the highest level authorities, heads of state and government, regarding social development, and then that would be the largest heads of state and government meeting in the history of the U.S. That was unimaginable, but everyone went to the meeting because there was the conviction, a belief in the topic. We all thought we had social development problems. We looked at Europe, we looked at the United States, and we said, no. Yes, we all do. So today, the situation persists, and the U.S. and Europe have more social problems than they had back in Copenhagen. And so this is a global issue. As a result, it was called the Summit of Hope by the leaders. The people said it was the People's Summit. That's what the citizens said. And why? Well, because you were addressing the issues that are crucial for our lives.
Todo nuestro mandato social tiene que ver con la vida de la gente.
Well, it has to do with the lives of people. And the presidents replied, we can only continue to deserve the trust of the global population if we consider their needs as a priority. This was 30 years ago. These are concepts that are still valid. So I would like to mention the strength. That is what we need to always bear in mind and go back to and reuse. What am I referring to when I say I want to talk about these institutional topics? This social mandate has to do with the Charter. I have some quotes, but we are moving on from the Charter to the 2030 Agenda. If you look at the 2030 Agenda, you have 8 objectives that are social, 3 objectives that are shared, that are economic, and 3 that are social and environmental. So, in consequence, the 2030 Agenda is, at its heart, social. So I'd like all of you to recall that the mandate is there. That's it. We are focused and repeat everywhere the Summit of the Future. Everything we do is to reinforce the 2030 Agenda. These are the things that you are responsible for. I just wanted to clarify that. So, 3 things I'd like to mention about this. Our social agenda comes from the Charter, but it also comes from the social mandates that most of you that are sitting here have. The social mandate is not a resolution or 2 or 3 things that are on the Charter. The social mandate is, and here's a list, I don't want to forget anything, is ILO, UNESCO, FAO, WHO, PAHO, UN Women, UNICEF, and many more. So here is a mandate for social development that belongs to all of you. Now, if we put all of this together, there's a lot of power there. But this is what I would like to refer to. Can you imagine bringing together the UN as a defense force with all of the networks of the organization, governmental, non-governmental, the companies, the unions, the communities, mayors, regions, all those receive these specialized agencies, the UN programs, that's where they go. Can you imagine if we get together and we try to figure out what the UN is about? Well, this is what it's about. But of course, that requires thinking and this courage that Minister was talking about. That is what is more risky. But you have to figure out what you understand. And I was once the ILO general director, so it would be, we could say, oh, we're half government, but we have the unions and we have the companies, so don't treat me the same way. That would be the greatest error if we were all trying to see how others are doing. I think it's extremely important that specialized agencies work together and establish space, an instance where they can reflect together, work together, and look forward. And the governments don't really like this idea because they have their own methods and administrations. So this is what it's about. Moving forward, we need to have agencies working together. That is the first thing. Following this idea, what we're asking permanently to the system is that we think with social integration, to bring policies together. The best task that specialized agencies could have is to say, well, we're going to bite the bullet. And this is where we say, okay, we need to integrate and integrate. And the truth is, we're quite far from this. We have moved forward, we've made progress, but these social aspects are multidimensional, interdisciplinary and multidisciplinary. There is no other way to do it or go about it. We need to integrate them from within and in economic and environmental terms. Why doesn't the UN decide to just do it and say, oh, we're going to produce a methodology for integration? We've been asking for this for 30 years, and the Food for Thought paper says, oh, it's very important, this, and that we integrate policies. I suggest we do it, because then it's not really only a matter of implementation. So I experienced this moment where we brought all of the presidents together, but what matters today is you. It's the UN agencies, because you have the strength and the capacity to face these situations. You are the ministers in charge of this, because the UN has something that's fantastic. We are brutally creative to make decisions at an international level. We move forward, and then when it's time, they just pass it on to you. They give it to the ministers or to the UN system. Let's see how they can do it. So I would like to make a comment on methodology. Let's stop negotiating only what we wish to do. We must discuss what the obstacles are. The how, the what and the how together. José Manuel has worked on this at length. And methodology for negotiation, it's extremely important. What we're proposing is doing it and looking at the obstacles. But in the third place, we know that everything we're doing at a national level or global level has a national reality, and these national realities can be very different. Priorities can be different. We can take a global solution, bring it to a certain country, and there's a political system, there's a culture, there's a whole bunch of things. And I'll conclude with this. Several things. And consequently, what's really going to happen is, and we've seen this, is that the countries need to do this. It's not the system, it's the countries. So how do we follow this? Well, there are 130 resident coordinators of the UN. 130. And there are offices that represent 160 countries. You are all present here. Here's the Chilean team. What if you simply worry about the country, but also of these other aspects and work at a more local level? This is being done in many ways. It's not something I'm inventing here. I'm just saying that it is a third dimension. And the resident coordinators have an extraordinary space and opportunity to, among other things, defend the UN, but also to be useful. And that is what they do. What I'm doing is I'm putting you at a place where it's similar to what the Minister of Barbados said. I have to shut up now. That's it for me. I'll leave it there. Thank you very much. We've had a unique opportunity, and I'd like to congratulate everyone because you have wonderful work ahead of you. It's huge and very possible. That's what I want to leave you with. It is possible. Thank you very much. Dear Juan, it's wonderful to hear your acknowledgement of the region's leadership, and you conclude by saying that it is possible, and it's good to put this into perspective and to address some of these topics that are touched upon at the summit, and this huge opportunity for multilateralism and for the UN system, and this support of the countries taking into account the national dimension and what you mentioned of the social central dimension that joins us all. Thank you very much for your perspective. With this, we will move on to our last panelist of this fascinating dialogue, Yamil Sokolowski, President of the Women Workers Committee of the Americas. You have the floor. Thank you very much. I'd like to especially greet our colleagues that are here with us in this panel, and I'm thankful for the opportunity to be a part of this conversation. I would gladly have given some of my minutes to Juan Somavia to continue listening to him. But I'd like to make a few comments and contributions that have been made from a union perspective, a gender perspective as well, which is part of my role and what I've been called upon for. I wanted to mention, since we're speaking about these 30 years that we're celebrating, we are also celebrating 30 years of the Beijing Platform for Action. And we were at the UN a few weeks ago. Very intense days of debate and evaluation of these years that have gone by. It's important to take into consideration and articulate the conversation based on the concern that much of the progress we've made in different countries and public policies, especially looking to the search for gender equality, we find setbacks, significant setbacks and obstacles, as Juan Somavia mentioned, that we need to take into account in order to think about effective strategies to move forward with what we want to do in the region and also at a global level. The discussion on social aspects from the union perspective brings us to question the labor world and situation of labor. And it is there that we make visible this persistence of inequality and of the obstacles that we have and what we're trying to do to build societies that are just. That is the objective of social development. But in the labor world, we see how societies organize the distribution of their efforts and wealth to truly achieve this objective of social justice. So from the perspective of organizations and workers, the principles and the objective of the creation of employment and formalization of labor based on the basic principles and rights of labor are the first thing that we need to put on the table in this construction or recovery or updating of social development agenda. And it not only requires focusing on specific employment policies, but thinking about the comprehensive development policies, recognizing rights, and this includes economic policies, productive taxes, development of infrastructure, among so many more, technological, scientific, the care policies, health policies, all these, as was mentioned, together with the freedom of association, the freedom of forming unions, and to strike, and of child labor, and a healthy labor environment without discrimination, the establishment of wages that is fundamental in building or generating improvements in terms of gaps and wages. And there is also conversation to be had on guiding new technologies, because mankind has developed them and they could worsen labor conditions for workers or living conditions of our populations. So improving this is of the essence, and also generating the societies where life is better for all, more livable. It is also of the essence to, and we see that from the union perspective and gender perspective as well, to move forward in the construction of social protection systems, universal systems that can have a gender perspective. When we talk about social protection, we're thinking of social protection in a very broad sense, and we are trying to understand the gender perspective and the way in which structural inequalities affect participation of women in the labor world. They interrupt their trajectory and generate situations of greater propensity to precarity, labor instability, and the lack of rights, registered or formal work, the burden of work with lack of employment, and the importance of social protection, universal social protection systems with the pension systems, protecting the solidary pension systems with financing, which is part of the restriction of public expenditure, and privatization programs that destroy intergenerational solidarity and are also a business of the financial sector.
Recognizing care as a fundamental human right of all individuals throughout their lifetime as work, as already mentioned, is crucial when addressing gender inequality in our societies. And it is also something that has an impact on the overall joint well-being of people, but it also implies undeniable obligation of the states to organize and maintain integral public care systems that promote social reshuffling of care and that ensure all individuals receive the care they need at the proper quality level, that contribute to reverting gender inequality, and that continue better redistributing unpaid care work, and that ensure decent pay for those who work in the paid care sector. They should be appropriately paid and recognized in their collective representation systems for rights defense. Comprehensive care policy is crucial in order to in society, and a society has a gender perspective, focusing on building a process that will democratize the work sector is necessary, and that also calls for active policies for women's inclusion and LGBTQ plus individuals in traditional sectors and traditionally male sectors, symbolic hierarchization of feminized roles, the guarantee of securing equal pay for the same work, depenalizing maternity, and promoting co-responsibility for care, eradicating gender-based violence and harassment in society and at work, in keeping with full application of Convention 190-189 and access to sexual and reproductive rights, sexual reproduction, safe abortions, and birth control. I would like to say that in the framework of the definitions that were secured at the 69th meeting, there were important decisions with regard to recognizing labor rights and the role of union organizations, but at the same time, we observed that there was a significant problem relative to reproductive and sexual health and rights of women. Finally, in order to conclude, all of these proposals call for significant, meaningful reforms, in the economic, fiscal, financial, and productive levels at the national, state level, but also at the regional and global levels, as mentioned during the morning panel. They also call for global taxation systems that secure redistribution of transnational corporate benefits that hoard profit and have changes in different policies at the local employment level. Also, it's important to address transnational activities such as drug trafficking, child labor, white slave trade, and to make sure the international financing system can do away with funding of certain activities that threatens democracy and that prevents development of social justice. Finally, I would like to conclude by saying I am Argentine, and at this juncture, Argentina is moving towards a new foreign borrowing or debt cycle. And The most recent one was in 2018, and now we are seeing another movement to benefit speculative finances, and this constitutes absolutely no benefit for the population. And this debt takes place at the same time as a brutal adjustment by the government, the most intense one historically taking place. And this adjustment implies suffering of millions of people, the destruction of all policies that guarantee rights and that ensure the well-being of individuals. Everything that we have built over the years to specifically foster social development or with social justice in our country is being destroyed under the argument that these adjustments are necessary to uphold the borrowing or debt process. Allow me to mention that, first of all, it's evident that the progress made is not permanent and that progress can lead to setbacks, and as a result, it's necessary to have conditions to uphold said progress. And to do that, you need to ensure that the actions are in depth. And so we're all concerned with this. We're all concerned with having social development with social justice, full recognition of rights and the dignity of everyone. Promoting social development with social justice is defending and advocating democracy, and that is our commitment.
Leslie, creo que todos hubiésemos estado.
I think we all would have loved to continue listening to you, but we cannot. And thank you for the relevant reflections regarding the complexity behind all the work we do with regard to equality and social development. Thank you for those reflections. And with that, distinguished authorities and excellencies, we are closing this session. We do not have time for interventions by delegations. The executive secretary has other activities on the agenda. I would like to thank you for a fascinating, stimulating, inspirational discussion marked by pragmatism, leadership, commitment that has all translated into hope. And that is precisely that is the drive behind the UN and the reason that brought that's what brought the UN to life years ago. And having a better world is possible, but only when we work together and collaborate. And that feeling of hope is what truly should drive us forward towards the second summit. I would like to thank all of you for your support. Thank you to all of the UN system representatives for your contribution. And thank you for that main focus on implementation. Thank you to all of you for the extraordinary work that you do. Thank you for sharing your experiences and your wisdom with us this morning. Thank you again.
Muchas gracias, Michelle.
Thank you, Michelle. Now, I would like to invite José Manuel Salazar, our Executive Secretary, to launch the book Rethinking Development in Latin America and the Caribbean, Contributions of the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean on its 75th anniversary. Thank you, Chairman. Good afternoon. It's almost 1 p.m. It is 1 p.m. Welcome to this special session, this launching of the book. I will be brief. This is the book that we are distributing. It's entitled Rethinking Development in Latin America and the Caribbean, Contributions of the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean on its 75th anniversary. I think it's apropos that we launched this book as part of the 8th meeting of the Forum of the Countries of Latin America and the Caribbean on Sustainable Development. Since its origins, ECLAC has been a think tank and a very productive center regarding economic concepts in the region, serving the national and subnational governments, civil society, and academia through research, studies, publications, projects, technical assistance. We have been able to provide guidelines for public policy and decision-making in the region and aid our member states in understanding and rethinking and repositioning ourselves with regard to the challenges we faced over the last years has been key. Now, this book is part of our long-standing tradition. Reaching 75 years of existence is quite an achievement for any institution. When I, in October of 2021, took office here as executive secretary, the 75th anniversary was on the fore. And back then we decided that the commemorative activities for this anniversary should not be limited to recognizing the work of our predecessors, but also recalling the contribution of other institutions in the region. Clearly, these are acts of necessary justice, but also it's important to mention that our predecessors had an unwavering commitment to the region, and so honoring them was just not, it wasn't enough to recall their contributions, but rather we thought it was critical to take stock of everything we had done and to look forward as well. Look forward to ECLAC's future and the region's future. Now, with that objective in mind, we decided to hold a cycle of new conferences that account for the chapters in this book. Here you can find a series of keynote contributions by keynote speakers. These speakers are long-standing friends of ECLAC, many of them. One was a former executive secretary, but you will also see in this book contributions by recent friends with whom we just started collaborating. Now, we would like to ask all of you, in keeping with your expertise and perspective, we ask them all to illuminate some ideas regarding sustainable development. I just wanted to provide you with some brief glimpses into this book, and with regard to the messages, there's a message about rethinking development given the existing context. In addition to that, José Antonio Campo talks about the need to reshuffle the international financial structure. Mercante emphasizes development banks and opportunities to make progress in reindustrializing and reintegrating the the productive fabric of our countries, while also addressing social fabric without ignoring environmental protection and sustainability and how we take advantage of our strategic and natural resources. Ricardo Hausmann reflects upon economic growth within the region, aligned with our prognosis regarding the first development trap in Latin America, and that is low capacity to grow. Winston Dugurin analyzes the development structures and synergies and emphasizes the specificities of the Caribbean, although under a general approach. Ayla Cortina refers to the ethical perspectives while analyzing one of the major challenges that the region and humanity faces today, which is the challenge of forced migration, locally and globally. Linking social protection and productivity, Santiago Levy warns about the difficulty of designing effective public policies in contexts such as this one, where we see high degrees of poverty, inequality, and low productive growth. Daniel Innerarity analyzes the future of democracy in the digital era, placing emphasis on the individual regime, and he argues that this may reduce the capacity of individuals and society's capacity to self-assess. And then finally, another author refers to how or which cases in which education will foster growth and development. Classical economic theories have convinced us that human capital is necessary to boost productivity. If so, why have we seen widespread schooling in our region that has not led to an explosive economic growth, as the theory would have said? Now, with regard to this, the author emphasizes the ties between schooling and learning, school rates and learning, and explores how schooling levels are not necessarily correlated with economic growth. Where you do have a high correlation is between learning and schooling, but going to school does not necessarily mean that you are going to learn. And that is the sad reality that we have, and the empirical evidence has backed that. So this is just a brief summary of what is contained in the book. I'm sure you will find it quite innovative, and the ideas generous with regard to the challenges we face. So, dear friends, this effort honors our institution. For more than 75 years, Raúl Prebisch described us with these words. Our organization has intellectual independence. It's the first opportunity in Latin America and the Caribbean to begin thinking about our own economic problems. This has not been possible until now. End of quote. With that profound sense of historic responsibility, I think we can say that we have done this. We think for ourselves about our own problems. We have come up with our own solutions. So I would like to reiterate our commitment to continue leading thought production with intellectual independency on the basis of empirical evidence, with support alongside multilateralism and cooperation in a region, hopefully, that will be more sustainable, inclusive, and productive. My profound appreciation to the authors of this book and to you for reading it, for remarking upon it, and hopefully for discussing it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to the Executive Secretary for presenting this document, comments here at ECLAC for the 75th anniversary of ECLAC, and that encourages us to think about the development of the region. We will now have a break until 2:30. We will meet again in the same room. We'd like to remind you that during recess, there will be parallel events. This information is on the website of the meeting. Thank you very much for being on time. Thank you.
America has organized various COP, all the way from the one in Argentina in 2004, then another COP a year before the entry into force of the Kyoto Protocol, and then Mexico, the Cancun COP, that redeemed a process that many thought that had been collapsed, and they had the courage to redirect it. And then the one in Lima in 2014 that gave great drive to the process and headed it towards the Paris Agreement. Then COP25, organized by Chile, that greatly strengthened the climate change agenda matters. And now we have COP30 in Belém do Pará, Brazil. And so therefore, let's begin by feeling proud, because I believe that the main topic of today's session is to recognize that Latin America and the Caribbean united may have a firmer position for a COP30 in Belém that is very successful. And that is why I would now like to share a second reflection. Let us recognize that for climate combat, Latin America and the Caribbean has not been united. But the idea is that this sort of session organized by ECLAC is when we can find elements in common for an agenda of Latin America and the Caribbean, considering that one country of the region is the host of the COP meeting. What is it that unites us to have a united voice like Latin America and the Caribbean for COP30? And this brings me to a third reflection before giving an introduction that will allow the panelists to speak of their topics. We are all with and for Brazil for a very successful COP meeting. We believe this COP determines the future of the climate discussion that is also linked to the future of humanity, making no exaggeration. When we speak of climate change, we are speaking of one of the threats, the greatest threats to humanity, and that will unfortunately accompany us in the future. And so we need to be with and for Brazil for a successful COP30. Having said that, and before introducing the panel, I would like to reflect some things, not only to frame our discussion, but also identify common elements for the agenda of Latin America and the Caribbean. And then we will introduce the panelists, a fairly balanced panel in terms of different representations of different origins, the states, civil society, in businessmen, academia, which I believe will make a fairly sound contribution to this debate. So allow me to briefly share a few reflections as to what should we do or how should we contribute to COP30 in Belém do Pará be successful. First, we must reach the COP30 in Brazil to strengthen the narrative on climate change. Unfortunately, there are some negative voices, but we cannot deny what's evident. Climate change exists, it hits us, and especially the most vulnerable. And the science, what would our inaction mean in relation to climate change? So this must be something that reaffirms our narrative in relation to climate change. And then we must reach COP30 to progress. COPs are spaces for discussion, multilateral and negotiation that are sustained in what has been achieved until the prior COP. So these are spaces for continuous progress. We have mandates to meet at COP30 in Brazil. Brazil is very clear regarding the agenda to be developed, losses and damages, adaptation, elements linked to the roadmap from Maputo to Belém, among others. And we must get there in the spirit of making progress. And especially, we must move on to implementation. This has been said by the Ambassador André Durea do Lago, who is the incoming president of COP30, that we must implement. People want to see the states implementing, not just negotiating, but implementing what has been achieved. And I think that there is a major task in implementing what has been achieved in the balance, global balance of the United Arab States, the stock taking. There is a series of recommendations that oblige the state to implement this domestically, but also as part of the celebration of a COP meeting, such as coming in Brazil at the end of this year. And fourth, at a time, we cannot deny this situation, when multilateralism is, one way or another, under threat or questioned, we must confirm that there is no space but the multilateral space to advance and progress with our strategies and actions to address climate change. We are going to the COP meeting to strengthen the multilateral approach, the approach based on cooperation and collaboration. And then the fifth point, the COP meeting has been, and in Berlin, will be a highly participatory space. Since the COP20 was held in Lima, this was a matter of pride when they had a agenda from Lima to Paris. And this participation that we see in COP meetings is what we must continue to strengthen. But there is no multilateralism more active than what permits participation by all players, and Brazil is committed to this. And this brings me to something that is very important. COP meetings, although they seem to be merely political spaces, they are also space for economic decisions. If something we've learned in relation to climate change over the years is that political decisions feed the economic dynamics, and economic dynamics feeds back into the political space. And so we must use the COP meeting to show how much the sectoral transitions in energy industry, environments built is actually occurring, and how much of that economic dynamics is unstoppable and is able to even exceed any political threat that the process may encounter. But in turn, COP is an inclusive space. It is a space where we can show what inaction actually means. What does it mean for small island states that are threatened by climate change? If they don't act, what happens with the most vulnerable groups? How can we strengthen the gender agenda? How can we even bring the voice of youth? And this is something that the COP30 will do. And in turn, it is a space for discussion on how to mobilize resources. There is no action without sufficient financial backing. And we do know that Brazil, although this is not part of the COP agenda, but President Lula is committed to the Tropical Forest Facility, a financial initiative that will allow us to more than control, turn around deforestation in tropical areas, the Amazon Basin, the Congo Basin, and of the Eurocom in the Southeast Asia. And I will conclude by saying that COP30 is obviously also a space for synergies because it's in the Amazon. It's a space where the agenda achieved by our friends in Colombia will join up with the climate change well developed by our friends in Brazil. And it is this union, this synergy, that we will determine a common agenda that will connect climate and nature effectively. And there are many tools for these synergies to prosper and be seen in future. And so, in this sense, it is also a moment to strengthen sustainable development goals. Because I welcome that ECLAC be organizing events such as this in order to speak of SDGs, because what this confirms is the relevance of these processes and the long-term approach. And sometimes I think the SDGs as a concept began in 1987 with the publication of Our Common Future, confirmed in Rio in 92, and were decided in Rio +20 that they would be adopted, and they were adopted in 2015, and it's now been 10 years since then. And I believe that these discussions help to see not only how we have progressed, but also what is the contribution by Latin America for the post-SDG moment. How do we believe that they should be written and described, these goals, after 2030? And so I think this is a discussion that we must already have. And so those are the elements the relevant ones when we think of the meeting today, and once again work everyone for Brazil, for Latin America, the Caribbean, proud of what it's done and what it can continue doing. Having said this, I now want to introduce the first panelist, the ambassador of Brazil to Chile, Mr. Paulo Roberto Suarez Pacheco, that I'm sure will explain what does a Latin America and Caribbean united with a sound agenda and voice going to the COP meeting, contributing to the success of COP 30 in Belém do Pará. Ambassador.
Thank you, Chair, for your introduction and for the words and support to COP30, and also to remind us about the role of Latin America from the beginning of the process, creating awareness on climate change. Brazil is prepared to hold the 30th Conference of the Parties of the Framework Convention of the United Nations on Climate Change in Belém, state of Pará. Here we have the Vice Minister of Tourism of Brazil. She's present here and she comes from Belém, and she can very well represent the venue of the next COP. COP30 will have to represent a point of inflection with progress in the 5 pillars of the climate system: mitigation, adaptation, financing, technology, and capacity building. In fact, science directs to COP 28 of Dubai and 29 that was in Azerbaijan last year, and COP 30. All of these are decisive moments in our fight against climate change. Under the chair of the United Arab Emirates, COP 28 provided historical results, including an unprecedented signal that we will abandon fossil fuels. In spite of some developed countries, COP29 complied with its legal mandate to define a new objective of collective financing of the fight against climate change for developing countries. In the global mobilization against climate change, we need to align and mobilize all the stakeholders, public and private resources, in the urgent objective of promoting a low carbon and resilient development. In fact, COP30 needs to promote the strengthening of international cooperation and world climate governance in the context of sustainable development always, and efforts to eradicate poverty. Likewise, it is crucial for the collective set of new contributions determined at national level in DCs of each country will integrate global efforts in order to limit the rise of temperature to 1.5 degrees Celsius in order to prevent the occurrence of extreme climate events like the floods, for example, that took place in the Brazilian state of Rio Grande do Sul last year, in order to guarantee an average rise in temperature, that the rise will not exceed 1.5 degrees Celsius. Developed countries should advance the climate neutral objectives of 2050 to bring them to 2040, whilst developing countries should try to present new commitments with absolute objectives for the whole economy. During COP29, Brazil presented a new round of climate commitments within the framework of the Paris Accord. Its new contribution nationally determined with a reduction of greenhouse gases between 59% and 67% for 2035 compared to the levels of 2005, embracing all the sectors of the economy and all types of greenhouse emission gases. And therefore, Brazil is aligned with the objectives of the Paris Accord of limiting global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius and the objective of Brazil of climate neutrality for 2050. The national implementation of the NDC will be guided by the climate plan with 7 sectoral plans in order to reduce emissions and 16 for the adaptation to climate impact. Beyond its climate objective, NDC for 2035 reflects the determination of Brazil to mark the beginning of a new paradigm for development that will bring together the ambitions of economic prosperity, social justice, and climate leadership. As I've said, COP30 should represent a point of inflection, and the results of Baku will allow COP30 to set the transition from the phase of negotiation of the Convention for Climate Change to a focus centered in the effective implementation of mitigation, adaptation, financing, technology, and capacity building actions. Described as the COP of climate financing, the COP29 complied with its main legal mandate on the collective objective of climate financing, NCQG. The NCQG includes an objective of mobilizing $300 billion US dollars per year for 2035 for developing countries, as well as the objective of mobilization of $1.3 billion US dollars per year, with a mandate for the Azerbaijan's chair of COP will lead the road to $1.3 billion in line with the approach of Brazil's chair of the G20 last year and financial integration and climate agendas. Brazil and Azerbaijan will have the task of leading jointly with the parties and different interested groups the roadmap of Baku Berlin to 1.3, with the purpose of mobilizing the necessary $1 billion in order to guarantee just climate transitions in developing countries. According to the agreement, this effort will be led by developed countries, but will bear in mind the amounts coming from all the available sources, including the private sector, multilateral development banks as well. This new objective replaces the commitment of developed countries that was signed in 2009 and without a proof of compliance of mobilizing $1 billion a year starting 2020. Finally, Brazil understands that the path towards a fair transition are directly related to the promotion of sustainable development and the eradication of poverty, just like the strengthening of adaptation and climate resilience. Thus, we will seek to achieve positive, tangible results in the corresponding negotiations. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ambassador Suarez Pacheco. And at the end of the session, I will try to integrate and summarize some comments. But one central idea raised by Ambassador, COP30 needs to be an inflection point. And once deliberations are provided, let us all think on how to contribute for that point of inflection with must do it, quote unquote, must, in order to achieve those results. Thank you, Ambassador. Now, let me now give the floor to the Minister of Housing, Land and Maintenance of Barbados, Dwight G. Sutherland. And look, he's the Minister of Housing, and the agenda is cities, but of an island state that we know. You strongly suffer the threats of climate change with the presence of extreme climate events and the rise of the sea level.
Thank you, Chair Manuel. Honorable delegates, esteemed panelists, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it's my privilege to join you today not only as Minister of Housing, Lands and Maintenance of Barbados, but also the President of Minerva, as we discuss one of the most pressing challenges of our time, the climate crisis and sustainable development in Caribbean and Latin America. I think we can agree that we're no longer dealing with mere climate change. We are confronting a crisis. As Prime Minister of Barbados, the Honorable Mayor Amor Mortley, a global champion for small island developing states in this fight, has stated, and I quote her, "The climate crisis is our biggest threat, but in crisis, there's also opportunity. Investing now to adapt to the climate crisis not only fosters resilience, but also unlocks youth potential for economic growth and job creation," unquote. Ladies and gentlemen, COP30 therefore presents a key opportunity to bridge climate commitments with sustainable development strategies and to ensure that climate finance is effectively mobilized to drive meaningful change. The Bridgetown Initiative, a global reform agenda that gained prominence at COP27, the Paris Summit, and COP28 have evolved into the Bridgetown Initiative 3.0. I would have mentioned the Bridgetown Initiative in previous fora at Minerva, and some progress has been made. Achievements include the creation of the Resilience and Sustainable Trust by the IMF, a commitment to rechannel over US $100 billion in special drawing rights by the G20 countries, the launch of a loss and damage fund at COP28 with initial commitments of US $700 million, and reforms by multilateral development banks to support debt swaps, increase lending, and the inclusion of natural disaster clauses, or as we would say, climate resilient debt clauses. While these achievements are lauded, it is evident that more needs to be done on the global front. Challenges include slow and insufficient global efforts to restructure sustainable debt, and the need, as you heard earlier, for US $500 billion a year in additional official lending to address the climate crisis and achieve the sustainable development goals, and high interest rates and maturing debt creating unsustainable debt service. Ladies and gentlemen, the Bridgetown Initiative 3.0 continues to push for urgent financial reforms, securing endorsements from several developed nations and international financial institutions. It focuses on addressing climate finance, debt restructuring, and sustainable development by reshaping the global financial systems to better support vulnerable nations. I'm sure that the Bridgetown Initiative 3.0 will feature in discussions at COP30 in Berlin in November this year. I will now focus briefly on my country, Barbados, and the Caribbean. In my government's recent budgetary proposals in March, one of the four major areas identified was building resilience into our economy against climate shocks. The intention is to build resilience ahead of a disaster in order to minimize social and economic dislocation and the attending costs. Some of the adaptation measures and strategies include the approval of a disaster risk financing policy that was created, negotiations with the World Bank for a development policy loan with catastrophe deferred drawdown options, hereafter referred to as CAT-DDO. And this CAT-DDO is a contingent financial line that provides immediate liquidity following a natural catastrophe, including natural disasters and public health emergencies caused by a biological event. Funds become available for disbursement after the drawdown trigger. Typically, the country's declaration of a state of emergency is met. The other area, additionally, prearranged financing done with the Inter-American Development Bank's contingent credit facility of US $80 million in the event that it is required. Discussions are soon to commence with CAF Bank, the Development Bank for Latin America and the Caribbean, to put a similar facility in place. We went further in our budget to repurpose what we call the catastrophe fund. This catastrophe fund, as it is currently structured, only contemplates expenditure post-disaster. As mentioned earlier, the intent is to build resilience prior to disaster. Hence, the fund is being made fit for purpose and has been renamed the Resilient and Regeneration Fund. And here's some example of what we included in our budget for this new fund. We provide financial aid to eligible persons and qualifying businesses in need of such aid as a result of a catastrophe. We further went on to mitigate against or remedy adverse effect of a catastrophe by providing finance for resilience building activities, and fourth, but by no means, providing finance for regeneration building activities, and that includes the circular economy. I should add that from today, the 1st of April, a number of measures are being reinforced with the fund and will take effect. I will name a few. The fund will be allowed to accept grants, donations at large, or donations from specific projects. Other financial resources, including pledges from planning gains to accelerate resilient and regeneration activities. And we have even gone further to allocate up to 0.25% of previous calendar year nominal GDP into the Resilient and Regeneration Fund. And for the purpose of achieving resilience targets, the provision for the rebuilding, regeneration, or repair of houses, defined as chattel houses, will be expanded to include houses constructed not only from wood, but from wall and wood and other materials. The Barbados 2035 investment plan outlines a comprehensive investment strategy aimed at fostering economic growth, social well-being, and climate resilience. The plan outlines 12 investment priorities with specific projects. I won't get into them today. The investment plan builds on the existing policies and frameworks and take into account the nationally determined contributions under the Paris Climate Agreement and the international commitments, notably the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. For example, in line with Barbados's NDC, one of the planned 12 investment priorities is to achieve 100% renewable power generation by 2035 and to reduce greenhouse gas emissions across all sectors to as close to zero as possible. Another priority is to replenish and upgrade Barbados's housing stock to become more climate resilient through a combination of private and public investments. Those of you who attend Minerva would have heard me speak about the Blue-Green Bank, which was launched in July 2024. Initially, the bank will target 3 priority sectors that have been identified under Barbados's government resilience strategy, and these are renewable energy, climate resilient infrastructure and housing, and water conservation. Ladies and gentlemen, building resilience through climate financing is not the only method by which the Caribbean and Latin America countries must seek to address its sustainable development goals. I move to Latin America. Latin America is the most urbanized region in the developing world, and cities play a major role in the fight against climate crisis. Many central areas in the region's cities face deterioration and abandonment, which led to vast vacant lots and derelict and abandoned and underutilized buildings. We must safeguard against our cities becoming Coney Islands. Barbados faces a similar situation and is creating an urban transformation fund for the regeneration of urban corridors of Barbados. So far, the African Export-Import Bank has pledged US $3.5 million to the soon-to-be established fund to improve housing conditions of persons living in the city of Bridgetown, and where the headquarters of this bank will be located. Additionally, one of the major hotel brands under construction in our capital, Bridgetown, has also pledged US $1 million to the fund. Through sustainable urban renewal, we must convert derelict and vacant lots that can be turned public and social nuisances into functional, economically viable, and environmentally responsible assets. Barbados now has 15,000 vacant lots and derelict properties that, if brought back into use, could reduce the need for urban expansion. I mentioned earlier the African Export-Import Bank. Just let me tell you that recently, I had the privilege of handing over land to the African Export-Import Bank in Barbados. Barbados will become the hub for US $700 billion from the African Export-Import Bank for Latin America and the Caribbean region. They have entered our country as a hub where their offices will be located. And in addition to the offices, they'll build a hotel and a trade center that will benefit the Caribbean and Latin America to the tune of US $150 million. Notwithstanding what I've said, my country have introduced a new Planning and Development Act, which make provision for planning gains. And this is very important, where persons who want to conduct large-scale development will contribute in either land or cash or both towards national development, including urban renewal projects. Furthermore, we have amended the Health Services Act, which allows us to collect fees when lots are not kept tidy. And if the situation continues, eventually government will be able to make use of the property. These are some innovative methods that we're using. In the effort to reduce our carbon footprint, some cities are utilizing green transport system. My country is moving away from fossil fuel public transport and have invested in a fleet of 80 electric buses with a plan to procure further 50 during the new financial year. So that will make it 130 electric buses, a shift fundamentally away from the utilization of fossil fuel to fuel public transport. The duties and taxes on the importation of electric cars have been waived for a period of 2 years to encourage businesses and private persons to buy electric vehicles. Every building, residential or otherwise, has the right to place solar panels on its roof to generate electricity. At least one green space has been created in the urban corridor, where a derelict national insurance building and a fire service headquarters once stood. In the view of the small size of Barbados, the types of housing being designed will increase density to increase the number of persons living in our city in resilient and affordable housing. Meanwhile, Barbados has developed the concept, where it harnesses the power of the sun by placing solar panels on roofs and selling the power produced to the national grid. The income generated from the roof will cover the cost of infrastructure in new developments and improve facilities in existing developments, so that the cost of housing will be reduced as persons now only pay for the cost of construction. As the end, ladies and gentlemen, these are just some examples of what is being undertaken at the global level in Barbados to mitigate against the climate crisis, to build resilience, and transform our urban environment. Housing challenges are not unique to Barbados and the Caribbean, but to the entire region of the Latin America and the Caribbean. We face the climate hazards such as earthquakes, hurricane, storm surge, and sea level rise. Our geopolitical strategies must leverage on the possibility of finding solutions to unite the region around housing our people, every last one, so that no one is left behind. We must act now to safeguard our future and ensure a livable planet for generations to come. I look forward to engaging in this critical discussion and working together to ensure that our commitments translate into concrete actions and measurable progress. I thank you.
Muchas gracias, ministro Sutherland.
Thank you very much, Minister, and thank you so much for strengthening the concept of resilience and also for recognizing Latin America as a highly urbanized region that must work towards urban sustainability. Thank you so much. I now hand over to Macarena Sanchez, who is Director of Marketing and Ambiente from Patagonia. It's very interesting to have a panelist from the private sector here who efficiently holds and joins the weather together with business principles. Macarena, you have the floor. Thank you. Good afternoon. It's an honor to participate here in this panel because we cannot forget the urgency of climate change and looking for solutions through dialogue, participation with an intersectorial mindset. Now, I'd like to talk about something. I'd like to show you how business can be profitable and also favorable to the environment and to our weather. I'd like to start out with our mission. We are a company with a purpose. This is a business that aims to be profitable, but not at all costs. No. Patagonia, just to give you some background information, is a company from California, that was founded in 1972, inspired in our region, in the south of our continent, producing clothes for sports. Right now, Patagonia has a 1.5 million income level. It's present in 57 countries and has, for more than 50 years, led the outsource clothing market. Patagonia was born as of a group of mountain climbers and surfers who love nature. This love for nature has indeed allowed us to look closely into the impact of climate change in our ecosystems. We have witnessed when we go into the mountains how the glaciers are melting and how we see that the different habitats are diminishing because of industrialization. We therefore know about the very close relationship between the care for wildlife and urban centers. Without ecosystems healthy, we could not have prosperous industrial centers. So let me tell you how we have gone about with this 50-year-old experiment. First of all, from the beginning, we have tried to pay taxes to the planet for the damage that we are bringing in because of our businesses. In 2002, we founded the initiative 1% for the Planet, delivering 1% of our sales to grassroots organizations that are catering for the land, looking for a more healthy environment. This initiative has now 5,400 members in 60 countries, donating more than $500 million to organizations throughout the world. Another important thing is how to keep our own house tidy. We always take a look at our footprint. We look at the workers, our plants, and the final product as delivered to the final consumer. 90% of our footprint is concentrated in the plants and in the production of raw material. We are technically and economically providing support in order to fully decarbonize these plants so that they will be 100% using renewable energy and become carbon neutral by 2040. So on the one hand, we try to manufacture a product as excellent as possible. But as you may recall, that in 2002 there was an announcement from Patagonia saying, "Do not buy this jacket because." The first thing that we have to do is encourage people from buying what they don't really need, trying to have an educated consumer caring for the products that we wear, preparing, reuse, and finally recycling. We have a free program of repair. Our products are made so that they can be prepared. And we have also tried to take care of the garment during the whole of its life. We also fund different initiatives, startups that aim to fight climate change as well. Here in these slides, you see the company Bureo. They are in Talcahuano, Chile. They transform the fishing nets that pollute our oceans in order to produce cloth that in turn we use for our clothes. And this is a jacket that is proudly being used by myself, made of these nets. Now, in every endeavor, we have also made money. So that doesn't mean that we cannot be both at the same time, responsible and profitable. Since we have limited resources, one of the examples are our surf suits. As you can see in this picture, they're free of neoprene. They don't have fusible foils. They are made with a technology that is called ULEAX. Quite clearly, this involved a pretty big investment, but that is paid off in time, manifold. We have given one step ahead when our company that was founded by Gutierrez Marta went into its 50th anniversary, and he decided to make a donation to Planet Earth. And this is done through Hope Pack Collective, an organization. And since 2022, all of the capital that our company has made as profit after paying all of the bonus for our staff are used to protect the ecosystems throughout the world. We are fully aware of the urgency in detain deforestation. We're also aware that 90% of deforestation throughout the world takes place in the tropic and subtropical areas. And also the Chilean and Argentinian Patagonia involve a unique ecosystem where we can find powerful responses to fight climate change. Thanks to our new structure, we now participate with an international partnership trying to protect 130,000 hectares of forest in the north of the Chilean Patagonia in Cochamo, in the lake city, in the lake area. If this comes through, we will be able to forge a biological corridor in the south of Chile and Argentina. And I close with this example, showing the importance that we work in different social venues with dynamism, mainstreaming this, whereby beyond our differences, we'll work together to care for our home, planet Earth. Thank you. Thank you, Macarena. And I'd like to reinforce, although at the end I will make a summary, but it's important to recognize that all of us, from our own perspective, may work with a common purpose. And this is very important because this is what can bring us all together into this single agenda. And I'd like to supplement saying that this is a fantastic panel, not just because this is an excellent topic, because you're all very punctual. That is excellent. So now I will bring in Daniel Segel. You have, and he is the coordinator of the Ecclesiastic Network on Justice and Peace from Patria Grande. This is very interesting and very much related to the Catholic Church, but I have a good friend of mine who is also related to the interreligious movements. And this has been very instrumental in the climate debate. This debate has joined the different faiths towards a single purpose. And now we have the encyclical Laudato Si, and we also have Laudato Cum with the apostolic chair. So, Daniel, you have the floor. Thank you for that introduction. And I also would like to mention Elias from the Interreligious Network, CELAN, and the Caritas from Latin America are also participants. Yesterday, we had a meeting to talk precisely on the contribution of churches to a dialogue on faith and science. I'd like to start out by calling on the health of Pope Francisco. He is a great world leader striving for balance and also with a comprehensive ecology. This is a concept that we in Latin America have been talking about with the native peoples and different ethnic groups. We have to hear and learn from our ancestral communities, and this is precisely what we're doing. In Brazil, the church is mobilizing because of COP30. And this is the one that is protagonist for the Latin American action. And I'd like to freely speak out now. Ambassador Barcelona, I am Brazilian, and in Brazil we have a very important task to play because of Escazú. Civil society knows that all Latin and Caribbean countries should do so through our parliaments, trying to get this to be approved. We know that the Amazons, where COP30 is to be held, is precisely the place where we have the largest numbers of leaders that have been murdered and killed. So this agreement also has to do with raising the flag to that situation. And I do so from civil society. This is the symbol of our mobilization. And this is part of a longer text on preparation towards COP30. Here we have jotted down some of ideas on the mobilization that we want. We have a team devoted to education, political impact, and preparation. We see preparation as a road towards ecological change, transformation, and resistance to the lying or false resilience proposals. We know that the COP in Brazil is a historic call so that the churches may also help out with prophecy and with their commitment towards a social environmental justice. And naturally, going against these false initiatives as has been done by our Pope Francisco. We do know that this path brings in many solutions, but solutions that are not long-lasting. Here we are quite clear that Brazil and other countries that one of the largest producers of fossil fuels, but we have to follow the initiatives to reduce fossil fuels use. And I'm very happy by the words of Ambassador Pacheco just now. During the climate collapse that we're going through, it's very serious to use profit from oil extraction when we're talking about the energy transition without a full commitment in their own operations. So as of the year 2000, the narrative of sustainable development has been replaced by the idea of a green economy as pushed on by some governments and multilateral agencies. A green economy is a change in the system, and it is a technical instrumental rationale at the service of ecological restriction of capitalism. But it does not face the true causes of the exploitation of a consumption model that is still making the wheel turn. So we have to change this. We have to go forward. And here we bring solutions that are weak, amongst them the financing of nature. It's almost like an authorization to continue doing as we have, to continue to pollute. We cannot take over the land of the native people based on the argument that the planet can continue with this exploitation and pollution. The predatory mining, talking about the energy transition as an argument, is not so. In Brazil, well, I know much of Brazil, and I know some countries in Latin America as well, but some places are completely degraded, destroyed because of the rare ore that is being exploited. We also see clean energies, supposedly clean energies, but that are costing the lives of many people in our territories. Equally serious for us is the energy monoculture. When we see replacement to fossil fuels, yes, but escalating a production that use poison, toxic chemicals that pollute the water and the soil, and in the long term bring in incurable diseases, getting people to suffer, especially those in the rural area. And all of this will perpetuate the exploitation, ignoring the need for a deeper, more structural solution. The answer to climate change does not lie in going through another format of the same model of capitalist exploitation, having continue with the technographic paradigm that reduces human lives and the other beings as mere numbers to be extinguished. As Pope Francisco said in his recently Laudato Deo discourse. So here we bring our own view of mobilization. What is essential that we bring as a path towards COP30, and the protection of territory is equally important. We must be able to guarantee that the native people are sovereign. All farmers, small farmers are in that same group. Secondly, equality with responsibility, differentiated responsibilities. Thirdly, the rejection of funding nature. Life does not have a price. The transformation of the economic system, we heard about this in the morning. Radical fight towards deforestation, security and protection to our cities. As we heard from the minister from Barbados, that is the right of cities. And that brings in many groups that are making violence as a business, and then human lives at the center, as well as the rights of Mother Earth, or Pachamama, as we call it. So the roads, the different paths towards ecologic transformation brings in the concept of the happy sobriety, as Macarena talked about. That is something that Pope Francis has talked about. 10 years ago, he calls this the ecological conversion and the new lifestyle based on the equilibrium of happy sobriety. This does not mean only economic and political structures to be changed. It involves a change in community, in persons, a cultural, spiritual change. And that is why our proposal also has to do with cultural change, sobriety as a resistance to consumerism, a change towards ecological conversion and the strengthening of local communities and territorial communities.
So, as we see, we can always also in 2025 materialize this, and that is why it was called as the Jubilee of Hope by Pope Francis. So the deaths may be turned around, and preparation for COP30 is prophetical for us to overcome these false climate solutions and announce the hope of a new society based on justice, universal fraternity, and all creatures and caring our common house, our planet. And so I inform everyone that we have an agenda of mobilizations, and now in Belém we have 3 COPs: pastorals, dioceses, Catholic schools, and then in the northeast in July, in the southern region, Las Pampas, and then the east, Minas Gerais, also in July, and lastly, in the center-west of Brazil in August. During my time here, there are people in Bogota preparing strategically the path so that we could have 10 communities of faith making an effective contribution to these changes. And we have great expectations regarding participation in Belém. And once the democratic atmosphere shows that it is possible to hear the demonstrators, men, women, young people, we have groups that are mobilized in order to hear the voice of the people, be heard, and their ancestral wisdom. Thank you very much. I thank Daniel Seidel, and before opening up and urging everyone to actively take part, as I announced, I would like to share a few ideas that I've heard in this panel and to inspire our dialogue. I think that in more than one intervention, it has been highlighted that for Latin America, it is so important to strengthen the principle that has guided climate combat of not leaving anyone behind. That is, the process that moves towards facing climate change with technology, viable solutions, but leaving no one behind. And I think this is a key point. Also, Latin America recognizes that climate crisis, especially for small island states and Caribbean countries, is the main threat to their development and future. And we must take this into account. I also believe we all agree, and so I heard this morning, that the climate process faces threats geopolitical, from the geopolitical situation in the planet. And we, in COP30, must show that the Paris Agreement and climate change is sufficiently resilient to these threats. The resilience of the climate discussion is essential to COP30. And as was mentioned, we say COP30 is the turning point. It must be. And also, we're 5 years from finishing what we call the decisive decade, where we had committed to celebrate with a reduction of at least 55% of emissions. And so we need to cooperate with this and see COP30 as an opportunity for the planet, of course, yes, but also for the region. So COP30 is a great opportunity for the region. But for that to come about, we must understand that it is very important in the climate discussion to maintain our vision. What Ambassador Suarez Pacheco said is very important. 1.5, with all its difficulties, is the threshold that we've considered, and carbon neutrality is our aim to be achieved, and there is no doubt about it. But for that to be possible, we need to increase our mission. And Latin America, this is a call. We are in the cycle when the world is waiting for us to present our nationally determined contributions with a great ambition. The term is this year, and COP30 will receive a great drive. All countries of Latin America and the Caribbean are capable of presenting their NDCs ambitiously for everyone. And that will allow the new paradigm for development. And in fact, we're moving towards an approach focused on implementation. And we've heard a lot of comments on climate financing. The roadmap for the $1.3 billion is essential, not only in terms of structure and architecture, but also the effective mobilization of resources. And also we've heard talk of mechanisms such as countries of the Caribbean for resilience, effective mechanisms for resilience which are essential, mechanisms that are more efficient for losses and damages, debt swaps that begin operating for climate change, and also the need for the financial reform of the financial sector, among others. I will conclude by saying that resilience is not a minor goal. It must be on a par with mitigation and reduction of emissions because it affects the most vulnerable countries. And so financing for resilience is also central. And considering that Latin America and the Caribbean is a highly urbanized region, the Sustainable Development Agenda for cities is essential. And we must continue to involve the private sector. The private sector at this COP must show that it is sufficiently mature, that the financial process is sufficiently mature to overcome any political difficulty that the process may encounter. And so other topics such as promoting participation, purposes such as Brazil's of stopping deforestation must also be part of the agenda. So I thank all panelists, and now I would like to invite you for active participation by the delegations. Please raise your name tag to know who is asking for the floor, be able to recognize you. I don't know why I've said that because I really don't see anything here, but Costa Rica, Cuba, and then Mexico. Please, Costa Rica. Well, thank you. And first of all, I would like to greet the moderator. It is a pleasure to have a former COP president here with us and the panelists, Ambassador Paula Pacheco, Minister of Barbados, and also the representatives of the private sector and civil society. And the Secretariat, of course, the Executive Secretary, and Jimena, who's also with us. So we begin by congratulating Brazil as the host of COP30 at a key time when, on the one hand, we're celebrating 10 years since the signing of the Paris Agreement, but also, as has been said here, the climate agenda is being affected by global geopolitical movements. In my intervention, I would like to highlight 3 points. First, Costa Rica's commitment to sustainable development, preservation, and the fight against climate change. We have an NDC that is compatible to the global target of the Paris Agreement, 1.5, and as the ambassador of Brazil said, that all our NDCs should be sufficiently ambitious and compatible with that global target of the accord. And so this is important to have coherent climate policies that are in line with our international commitments. And also, we also have ambitious targets to achieve carbon neutrality by 2050, and we have an energy matrix with 99 to 100% renewables since for more than a decade now. Our next NDC will deal with transport sector emissions, which is one of our main challenges still pending. The second thing I would like to address, and that has been mentioned here, is the relevance of the topic of financing. We do recognize the importance of the lane roadmap and the relevance of beginning its implementation. As has been said here, we need a series of important commitments, and these resources should be available as of 2035, according to COP29. And so we consider that climate financing for developing countries is crucial because the impact of climate change continues to rise and affecting the poorest and most vulnerable. If we take into account the total emissions in Latin America and the Caribbean, they represent only 8% of global emissions. However, our countries are drastically affected by the increase in the frequency and intensity of climate events, and particularly the area of Central America is among the 10 most vulnerable in the planet to the impact of climate change. And so therefore, we believe that at COP30, one of the priorities should be the process for implementation, defining the appropriate mechanisms for access to financial resources within the framework agreed on during COP29, and which will allow increasing climate action and global resilience for all countries, particularly developing countries. And likewise, these resources will be key to implement NDCs that we are expecting will be renewed ambitiously. And lastly, I would like to highlight one element already mentioned here, that is the relevance of maintaining, strengthening the participatory process represented by COPs, with the inclusion of civil society organizations as well as the private sector. Because this has a mobilizing impact that goes beyond the intervention by countries, cities, organizations, and also each one of us to contribute to eradicate or overcome this climate crisis and the treble environmental crisis that is affecting us all. Thank you. Thank you, Costa Rica, and I thank you for that constant commitment. Now, before handing over to the representative of Cuba, I would like to say, after ending the round by delegations, the floor is open for UN agency system and for the civil society. But to meet the strict timetable, we should keep to no more than 3 minutes per intervention. In that sense, I do beg of you to be strict. Cuba is recognized. Thank you. I thank you and the panelists for their comments. Addressing climate change is a priority for Cuba, reflected in the National Economic and Social Development Plan for 2030 and our state plan for addressing climate change. not because we liked it, calling Padilla Bien, but entailing concrete actions in terms of implementation, mitigation, reduction. We've also always maintained principles based on the defense of the interests of the countries of the South, the development and backing of the principle of common responsibilities, but differentiated. The developed countries must take on the leadership to reduce emissions and provide the means for implementation necessary for developing countries. Cuba presented its new NDC until 2035 in February this year, and is one of the few countries to have met the term in the first quarter of the year. All of this is despite the economic restrictions aggravated by the impact of the economic, commercial, and financial blockade imposed by the USA and the reinstatement of Cuba in the unilateral list of states that sponsor terrorism. We believe that NDCs should be examined within the context of common responsibilities, but differentiate our parties to the convention, which implies that the capacity of developing countries to materialize the consecution of aims each time more ambitious and address climate change is directly proportional to the access to financial resources, the transfer of technology, and capacity building that increasingly must be contributed by developed countries in line with their obligations set forth in the Framework Convention and the Paris Agreement. And we see as very limited the overall outcomes of COP29 held in November 24 in Bakuba. The new financial target quantified was very much below the requirements for climate change in developing countries. It was evident the trend of developed countries to avoid the responsibilities, historical responsibilities, and transferring the burden of commitments in terms of mitigation and provision of means of implementation for developing countries. We are hoping that the so-called Baku roadmap to Belém will translate into an initiative that truly contributes to extending financing for developing countries. The roadmap should include the practical way of addressing existing barriers for access to financing by developing countries, including the cost of capital and restricted fiscal space. U.S. exit from the Paris Agreement is an important setback in global efforts and commitments to face climate change, given the weight of that country as the main historical emitter of GHGs. And this presupposes a deep blow for international financing in terms of addressing climate change. And we advocate for the success of the next COP30 meeting to be held under the leadership of Brazil next November, and that this may contribute to correct the current trend that undermines the sustainability of climate architecture of today. Likewise, we're hoping to satisfactorily conclude with the determination of the indicators that will make it possible to measure implementation, the global framework for adaptation, and focusing on the work program for a fair transition that cannot be unhitched from the context to find sustainable development and the eradication of poverty in countries of the South, and also the effective capitalization of the fund for losses and damages caused by climate change. Thank you. I thank the representative of Cuba, and now the representative of Mexico, Trinidad and Tobago, and then Colombia, and then we will move on to the UN agencies. The representative of Mexico is recognized. Thank you, Manuel Pulgar, for recognizing us. In fact, hopefully this could be a dialogue, and in this sense, I would like to pick up on some ideas shared by Mexico during their intervention in terms of financing for development, and especially to boost the agenda. One is development debt swaps that could be directly linked to climate action. And the other is how to align national budgets and SDGs. In this case, it is very important to align them with climate change. And Mexico has done this in their federation expenditure budget, and we are thinking that this could be continued so that the development agenda be very closely linked to our budgets, and which makes it necessary to have specific action. In general, well, Mexico has reaffirmed its commitment to global climate change during the COP29 in Baku, and we express our efforts made to reach net zero emissions by 2050, and within this framework we have begun to prepare the NDC in order to strengthen Mexico's climate ambitions. We're working on designing an absolute target for emission reduction with a necessary trajectory to restrict the rise of global temperature to 1.5 degrees. Likewise, major adaptation, promoting a national policy for adaptation.
Con la Ley General de Cambio Climático. In compliance with the law of climate change and establishing strategic measures to reduce vulnerability of communities, including actions on losses and damages. We believe there is an important agenda to implement. In the multilateral climate agenda, Mexico has promoted actively the incorporation of gender equality approaches and human rights in adaptation plans. That is, Mexico sees in the climate agenda the phase of women, girls, gender equality, and the recognition of all these differences, as well as groups in a situation of vulnerability, disabilities, migrants that immigrate as a result of climate change do have a true impact in this agenda. Likewise, we have promoted the integration of traditional and conventional knowledge of indigenous peoples. This is extremely valuable for the region. In traditional conventional knowledge, we have many adaptation lessons based on nature-based ecosystems. Let us not lose or waste that wealth in recovering the heap of traditional knowledge of the indigenous world. Mexico observes with concern the retrocession efforts in gender equality in international fora and commits to multilateralism with actions that will guarantee leadership and full participation of women in climate action. Likewise, we believe this is an ongoing dialogue where you need to have civil society organizations, stakeholders, and for this dialogue also, in our delegation, we have 5 representatives of civil society organizations, and hopefully we'll have an active participation in all of the debates. Finally, I would like to mention that we seek to expand the reach of the emissions trade system and develop a high environmental integrity system to facilitate regulations and generate incentives for those who are not regulated. Mexico has identified climate financing as a priority, and thus it adopted the 300,000 3 billion is still not enough to reach the goal of 1.5 degrees. Therefore, to include the private sector is very important. Also, we have displayed major efforts in the implementation of the Escazú agenda. We are very pleased to see all the leadership by ECLAC in order to promote the Escazú agenda. Thank you. Thank you, Representative of Mexico. And I began chairing this saying that Latin America and the Caribbean need to feel proud. And look, in the subjects presented by the representative of Mexico, there's so much that we can say. The largest experience in debt swaps is in Latin America and the Caribbean. Climate change and gender approach began in Lima And nature-based solutions was led by the representative of Costa Rica in Guinea a year ago, promoting a global dialogue. So much to say about the subject, and we need to build an agenda that will contribute with our colleagues from Brazil for COP30. Now, Trinidad and Tobago representative, please go ahead.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, good afternoon. Trinidad and Tobago extends greetings to the executive of ECLAC and appreciates the hospitality thus far for this forum. I also want to thank the delegates for your presentations. COP29 held in Azerbaijan took place amid record-breaking global temperatures in 2024, underscoring the urgency of stronger climate action. The conference prioritized climate finance, resulting in an agreement on a new collective quantified goal to mobilize at least US $1.3 trillion annually by 2035. Though immediate commitments secured at least US $300 billion per year for developing countries. Another key notable achievement was the establishment of a global carbon markets framework with clear operational rules for carbon trading and measures to ensure transparency and environmental integrity. Looking ahead to COP 2030 in Brazil, where discussions will focus on implementing financial commitments, refining carbon trading mechanisms, and strengthening support for climate adaptation and mitigation, Trinidad and Tobago has its own priorities and perspectives. In the build-up to COP 30, Trinidad and Tobago will continue to prioritize securing climate finance, strengthening adaptation efforts, and advancing just transition strategies to align with global climate goals while ensuring economic resilience. Given the agreement at COP29 on a new collective quantified goal for climate finance, Trinidad and Tobago will continue to advocate for accessible and predictable funding to support its climate actions, particularly for adaptation, mitigation, and capacity building. Additionally, engaging in discussions on carbon markets and technology transfer mechanisms will be crucial in leveraging opportunities for sustainable development while maintaining economic competitiveness. Furthermore, Trinidad and Tobago, though an oil and gas producer, still is a small island developing state, and we will continue to advocate for frameworks and the relevant financing that facilitate a just transition, ensuring that low-carbon economic pathways do not undermine energy security or socioeconomic stability. With COP30 set in the Amazon, the conference is expected to emphasize the links between climate change, biodiversity, and deforestation, focusing on nature-based solutions and sustainable development with a push for stronger global action on deforestation and land use. We note the COP30 President designates call for integrating climate, biodiversity, and sustainable development agendas, shifting discussions from negotiation to implementation to ensure real progress on past commitments. For Trinidad and Tobago, COP30's emphasis on the interconnections between climate change, biodiversity conservation, and sustainable development presents an opportunity to strengthen our own policies and international advocacy. As a small island developing state with rich biodiversity and unique ecosystems, my country will look at aligning climate action with nature-based solutions, particularly through the conservation and restoration of mangroves, forests, and coastal ecosystems, which serve as critical carbon sinks and buffers against climate impacts. Finally, we recognize that at the end of 2025, the world will be reflecting on the 10 years since the adoption of the Paris Agreement. This is a significant global milestone. Given that by 2025, all countries will have submitted their updated nationally determined contribution, outlining their climate action plans to reduce emissions and adapt to the impacts of climate change. We look forward to fruitful discussions on this key area of focus, examining how we can continue to raise the bar on climate ambition as countries head towards COP30. Thank you.
Muchas gracias a la representante de Trinidad y Tobago y por recordarnos la importancia de la integridad.
Thank you for recalling the integrity of carbon markets. Now I would like to give the floor to the representative of Colombia, and I think I can do it with the congratulations of Latin America and the Caribbean for all the progress in the agenda of biological diversity. It has been a very successful COP16 and calls for congratulations. Please go ahead. Thank you very much. Mr. Chair, I would like to thank the panel members. The different views and actions from different sectors show us how being united, different forces, different perspectives and approaches are the actions we need to face an unprecedented climate crisis, and thus we value significantly all the perspectives of private sector, civil society, different governments, and we consider all that very relevant. I would like to mention two priority issues for Colombia. One is, as mentioned before here, and thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, is the subject of synergies that should exist in the climate change and biodiversity agendas. We build on the achievements of biodiversity in COP16, where we promoted peace with nature, and we sought for integrating approaches allowing to have joint acceleration of the Paris Accord and Biodiversity Montreal Agreement. So we reaffirm our commitment with the search of synergies, and we want to move to and take to COP30 of Berlin. And the other topic mentioned also by different delegations is financing. For us, it is a priority that we may reduce the very high capital costs for developing countries, and especially those of our region, so that we may implement international commitments on climate and biodiversity, accessing to new quality resources. It is necessary then that we develop financial innovative mechanisms that will expand our fiscal space and will allow us to address the debt issues with solutions in agreement with our needs. Also, Colombia hopes our region to be prioritized in concessional resource allocation and grant-based. We are concerned that financing will not reflect the necessary ambition, and that could compromise our climate action capacity whilst our natural capital continues to be jeopardized by the adverse effects of climate change. We trust that COP30 will be a conference of action and effective implementation of the Paris Accord, that we move forward in establishing these roadmaps to Berlin, so that we may find concrete financing for developing countries, and thus ensuring those 1.3 annual billion per year, so as to achieve the reduction in emissions. And so we reaffirm our commitment with climate action. We offer to Brazil our cooperation for it to be a truly successful conference of the parties based on the implementation and action. Thank you very much. Thank you, Representative of Colombia. So we have exceeded our time, but I've taken note of the 5 next interventions. Please to be UN Habitat, FAO, UN Women, and UNDP. And then civil society, Maria Jose Nubertino. So we can have the next panel, and please UN Habitat, please. Thank you, Chair. We congratulate all the progress made by Brazil in our path to COP30. And also the subject of cities also be one to be promoted by Brazil in COP30, which is fundamental in a region where 80% of inhabitants live in cities, and for 2050 it will be 86%. We salute the effort of Minerva and Barbados to mobilize action and discussion on what is climate financing related to resilient housing and also climate action at city level. We reiterate what we have said in other international events, and that is the commitment of UN Habitat to accompany the chair of COP30 in the organization and facilitation. Ambassador Pablo of the ministerial meeting on urban development and climate change with ministers of the environment, ministers of housing and finance. And finally, UN Habitat makes available to all member states the working methodologies and international experiences to internalize, include, involve the subject of cities in the NDCs, as we are doing this in some countries. Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you, UN Habitat. And now I give the floor to the FAO representative. Thank you. FAO would like to express our full support to Brazil in organizing COP30 preparatory events before, during, and after. We're really underscoring agri-food systems, leaving no one behind. We know that here in the region, these agri-food systems play a key role in food and nutrition security, providing food to millions of people. It is also a central economic engine for our countries, particularly in rural areas where very small farmers and indigenous people, women live depending on this activity. However, as we know, these sectors, the climate change, the food, the loss of the diversity and the increasing inequality. In this context, we can make available to these countries the platform of climate action in PLACA, Latin America and the Caribbean, which is a technical and political space bringing countries of the region together to promote joint actions of adaptation and mitigation in the agricultural sector, the modernization of policies and articulation of national and regional efforts, strengthening the resilience of agri-food systems and contributing to a transition to more sustainable and inclusive production models, low in emissions. And therefore, this is chaired by Guatemala and FAO with the support of ECLAC. We are the secretariat for that. Thank you very much, FAO representative. And now I give the floor to the representative of UN Women. Thank you. It is an honor for UN Women to address the high authorities today. And of course, to continue collaborating with the government of Brazil, both with the Ministry of Equality and Ministry of Climate Change and all the authorities that do have a responsibility for COP. In view of this conference in our region, it is fundamental to reflect about gender perspectives in the central topics of the agenda, like NDCs, the new gender action plan and actions designed for adaptation, just transition and climate financing. The first thing we would like to highlight is that if these actions do not take into account and consider the specific needs and impacts, as well as the contributions of half of the population, it will be impossible for these proposed targets to be achieved. We know that women and girls face great gaps, whilst they experience the worst effects of the multiple environmental planet crisis due to the existing structural inequalities. Although climate change and disasters significantly affect human security, health, and environment, there is no doubt that climate change does not impact men and women on an equal basis, unless impoverished women that are in a greater vulnerability situation translated into higher risks. That is why from UN Women, we always say that climate action should address environmental crisis, climate change, biodiversity crisis, pollution and degradation of land, jointly with the gender inequalities, because there are both challenges to achieve SDGs. Climate change and the loss of biodiversity have intense impacts in women and girls, particularly in poor homes. Thus, it is necessary to transit to a new development model that jointly with ECLAC and the Regional Conference of Women, we have come to establish and fighting to have a society of care. And hopefully in Mexico, we will go deep into that at the Regional Women's Conference. We are working in an articulated way with the government of Brazil, and we hope that COP will be a great success. Thank you.
Thank you, UN Women. And you have opened the appetite for the next panel because it has to do with the anniversary of Beijing. Now, thank you very much. For us, it is indeed a pleasure to be here. We'd like to take advantage to say that the Forum of Environmental Ministers of Latin America and the Caribbean to be a meeting at the end of September, beginning of October, will include in its own agenda the preparation towards COP30. This is something very important as of the environmental authorities in the region. Precisely, the idea is to go looking for greater political cohesion in view of the negotiations in Belém at year-end. The ministers of the environment have allocated priority to the focus on water as an integrated one in order to bring together all agendas on climate, biodiversity, deforestation, desertification, and as a contribution to food, energy, water security in the region, and to face jointly all of the challenges in social protection that we have in the region. This is a critical focus, providing a new perspective to the discussions in view of adaptation and financing needs. We do hope that for the region, all authorities will bring this tremendous contribution for a very successful COP30. We at UN reaffirm our commitments to continue working with the chair, Brazil, and with all Latin American countries, because we know that this is to be a very successful meeting in terms of our own purposes. Thank you. Thank you. And now the last person. I'm sorry, we just don't have time. Maria José Lubertino from civil society. I am Maria José Lubertino from the Citizen Association for Human Rights, the feminist network from Latin America and the Caribbean. And I am here for the group on climate justice and civil society participation. Argentina. Since I'm the first one to hold the floor, from Argentina, let me express the sadness we in Argentina feel from civil society for not witnessing our flag in this plenary room. I would like to say that the Argentinian civil society is now more devoted than ever to the goals of the 2030 Agenda, towards the future compact, and that our values, our principles, our defense towards democracy and human rights is unwavering, always embracing our mothers from the Mayo Square. We respect this space here from UN, certainly. But let me say that the group of the mechanism related to climate change, we have many expectations on the COP number 30. Ever since the climate change conference, we've been working in the region together with UNEP and UN Women. We are doing all this, but we are concerned because we believe that the COP has been distorted. We say that there is a power for the companies that are into fossil fuels that are holding their ground. At the COP 30, under the leadership of President Lula, I'm sure that we will make headway. We congratulate the government of Colombia because from civil society, we certainly believe that we are well received in a government that knows that you can rule better when you do it hand in hand with civil society and with citizen participation. We do not want false ideas related to climate change. We don't want any further indebtedness to repair the damage that the extraction consumer model is created, especially in the northern part of the globe that affects us in the south. We want rather prevention policies so as to have an impact in a fair transition and in the change of model. We are no longer feeling the harmony with nature, so we support for the countries in the region a change in paradigm. We support that we in the south debate the change in paradigm with the north. ECLAC has been the flagship of such fantastic leadership and changes at global level. So we do trust that hand in hand with the Brazilian government, this future COP will bring in innovative ideas so that the change in model would bring us back to live in harmony with nature and with the native people. Our environmental defenders and human rights defenders, native people, Afro-descendants, and all women who are the ones who really work out on this in our territories. Altogether, we will bring in a cultural battle so that these other models do not prosper, especially in this new wave against the environment and against people with all our diversities. Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you. We don't have any time left, but we have been hearing carefully to all of the expressions here posted from all sectors. And we could say that in climate debate and on the way towards COP 30, we have much more in common than separations. So I think that the big conclusion of this session And by the way, thanks to ECLA's organization, the fact is that we can go to COP30 with a single voice. And that is why we will get the COP30 to become a new model in this multilateral process to face this tremendous challenge. And this will reinforce our pride in being Latin and always bring in feasible, possible solutions to the benefit of all. I hand over now to the chair. We thank you, moderator, members of the panel, and all of those who brought these excellent reflections. Please remain seated while we change the authorities for the next session that will be on the 30th anniversary of the 4th World Conference on Women and the approval of the declaration and action platform for Beijing. Please remain seated.
Les vamos a pedir por favor a las delegaciones si pueden tomar ubicación, que vamos a continuar con el siguiente panel. Ya la presidencia y panelistas.
Please be seated, ladies and gentlemen, so that we may resume our work.
Iniciar el siguiente panel. Nuevamente les solicitamos si por favor pueden tomar ubicación para continuar con el siguiente panel. Muchas gracias.
Buenas tardes, vamos a dar inicio a la siguiente sesión.
Let us resume our work, and we will call on Ms. Laura Moreno from the Mexican ambassador in Chile. She will be in charge of the moderation. We will be talking about a landmark, the 30th anniversary of the 4th World Conference on Women, and the approval of the declaration and platform for Beijing. Thank you. For the sake of time, we will ask that the speakers stick to the 7 minutes each and 3 minutes per intervention, because after this one, there's another panel for today. I thank ECLAC for the invitation to be here, but we'll be talking about the progress and challenges in the construction of a future with gender equality, and even more difficult to do so in the time allowed. So I respectfully tell you that we will be very strict with the time allowed. We are now celebrating the anniversary of the 4th Conference on Women. Mexico, I would like to say that I'm very proud to be here on behalf of my country. I'm the first, we have the first woman president in the region, and undoubtedly she has set all parties, including equality, at the forefront. Now, in the 30th anniversary of that World Conference and the approval of Beijing, we must think about public framework laws to ensure the rights of women and young girls. Much has been achieved, such as legislation, the elimination of discriminatory laws, institutions devoted to gender perspective. In spite of all these steps ahead, no country in our region has truly fulfilled our goal. We still have to narrow the gaps on this inequality and gender, strengthening the institutional capabilities. Together we have looked at what we have inside to assess what's been done and to see the challenges to follow Beijing. The reports are key instruments for decision-making so that we may dedicate our effort towards the structural nodes that repeat gender inequality in the region. It is precisely a couple of weeks ago at the 60th session of the legal status of women, a political declaration was passed. And I'd like to say that the discussions before the adoption of that declaration were not devoid of polarization and questioning. In view of the regression, the negotiating group of Latin America and the Caribbean stressed that we cannot go back in what has already been agreed, and that the rights of women are human rights. Mexico will not yield, will continue pushing forward for the well-being of all. To the gender agenda, we realize that this is very important to follow Beijing, stressing 6 areas: inclusive development, eradication of poverty, fight against violence and stereotype, gender perspective, pacific, peaceful, inclusive societies, and the preservation of the environment. These are pillars needed to ensure the rights of women and their full autonomy. We also reaffirmed our commitment to strengthen our regulatory frameworks and the necessary institution to go forward with gender equality. That means that the technical, financial, and human resources are needed, and budgets with a gender perspective and accountability that would include citizen participation. Very well, we will now give the floor to our colleagues in the region. I believe that what's most important is that after each speaker has already made their presentations, we will then hand over for Q&A. I immediately hand over to Maria Noel Baeza, Regional Director for the American and the Caribbean of the empowerment of women and gender equality from UN Women. Thank you. Allow me to celebrate this 30th anniversary of Beijing. This is the most visionary agenda ever made on gender equality. In the last commission, and this last meeting of the women's legal status, there was a meeting in New York where a political agenda was approved, was passed, reiterating the commitment to Beijing and saying that the glass is only half full. But that means that we have to get together, government, civil society, private sector, all must get together because there's no single country that has already reached this equality. So this is something that requires the commitment of all. I invite you all to reflect on this declaration and also the other declaration that was passed in New York just a few days ago. The International Committee is celebrating a landmark, Beijing. And by the way, she was there with us. So here we have persons here who attended Beijing. More than 100 countries, more than 30,000 activists for the world got together in Beijing on that occasion to celebrate the 4th International Conference on Women. And the first one in Mexico, by the way, will once more be there. August 12th to 15th of this very same year. This declaration is a very important agreement coming at a moment when the world was so divided that it came as a balm, because it expressly stated that human rights are the rights of women. And here there were topics that were stressed and that require even more importance. Sometimes these progresses have been slow to reach, other times they have stepped ahead. And why is that? Because there are structural barriers that still do not allow us to have this full gender equality we so wish. Now, there are obstacles like discriminatory laws, and here in this region we can indeed eliminate these, get rid of these laws. That is one of the indicators. I think that's SDG number 5 on gender equality. And if we do make full efforts, the countries in the region that are here with us, we will be able to get rid of all discriminatory laws against women in the region.
For the region to be free of discriminatory laws. Something a bit more difficult that could take us a little longer is doing away with stereotypes. And that, yes, will take us quite a while. Those stereotypes, patriarchal, chauvinistic, but look, Mexico, the example set by Mexico, that wanted to have parity in everything, and they achieved it, and they have a woman president. That is a marvelous achievement and an example for the entire region. What we have not done away with is gender violence. This continues to be persistent, violence against women. And that is why I've said it. We are women. 3,900 women every year. Femicides exist. They are not an invention. They're not an intellectia. They exist, and unfortunately, they are aggravated not only at the heart of families, but also by organized crime, which is a fact that we need to study far more deeply. And we still have, and that is why the Regional Conference on Women is so important, the disproportionate burden affecting women in terms of care. I don't know if they suffer or if we want to do it, because often we want to do everything, and sometimes we're not allowed because the day only has 24 hours. But all of us women and mothers know very well that care is something that we're left alone with. The family leaves us alone, society leaves us alone, the state, the private sector. In reality, it is a matter of co-responsibility, and we must continue to talk about that co-responsibility and the 3 R's: reduction, redistributing, and of course recognizing, which is work and that is not paid. And when we take into account the use of time of women in the region, in more than 20 countries this has done the survey on the use of time, 20-25% of GDP means to say that countries grow on our shoulders and our laps. And this is not possible. That is why we have a very sound proposal at ECLAC together with UN Women to determine this care society. that the ideal, the mission for development, its aim be caring for people and caring for nature. And also, as we will have this conference on financing for development, how is this going to be financed, these care systems? That is important, and it is the big question. I also want to tell you that 159 UN member states informed what they're doing in terms of meeting the Beijing Platform for Action. 159 countries, and in some, these countries said, we need to address the digital gap. We need to work on poverty. It cannot be that there are so many poor women in comparison to men. And to do away with the poverty, the integrated care system, financial inclusion, we need to determine decent work for women. Because today there are 129 million people who still work informally. And also, there was talk of placing women at the center of sustainable development, climate justice, eradicating violence, of course, and of course, moving towards leadership where the decision-making processes are parity-based once and for all. It is not possible that women still do not hold the positions that we should hold. Still, 70% of MPs are men. 85% of town mayors are men. Why is that? This is not possible. This must change. And also what needs to change is when a position is held by a woman or when a woman has a political career, society is far more violent against them. Social media, that is why I celebrate in Mexico the clean law, pioneering law to do away with violence against women and girls. These scourges that are repeated in the digital world, the same cultural patterns that unfortunately we suffer in this world. And also we can say that what countries want is to give priority to youth and the youth of all women and girls, and for all women and girls. This is the slogan for UN Women for March the 8th. All women, all girls, in all intersectionalities, in all differences, be they indigenous, Afro-descendants, rurals, sexual diversity, women who are disabled, and those are most left behind. And that is why we must speak for and all women in every sense. And in our region, the process is very important with a view to the regional conference meeting in presiding officers, and we are going with a political declaration, very powerful, but progressive to the heart of the CCSW, which is worldwide. And Latin America always raises these topics of the rights of women far more than other regions, because we are the only one that have this process, marvelous process of a regional conference. And so I wanted to say that our region continues to be an example for driving gender equality and reaching that much desired equality. Thank you. Well, we thank you, Maria Noel, for her words. And now we will be addressed by Virginia Albert Poyot, Minister of Public Service and Home Affairs, Labor, Gender Affairs of St. Lucia. Welcome.
Bueno, parece que tenemos un pequeño problema técnico.
It seems we have a technical hitch, and so we will hand over to Virginia Vargas, co-founder of the Centro de la Mujer Peruana, Flora Tristán del Perú, and member of the Articulation Feminista Mercosur, for the 4th World Conference in Beijing. Go ahead. I'm very happy to be here with so many dear friends and the interventions that we have heard throughout the day, all very interesting. As they say, I was the coordinator for Latin America and the Caribbean for the Beijing conference. I'd like to begin by saying that Beijing, we were not invited, but we arrived in dispute with the UN because the UN had appointed a woman to represent the region, a Chilean woman, very close to reactionary religion and, well, anti-feminist and so on. And so we merely met at some point and said that this was not possible. And so we decided that, well, I would be put forward for this fight. I thought we would not win, but we did, because the entire region, Latin America and the Caribbean, moved impressively. And when there was no internet, there was nothing. We had fax at the time, and well, the UN was invaded, swamped with faxes, and so we arrived. But I believe this is very important for what Beijing meant to us and what we were able to contribute, because we did not arrive as experts, although we could have, yes, we may be, but we arrived at in a clear movement with more than 2 decades of experience and feminist construction in the region throughout the country, and also connected because we had feminist meetings every 2 years first and then every 3. And so we were in a space that we did not know too well, but for which we really had to see which were the connections and transformations that we might contribute. And so, because the representatives of Latin America were deeply conservative at the time, with the exception of Brazil, Mexico, extraordinary always, and Chile. I do not remember much more. But I do believe that was one of the things that were very important to us, in the sense that we tried to work with a dual strategy. First of all, dispute with government the approval and the extension of the platform based on autonomy. Demanding, of course, yes, but at the same time, open to dialogue and negotiation whenever possible. It's not always possible. But the forum, first of all, our forum, 50 kilometers away from Beijing, because the Chinese authorities sent us off afar. But the forum was quite impressive, not only on account of the region that had many activities and connections on diversity, but also the possibility of having internationalism that was feminist, very powerful. Together with the other regions, we formed a team that was later at the Beijing conference, coordinating everything that we could. And so, throughout this time, feminists, we were vigilant and part making proposals for the platform, and as agreed with the governments of our countries, but as has been said, also not very clear in terms of its implementation in many ways. And so we have, since Beijing to Beijing plus 30 every 5 years. Remember that we used to have these assessment of progress since Beijing. And so it was clear, the same thing, Beijing plus 5 until Beijing plus 25. And now we're at a different note. It was the same thing. We'd insisted a lot. There had been some progress, but really none could be considered a significant progress. And so, throughout this process, I believe this is very important, we had an exchange and were supported by joint action with ECLAC all the time, and with UNIFEM at the time, today UN Women, throughout recent decades, and the consensus of the regional conferences of ECLAC signed by all governments and not always met with a special tool to demand accountability, to demand compliance of the platform. And so I believe that this was one of the most important contributions within our process of alliance with the UN, despite our initial dispute. And also with other dimensions, such as the observatory, the gender observatory that ECLAC has, which is truly extraordinary, and fundamental contributions in terms of reflection, organization, which of course is done by UN Women. And so we came to Beijing Plus 30, and as was said, the world cannot wait another 30 years to fulfill the promises of gender equality. However, we are reaching Beijing Plus 30 with fairly weakened compliance. And I'm sure I will talk a little more about this later on, but progress is very hazardous in terms of fundamentalism and the more traditional right-wing anti-rights. We women are at the heart of the attack, but this goes beyond women. We women are a tool that is not accepted, but that is useful for what they believe is a constitutional political project regarding a new form or way of organizing power that has to do with the loss of rights and the progress, or with the difficulties of everything that we want for decent work and all that. Well, looking towards the future, the platform continues to be a beacon with which to coincide, negotiate, and demanding compliance of all the spheres. And there's one very important thing, which is the alliance that was established between the conference platform of Beijing and the Sustainable Development Goals and the 2030 Agenda. Why? Well, because I believe that despite the limitations that there are in both spaces, because it's not that these have been met either, the content of the 2030 Agenda, the fact that both are connected, the fact that it has at least partially been possible to mainstream gender regarding the 17 goals. This entails a responsibility and a gain that we've always fought for, as our colleagues in the previous panel said. We are together in this process, trying to ensure that no one is left behind. And this is valid for UN Women as well as the men, whom we expect will not only have a good disposition, but they should actively assume that they need to change. The key learning is that our struggle as women and our rights to make this connection with the 2030 Agenda, our struggle cannot be isolated from the other struggles against the multiple oppressions that, of course, we women also experience. And we have differences among ourselves. And we do not fight against racism, homophobia. We do not fight against the lack of interest in any of the changes that we're driving forth, then of course we cannot ensure a real process. We learned, I believe, throughout this process. Before we used to say what is not good for democracy, what is not good for women is not good for democracy. But now we say almost the same, but the other way around. What is not good for democracy is not good for women, because we have experience of authoritarian governments that have passed laws for women, and what they did was to change something so that, well, things not to continue always the same, but continue to control nevertheless. And so I believe that I have now reached the end with, well, let's see, let me put it across differently. One of the biggest learnings throughout this Beijing experience is what I have been saying, not leaving aside all the contradictions in life of both women and society, but also the fact that the feminist agenda was extended tremendously, and on account of the new voices or old voices that had been silenced, but that contributed approaches, cosmovisions, demands, disputes, because to be recognized, dispute was there, and there are times when these disputes are very important because they allow you to realize where the voids are and how to do it. And so I believe that this has been one of the most important dimensions, one of the most interesting things of the process, because it has brought us to a reality in the region, a reality that is multicultural, multi-ethnic, of sexual diversities, and so recovering. We don't want to fight just for equality if equality is not accompanied by the recognition of diversity and the inequality that entails. It will be good for nothing, because we cannot just see the most traditional aspects of the process. And I would like to end with a slogan raised by indigenous feminists in their struggle for their cultures, lands, and territories. And they, in one of their meetings, they've had quite a few in Latin America and the Caribbean, the indigenous women's fronts. The slogan was, "Patriarchy does to my body what extractivism does to my territory." And I think that the two things have been so powerful because, of course, they connect not only the 2030 agenda, but the Beijing Action Platform, and opens up the possibility that our fights be not isolated, but very powerful, and that allow us to enrich the framework that we work within, which is the framework of democratic extension beyond the electoral dimension, and at reaching all levels of our life and our intimacies. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. Now, Naomi Espinosa Madrid, the Secretary General of the Association of Caribbean States. Thank you, honorable ministers, distinguished delegate. Special greetings to Peru, that is chairing this forum, as well as an acknowledgement of ECLAC for the leadership in this space. It's an honor to address you in this 8th meeting of the Forum of countries of Latin America and the Caribbean on development. We are at a critical moment of human history. A few days ago, the Executive Secretary of ECLAC relevantly said that this forum edition is especially important because the world has changed. We are living in a seismic geopolitical moment where economic trends and traditional alliances are changing with a direct consequence on the multilateral system of which UN is part. And I fully concur with that. Unfortunately, the implementation of commitments for equality does not progress at the same pace of changes. Conversely, we face persisting challenges and some backwardness in some cases. Thus, there will be deepening of inequalities. In addition to geopolitical changes, we are before environmental crises, threats to peace, and deep economic and social inequalities that continue to limit the well-being of millions of people, with a disproportionate impact on women. These crises become more acute because of the three structural traps: low growth capacity, high inequality with little social mobility, and weak institutional capacities. In the framework of this inevitable context, the 30 years of Beijing are commemorated, a fundamental landmark in the struggle for the rights of women, convening us not only to evaluate progress, but assume as urgency the implementation of commitments that cannot be deferred. From the Association of Caribbean States, we reaffirm our commitment to urgently advance towards sustainable development of the Great Caribbean. The Great Caribbean is a magnificent region with structural barriers because of high indebtedness or debt rate, and therefore in preventing programs, and also there is lack of institutionality, and these limitations deepen inequalities expressed in key challenges for the Caribbean. Allow me to underscore three. First, the impact of climate crisis in the life of women. In the Great Caribbean, it is highly vulnerable to natural disasters caused by climate change and disproportionately affecting women and girls. It is urgent to reinforce the gender approach in these strategies for mitigation and adaptation. Adopted measures should transform inequalities and avoid climate crisis to deepen precarious situation of women. Secondly, economic inequalities and disproportionate burden of care, as it has been the participation of women in the labor market. There are salary gaps, limited access to financing, a high concentration of women in informal employment, and overburden of unpaid care work. To overcome sexual division of labor and transiting to a fair social organization of care is imperative. And thirdly, eradication of violence and access to justice. As it has been said, violence against women and girls continues to be a pandemic that we need to place in the public sphere. Its standardization, lack of access to justice, and impunity limit the effectiveness of regulatory frameworks. It's crucial to strengthen the care systems with adequate resources to eradicate that. These are the three challenges illustrating a broader reality, but they are a true scourge for the progress of the rights of women and therefore an obstacle for development of our peoples. It's not enough to recognize them. The response needs to be structural, immediate, and sustained, taking into account the objectives that will be reviewed in the next high-level political forum from the Association of Caribbean States. We want to propose the following on SDG 3, health and well-being, to strengthen the health systems of the Caribbean to respond to natural disasters and health crises. On SDG 5, gender equality, to transform gender stereotypes and roles perpetuating inequality to eradicate violence against women and guarantee our equal participation in all spaces of power. Without these deep transformation, progress to substantive equality will be a mere aspiration. On SDG 8, decent work and economic growth, to drive economic strategies promoting the autonomy of women, our access to decent work and reduction of salary gaps. And that has to guarantee labor insertion of women in strategic sectors and recognize care work as labor. We will continue insisting that it's urgent to remunerate this in decent conditions with social security and labor access. On SDG 14, submarine life guarantee the protection of marine and coastal ecosystems of the Caribbean, and that is essential for the sustainability and well-being of communities depending on them. It's urgent to strengthen climate resilience as a gender approach, promote participation of women in the environmental governance, and ensure the protection of environmental defenders in view of growing threats. And finally, as to SDG 17, partnerships to achieve objectives, we propose a strengthening regional integration and cooperation among countries of the Great Caribbean. It's indispensable to have South-South cooperation, triangular cooperation, partnerships among international partners, and financing for development. Honorable delegates, 30 years after Beijing, we cannot afford to go back, nor be shy as to move forward. Substantive equality is a pending debt, indispensable condition for sustainable development of our region. I want to recognize the firm commitment of ministers and high authorities of Latin America and the Caribbean that continuously reaffirm their political will, showing that here we build on concrete proposals so as to materialize substantive equality. I congratulate ECLAC for the document of development of peace for Latin America and the Caribbean that was adopted by countries with satisfaction. Our region is the only one that has a deep, profound, and integral gender agenda, showing that progress to equality is possible when there is leadership and articulated work. The women of large, great Caribbean, we know what it is to resist, rebuild, and reinvent ourselves. The time has come to live in conditions of equality and not resistance. It's clear that when we women make progress, our communities, economies, and democracies move forward. It's not enough to recognize our role. We need to guarantee our well-being and autonomy. This forum convenes us not only to reflect, think, but to act. Latin America and the Caribbean will reach the high political forum with one single voice, a voice that we believe in transformation, working for a just world with better conditions for equality and well-being. We will only then be speaking about sustainable development. Thank you. We thank your participation, and now we will give the floor to Virginia Albert Poyote, Minister of Public Services, Interior, Labor, and Gender Issues of St. Lucia. Welcome.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. I want to say hello to my colleagues. How much time do I have? How much time?
7 minutes. 7 minutes.
Okay. Thank you very much. Well, good afternoon. I want to make a big apology for not being in Santiago, Chile today, and all the way in St. Lucia in the Caribbean. I have participated in some previous forum in Chile, but this time around, unfortunately, I was unable to make it. And I understand how significant my presence in Chile would have been to lend my voice to this discussion, especially as we reflect on Beijing plus 30. This year marks 30 years since I was in Beijing, China, where we coined that document defined as the Beijing Platform for Action. And we also have added Beijing plus 15, and now we will have Beijing plus 30. During that period, I am very confident that we have made great strides in the Caribbean and in my respective country, St. Lucia. However, we still have a long way to go, because sometimes after we have made some tremendous progress, we either get some setback through human cause or natural causes. And with this, I need to emphasize that we just have to remain focused on what our goals are. And if I may reflect briefly on the Sustainable Development Goals, that I have seen quite a bit of progress in the Caribbean, we can speak to the issue of no poverty, which is the priority Sustainable Development Goal. And poverty, although it has its cycle, but it can be overcome if we have the right strategies and we put the right measures in place so that people can enjoy good quality of life, meaning housing, they are working, good health, good education, and social well-being. And in this regard, I have seen that over the last 30 years, we have seen a serious reduction in poverty in the Caribbean, not a complete eradication, because it's almost impossible or very difficult to eradicate poverty. However, we can continue to reduce it, and we are hoping that one day we will eradicate poverty. And we succeed in reducing poverty by ensuring that we have quality education for the children. And these children would have grown and engaged in meaningful work environment. They will become productive, and they will actually help themselves out of poverty. Some of them will help their own families out of poverty. So we have seen that in mostly all Caribbean countries, we have achieved what you call universal primary and secondary education, where every single child is given an opportunity to access education. And with education, they have moved up the social ladder. They have engaged in meaningful employment that will generate income, which will improve the quality of life. We have also seen that in reducing poverty, we have to reduce hunger. And in the Caribbean, most of the islands, we have some agricultural base. We are also heavily reliant on tourism, which is very vulnerable. However, whatever income that is generated from these employment opportunities, this has helped families get some form of income to sustain their families. And I say that in that the tourism has created opportunities for employment, especially for women. Majority of persons employed in the hotel industry, the service industries, are women. Not that we are very happy with the pay, because the service industries in the hotel industries are among the lower paid persons. And this is something that we have to pay close attention to. That, for example, in St. Lucia, in October last year, the government was able to establish what we call the minimum wage. And by establishing the minimum wage, many women benefited from that because they have occupied a lower income level. And we have to ensure that while we promote gender equality, we have to give women the equal space in the workforce. And the issue of health and well-being, which is a very significant sustainable development goal. In recent times, we have seen women falling victim to breast cancer, cervical cancer, another peculiar disease that affect women. And we are saying that we need to pay close attention to the exposure that women, we have lifestyle diseases. There is the issue of cardiovascular issues, obesity. These are issues that can affect women's health. And we need to promote good health and well-being among women, because they too have to teach these same lifestyles to the children, as we have many single parents and women-headed households in the Caribbean. And on the issue of education, as I mentioned, most of the governments have created access to almost free education at the primary and secondary. There are some who do get quite a bit of support at the tertiary level. For example, in St. Lucia, the government has introduced what we call first generation scholarship, where we try to get at least one university graduate per household. And that we are hoping to achieve as time moves on. In the area of gender equality, in terms of my own experience reflecting on Beijing +30, I recalled after attending the Beijing, the Women's Fourth World Conference in Beijing, that I embarked on a journey of empowering women educators. I worked with an international organization which represents 34 million members worldwide, and I was involved in working with 30 teachers' unions in the Caribbean. And in these organizations, I ensured that I help empower women, especially the women teachers, and to help them take on leadership positions in their respective organizations. And they did emerge as presidents, general secretaries, and strong leaders in their own union. That, I felt, was a major achievement, because they could transfer their knowledge and skills to the students in the classroom. And many times when we speak to gender equality, we forget educators. But educators are very effective communicators and persons who can transmit knowledge and skills. And for us to achieve gender equality, we need to pay very close attention to how our educators think. And by promoting gender equality among the teachers' union, we saw that there was a great difference in the way people look at the relationship between men and women. And that has helped tremendously in reducing gender inequality. And as a minister involved in decision-making and the political arena, we have to do quite a bit of work to help our women overcome the fear of engaging and involving in political matters. Because politics is the highest decision-making level. A minister of government sits at the highest decision-making level in the state. And we have many women who are fearful of participating in these activities. And therefore, we need to empower them so that they can overcome the fear of getting themselves involved in the political arena. And I look forward to Beijing +30, where we can accelerate the knowledge and skills on gender equality, improving the quality of life by embracing technology and using technology to advance our agenda. I think I have exhausted my 7 minutes, and I want to take a pause now. Thank you very much. Yes.
Thank you, Virginia. Bueno, en aras del tiempo,
Very well.
vamos a
For the sake of time, we will only be able to take up 3 participations.
Le damos la palabra a Costa Rica.
Costa Rica, you have the floor. Thank you. I had a longer presentation prepared, but I know that we're short of time, so I'd like to make reference, as we heard here, to CSW. My country has been co-facilitator of this very complex negotiation. I think that this political declaration affirms and insists on the commitment for the fourth conference in Beijing. We believe that this document is a basic contribution during times of uncertainty, not only having to do with a gender agenda, but also multilateralism. It has shown that we are able to work with elements that join delegations in order to have this satisfactory result. There were important and innovative references such as intersectionality and vulnerable groups, gender digital gap and technology, climate change, climate justice, economic empowerment and care, health, human rights, women, peace, security, funding, budget, youth, and structural inequalities, just to mention a few. The negotiation was pretty valuable for the country and the region. It was fed by the declaration that was passed right here on the regional conference on women and the presiding officers meeting that was held last December. And in closing, I would like to say, as ECLAC has already said previously, that gender equality is not just a matter of justice. It is also an important motor for economic development and also needed for inclusion, peace, and prosperity of our societies. Thank you. Mexico, you recognized? Thank you, Ambassador. For Mexico, it is indeed an honor to invite you all to participate on the regional conference to be held in August in Mexico. Our main message is that for Mexico, gender equality is a main pillar for sustainable development, for social justice, and for the reconstruction of the social mesh. Under the leadership of our president, that we are reaching substantial equality in many ways. During the review of the Beijing implementation last year, we wish to emphasize some institutional reforms that we've made towards parity. One of the main results is that right now we have the first woman president in 2 centuries. Yes, it's no minor feat. The commitment towards the elimination of gender violence, including the setting up of a criminal instrument entitled feminicide. We went from 13 to 19 entities that now allow for legal interruption of pregnancy. This is something very important for my country. We have also reduced young girls' pregnancy in 30%. For those countries that are not clear about the importance of a gender perspective in public policies, this is the evidence. This is the data. Everything has an impact in social development and economic development of the country. The success of a country starts by sexual reproductive education at an early age. We believe in Mexico that getting rid of poverty has much to do with this gender perspective, and we are doing so In spite of COVID, in spite of economic slowdown, we are able now to reduce poverty and extreme poverty. Having a gender perspective must go through it all. As I said, reduction of teenage pregnancy. And if we talk about the region, it's been very interesting to go over ECLAC's report as to where the region lies in the implementation of the gender agenda. It clearly shows that there is a backward situation, and we do hope, though, that this region would change that. We have had many sorts of participations that have encouraged us. It's now or never. It's now. The time has come to talk about the gender priority for the region. During the last 5 years, instead of accelerating the national mechanisms for gender equality, quite the contrary, we have seen efforts to reduce our budget and to reduce our power. Girls and women have been victims of sexual violence, and we also have an online violence. We must realize that we have to go beyond the Olympia legislation. We have many cases where AI is used for producing porn without the consentment of the person involved. We must also look at further regulation with the use of AI. Internationally, it was very important to see that the CSW's statement on the political declaration, we would like to recognize the tremendous burden of homework and unpaid work that falls on women and girls, and the need to invest in better care systems. This is crucial for Mexico, and it is also something that we share with the region. It must improve. We were also able to show the importance of sustainable long-term financing with social protection and naturally with gender perspective. Without budget, gender policies will not thrive. We have also seen with concern, even though we did have a negotiating team from the region that said we cannot go back on what has already agreed, and the women's rights are gender rights. But there are many laws that have no mention on violence, feminicide, and an absence on sexual and reproductive education. This is really going, for me, a step back. It is something that should be of great concern to all of you, all of us, because beyond moral discourse, this is something that affects all of society. If we don't understand, here we have the figures on poverty, fight against poverty, and to continue in talking about social, sexual, and reproductive education, we have a very strong belief here. We have strengthened our legislation to that respect, ensuring access of health services to women, essential training as family planning. We also have made steps ahead to make women live free of violence. Mexico goes for the autonomy of girls and women on their bodies in terms of sexuality. We recognize that this empowerment is benefiting persons, families, and society. And finally, our collective efforts are more important than ever. Mexico recognizes the essential role of feminist movement in sexual and reproductive rights. much has been achieved, but we still need the commitment of all ministers who for a long time have been defending the rights of women as human rights, because that's what it is. And during times of uncertainty, such as the present, we call on everyone to fight together for social justice and well-being of all. Dominican Republic, you have the floor. Thank you. I would like to, first of all, thank all of the panelists, recognizing and appreciating the leadership of women such as Virginia Vargas, who are there on the fight 30 years after Beijing, and Magali Pineda, 9 years after leaving. She contributed a great deal to the rights of girls and women of my country and of all of Latin America, the Caribbean, women such as Nelson Robinson, with Busa and others. As chair of the Conference for the Americas, I'd like to refer to the synergy of this with the Regional Conference on Women. Maria Noel said that this is a unique conference in the region, and that is felt everywhere. And the work between both subsidiary organs has permitted tremendous contributions through the adoption of regional standards to go forward in the gender perspective. One of the most important is what we have in measuring the use of time. This has contributed to transnational care systems. Most of this encouraged by the data that we received in the surveys in the use of time, stressing the need to ensure the right to care and reducing gender inequalities related to the distribution of care within our homes. Amongst the main standards agreed on at the conference on statistics, we find the classification of activities in the use of time for Latin America, known as PACAL, and the methodological guide on the use of time. These have been fundamental for the design of surveys in the use of time in the region, as well as new methodologies to have a number on the value of care. A delegate from Brazil in a panel said that we have 23 countries in Latin America that have already measured the use of time in the care data. We have 10 countries that have already brought in the economic value of unpaid work, and 5 countries have calculated officially the satellite count on labor. Now, gender equality at ECLAC, here we have already seen a figure on the use of time for Latin America and the Caribbean. This has databases, indicators, and metadata that's supplied by the countries with official measurement on the use of time. This favors comparability and allows us to calculate and follow up SDG 5.4.1 and other indicators also that have been agreed on in the region. And we also have the statistical conference, which, having in mind the progress reached in the conference on women and the urgent appeal that has been made on several occasions in that it is necessary to mainstream the production of gender data, not as another element, but as a means to precisely calculate the inequalities that women face. In 2023, a guide was approved for mainstreaming gender in statistical process. This is to be a conceptual methodological guide for the inclusion of gender in the production of official statistics of our countries. Thank you. Thank you. Uruguay, you have the floor. Good afternoon. I wish to greet the panel for these contributions. 30 years after Beijing, It's impossible to start any kind of comment without recognizing the group organized women and feminists. So much so now, during times where we hear more and more violent discourse, denying it all. Without the fight of organized women, Beijing would have been unheard of. Well, the follow-up and in looking at the rights gained, without Beijing, none of this would have happened. Now, in Uruguay, poverty is still a fact. Women in Uruguay are more vulnerable from an economic standpoint, more formal jobs, a wage gap of 30%, occupational segmentation, and as we have already heard, with an overburden of work. 60% of household work is taken up by women in Uruguay. Evidently, this hinders women's economic autonomy. In 2015, we saw the creation of our fourth pillar for protection, the care system. That was an important step to go forward in social and gender joint responsibility, but that is still not accomplished. The same goes for violence against women. Since 2018, we have had a legal framework that caters to violence based on gender, Law 2980, and there's also a national plan to fight violence against women together with a council with the participation of organized civil society. In spite of all of this, 60.7% of women older than 15 in Uruguay claim to have lived through gender violence, and our country is the 5th in feminicides for Latin America and the Caribbean. Uruguay also has problems with the participation of women in positions of power. Only 26.3% of parliamentary slots and 27% of the posts out in provinces are taken up by women. That's about 10 points below the average of the region. Even though there are gender quotas, still this has not allowed us to reach parity in representation. As you know, Uruguay has met all international commitments taken up under CEDAW and the Belém do Pará Convention with regulatory frameworks according to international standards.
Nevertheless, the persistence of structural gaps among Afro women, rurals, and women with disabilities, among others, means that we need a far more robust approach. Now, this scenario, with a complex geopolitical context, and when there are discourses that question the role of states as the promoters and guarantors of rights of people, speeches that generate this strong feeling of uncertainty regarding the future. And it's in this context that 1 month ago, a new administration began a government period in my country. For a small country such as Uruguay, this scenario means that there is a single road ahead. First, strengthen multilateralism, and second, to deepen recognition and guarantee of rights, recovering the role of state in the dynamization and innovation of proposals that with a horizon of social justice. And in this sense, we would like to share which was our commitment to citizens. And those commitments are within the framework of many of the things that we're talking about here. And these were already national commitments and then now international commitments. Uruguay, in these 5 years, commits to ensure the budgetary and hierarchical autonomy of the National Institute for Women, that still does not have it, to extend its ability to follow up and have an incidence on public policy, and also extend the territorial presence of specialized gender units throughout state agencies, and consolidate the system for integral protection for the victims of violence with a focus on prevention, protection, and reparation. And we will ensure the continuous training of judicial operators and forces of security with a gender perspective. And also we will drive the regulatory reforms to ensure parity and move on to a higher stage in terms of the role of women participation in politics. We're going to strengthen the national system, integrated care system, that since 2020 has not been strengthened much, extending its coverage and above all also ensuring the labor rights for those who carry out care activities. And that is what we wanted to share with you today. And maybe this is the first time this month, in an instance such as this is the horizon that Uruguay wants for its country, and we're very happy to hear other delegations that we know share one same horizon. Thank you. Well, to end this round, we'll now like to recognize the civil society. Hello? Yes, it's Etienne from the Institute of Black Women in Brazil. Women, girls, and adolescents, Afro-descendants, indigenous, cis and trans women with disability, lesbian, and all sexual diversities are at the forefront of the fight for social justice, economic, reproductive, and climate justice. But their participation in decision-making spaces is still systematically denied. Instead of these programs, we face setbacks that are alarming. For example, in some 68, the contribution by Afro-descendant women was revoked. Once again, recognized in paragraph 38, that stated that the Commission also knows the significant contribution by women and Afro-descendant women as members of society, as well as the importance of ensuring their full egalitarian and significant participation in decision-making processes, and throughout all spheres of society, even through the fight against poverty and strengthening institutions and financing with a gender perspective. Nevertheless, the commitment was removed barely 1 year later. And in the current declaration ignores the sexual reproductive rights seen as human rights 30 years after the Beijing platform. This omission has devastating consequences, and so therefore we demand a general specific recommendation so that Afro-descendant women, Sikhs and trans in their full diversity face many forms of discrimination and violence that restrict their access to education, health, employment, and insurance. To protect their rights, ensuring their full participation in society is not just a matter of justice, but an essential condition for the construction of a truly egalitarian world. Thank you. I was missing recognizing the delegate from Parmesan.
Buenas tardes a todos y todas.
Good afternoon, everyone. It is an honor to address this honorable panel of women fighters and examples to be followed. In this Fourth World Conference on Women. As a representative of the Central American Parliament, I would like to reaffirm the commitment of our institution for gender equality and compliance of participants in SDG 5, such as gender equality. We've furthered laws that are keys to strengthen political participation and economic participation of all women, ensuring access to fundamental rights and protecting them against to move ahead with public policies that reflect commitment to equality in the region. Nevertheless, I would like to highlight one point that is rarely heard at these meetings, and that is not mentioned. SDG 4, we know, which is quality education. Education is essential throughout society. Without education that is inclusive and equitable and good quality, we cannot aspire reaching gender equality nor sustainability in any of its forms. Education is key to empower all women and girls and ensure their full access to all rights. Our work is also supplemented by SDG 13, Action for Climate, where we work to integrate sustainability in our legislation. Also, SDG 2, with Zero Hunger, focusing on the eradication of poverty and inequality. As an institution, we reaffirm our commitment to continue collaborating actively with all present actors to achieve a fairer and sustainable future. 30 years after in Beijing, women in Latin America continue to die due to femicides and teenage pregnancy. And we require ECLAC to monitor the state commitments with budgets, with a gender approach, and defending the protection of environmentalist women, and also the Universal Declaration of the Escazú Agreement, because we know that without equality there is no possible integration. Thank you. And well, to end the panel, I really like the intergenerationality here because you have a lot of experience and trajectory, and this enriches the agenda of women. So I'm very proud and I'm happy to have you here and meet you. And now, merely remind you that you're invited to the Regional Conference on Women in Latin America and the Caribbean from August 12 through 15 in Mexico City. Thank you.
Solicito
I would request the delegations to please remain seated while we make arrangements for the next session on the Pact of the Future.
Buenas tardes.
Good afternoon. We will now continue.
Buenas tardes. Vamos a continuar.
We will now continue with the meeting.
A continuación, doy la más cordial
I now extend a warm welcome to Ms. Clara Serassi, General Secretary for Foreign Policy, Deputy, in fact, of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs Chile, who will be on the Pact for the Future. Thank you, Chairman. Good afternoon, everyone, and distinguished authorities, panelists, and participants. It is a true honor to moderate this last panel of the day on the Pact for the Future, an ambitious commitment that reflects the collective will to strengthen international cooperation and improve global governance with a view to the complex challenges of the 21st century. The Pact for the Future, adapted during the Summit for the Future in 2024, reflects the shared view to revitalize multilateralism and respond effectively to emerging and persistent challenges. This pact determines concrete actions in 5 strategic areas: sustainable development, financing for development, peace, international peace and security, science, technology, youth, innovation, youth, and transformation of global governance. An integral approach that seeks to offer global approaches to common issues of furthering mutual understanding. Chile awards great relevance to the summit and actively took part in negotiating the Pact for the Future, the Global Digital Pact, and the Declaration on Future Generations, and did so with a constructive position emphasizing human rights, gender approach, and the urgent need to transform more current international financing structures. And within that spirit, I would like to share briefly with you a few reflections regarding these key areas. In general, participation by Chile in the process has been active and committed, guided by the conviction that it is only through international collaboration that we may effectively respond to the complexities of the modern world. Our country has promoted a more inclusive multilateralism, and where cooperation is an effective tool to face issues such as the climate crisis, gender inequality, digital transformation, and the construction of fairer and equitable societies. With regard to sustainable development and financing for development, for Chile, sustainable development is not possible if we do not decidedly address gender gaps, and that is why we have a feminist policy that has commits us to decided action in favor of equality, empowerment of women, and the eradication of all forms of gender violence. Furthermore, social inequality continues to be the most serious structural challenges facing our society. It weakens social cohesion, reduces possibility, erodes democracy, and harms the legitimacy of our institutions. To address this requires a new strategy, same as an international system that is fairer, able to support national efforts with finance that is sustainable and with instruments that respond to the magnitude of the challenges. And that is why we are working actively preparing the 4th conference on financing for development to be held in Seville in June this year, same as the 2nd summit of social development foreseen for November, as we all know, in Doha. Both will be key spaces to strengthen multilateral commitments and move towards more inclusive solutions. And regarding international peace and security, multilateralism, no doubt, has been under tension in recent years, and Pact for the Future seeks precisely to revitalize it, promoting reforms to a system that no longer appropriately reflects realities of the world today. Chile, as a country with a pacifist vocation and part of a region that has declared itself as a zone of peace, firmly believes in the value of dialogue, prevention of conflicts, and peaceful solution of disputes. Technological knowledge also poses many opportunities and challenges that we must face collectively. In Chile, we believe it is urgent to move towards an international framework to regulate AI, focused on the protection of human rights. The digital gap continues to be a manifestation that is a deep manifestation of the inequalities among countries. And that is why we actively take part in negotiations of the global digital Pact and Action on Technology and Innovation for Gender Equality, which is in the framework of the Generational Equality Initiative of UN Women. Regarding youth, until July 24, Chile had the privilege of welcoming the Youth Forum in ECOSOC, the main space for the participation of young people. And we reaffirm that new generations should not only be observers, but protagonists in the construction of the future. Their inclusion in the formulation of public policy and planning, development, and structural decisions is essential, which implies strengthening their access to education, decent employment, and political participation. And lastly, transformation of world governance must be a priority. The multilateral system needs more representative institutions, inclusive and transparent, able to respond with flexibility to the challenges of today, with climate change and digitalization, all the way to inequality and international security. We have been clear in pointing out the urgent need to rearrange the financial international architecture, which prevents development for many states and deepens gaps. We believe that we need to move ahead in an open commercial system that is foreseeable and non-discriminatory, seen as new ways of international cooperation to rebuild confidence among actors. In sum, a year of Pact for the Future highlights the importance of moving towards ambitious outcomes, concrete and actions, recognizing the co-responsibility of all actors and promotes a true intergenerational dialogue.
En el contexto de América Latina y el Caribe, sabemos que in the context of Latin America and the Caribbean, we have similarities, therefore we can provide joint and innovative solutions. This panel is an opportunity to reflect on achievements and pending challenges, sharing experiences, best practices that will strengthen the effective implementation of the Pact of the Future. I will now introduce the distinguished panel members that will provide us with experiences, diversity, and we will see how each one of the countries have advanced in the implementation of the Pact with good practices and solutions that may inspire other regions. So I would give the floor firstly to Mr. Hugo Francisco Rivera, Vice Minister for Economic Affairs and International Cooperation of Dominican Republic. You have the floor. Thank you. For me, it's an honor to represent Dominican Republic in this panel on Pact of the Future in the 8th meeting of the Forum of Sustainable Development of the countries, Latin American countries and the Caribbean. This agreement is a reaffirmation of another commitment, and in the specific case of Dominican Republic, I would like to share our experiences. Our country in 2012 had a development national strategy, clearly considering the steps to be followed in the subsequent 20 and 30 years. Then SDGs in 2015, and now the Pact of the Future, that indeed it's an involvement of all countries here to seek a solution for progress. The Dominican Republic in the last 10 years has had an average growth above 5%. And this year we are averaging between 3 to 5%. And since the 70s, Dominican Republic has come with development of democracy. We've never had problems in elections. That's a national feast. and political parties maintain the stability of different sectors. And it's good to see this quantitatively. For example, Dominican Republic between the 23 and 24, we had 23% poverty rate, and it went down to 18%. Extreme poverty of 2023, that was 3.4, and last year was 2.2. This year, we are increasing salary above 20% with the private sector. Last year, more than 100,000 jobs were created in one single year. Likewise, inflation was 3.35, where in the region it was 3.40. And how have we achieved all this in the Dominican Republic? Firstly, is that sometimes we think that it's the government, the one that sells, exports, and hires. No, no, no. It's the private sector. Therefore, we have had a firm partnership with the productive sector of the Dominican Republic. And then, what's the purpose of having sustained growth if we do not take into account the social part or the environment? No, you can't. We have different plans. One that is called plantation plan, food security plan. And I would like to tell you an anecdote. When copper, when we had, when there was no tourism for different reasons at the beginning. And it was the Dominican Republic that decided to open, when we had COVID, tourism went closed down. And therefore, afterwards, then we decided what to offer to the tourists. We had food, we had beverages, and we had food independence that other countries of the Caribbean did not have it. So we value food security. At that point, if we didn't have food security during the pandemic, indeed, with the disruption of logistic chains, we would have had hunger. Then we have a plan to promote national industry, to promote gender parity, improve the inclusion of gender in the Dominican Republic. We have promoted a climate change strategy plan. We do not produce a damaging effect on climate. However, now we are threatened by climate. Our beaches are suffering the erosion of the sea and also weed exacerbation with damaging consequences. And we've had, or we have now a new task. President has decided to double our GDP for 2026 and become a developed country. That is very difficult because the world trend is while a country is moving from middle income to upper income, well, the financial conditions are more difficult. Access to cooperation is very, very difficult, and everything becomes complicated when what's normal is that any person improves the situation, and therefore we've created a series of policies that has made Dominican Republic highly attractive. Not everything is opportunities, indeed. Also, the region of the Caribbean has many, many risks. We are a country of vulnerability because of the hurricane effects. At any time, a hurricane can take us 10 years backwards. And you have mentioned we need the word of together. No country on its own can face alone the Pact of the Future nor SDGs. Therefore, we need to strengthen multilateralism. Without multilateralism, well, all of us countries won't be able to reach development nor the Pact of the Future that we all wish to achieve. And in the case of our country, I'd like to mention there is a unique situation. We share the Española island with our brothers of the Republic of Haiti. Haiti needs cooperation, and the better Haiti is off, well, the better all of us will be off. In our of every 10 students, 8 are Haitians. And I think Haiti needs all the support of the international and community. Also in the Caribbean, we have low connectivity. Sometimes it's much cheaper to go to Europe instead of visiting an island that is a neighbor island. Sometimes connection is difficult for an island that is close to us instead of connection with China. So we need to reduce barriers that do not unite us with the Caribbean. We need to overcome those barriers so as to have a pact of the future to meet all the indices required. I think the region united will be much stronger. We see how Asian countries, when they export a product, and they have an added content, aggregate content. When we export, there is no chain or blockchain. We don't have this aggregate content of the whole region, but meetings like this one can lead us to think, to reflect, to work together to create a better world. And to conclude, I would like to read a word of our founder, Juan Pablo Duarte. He said, "Let us give together a leap, a giant leap to sustainable progress, to true democracy, and with that we'll reach peace." What's most valuable, ladies and gentlemen, is peace. And without peace, there's no progress. And without progress, there's no peace. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Vice Minister, for your thoughts and for what you have shared with us as to the work conducted in Dominican Republic. And we have online Mrs. Inga Ronda King, Permanent Representative of St. Vincent and the Grenadines before the UN, as co-facilitator of the declaration of the High-Level Political Forum of 2025. Ambassador, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Are you hearing me? I take it that you are hearing me. I'm pleased to participate in today's panel. I do apologize sincerely for not being able to join you in person as was originally organized and planned, but I thank you for the opportunity to participate still. This year's deliberation toward the 2025 HLPF declaration carry profound significance as we approach the 80th anniversary of the signing of the United Nations Charter. 10 years after the adoption of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, intensifying interconnected challenges continue to endanger the realization of the SDGs by the 2030 target date. Our vision as co-facilitators, that's the Czech Republic and St. Vincent and the Grenadines, in the person before you today, is to collaborate with the member states to present a declaration that builds upon our collective past accomplishments, including those of the 2030 SDG Summit and the Summit of the Future in 2024, where member states reaffirmed their commitment to implementing the 2030 Agenda and accelerating the SDG action in the years leading up to 2030. This year's declaration will be the first to follow up on the Pact for the Future, setting an important precedent for the years ahead. The Pact clearly stipulates that the 3 pillars of the United Nations, sustainable development, peace and security, and human rights, are equally important, interlinked, and mutually reinforcing. In our view, it should also help to reiterate the HLPF's central role in overseeing the follow-up and review of the 2030 Agenda at the global level. Our work is guided by the mandates of several resolutions of the General Assembly on the work of ECOSOC and the HLPF. In particular, Resolution 67/290 states that in all meetings of the Forum, every effort shall be made to reach consensus Resolution 75/290B, which states that that intergovernmentally negotiated declaration should be concise, focused, action-oriented, and forward-looking, outlining priority areas for accelerated action. The challenges before us, ladies and gentlemen, demand not just statements of intent, but clear, actionable commitments that inspire implementation. We must speak in a language that resonates beyond these walls, these halls, one that policymakers and communities can grasp and act upon. Every word must carry weight, every sentence must drive momentum, and every commitment must translate into meaningful change. We aim for a declaration that is focused, clear, action-oriented, accessible, communicating effectively with all stakeholders from governments to grassroots. We call on governments to aim for a declaration that is not just heard but heeded, not just adopted but activated. 2025 is an opportunity to lead with vision, precision, and conviction. We must aim to seize it and make it an effective, robust, member state-driven process against the backdrop of the 80th anniversary of the signing of the Charter, where we will reaffirm our shared commitment to multilateralism and accelerate collective action to deliver the 2030 agenda. The theme, as you know, for the 2025 ECOSOC and HLPF is advancing sustainable, inclusive science and evidence-based solutions for the 2030 agenda for sustainable development and its sustainable development goals, for leaving no one behind. The declaration, as you know, will underscore priority actions for accelerating implementation of SDG 3, SDG 8, 5, 14, and SDG 17. Furthermore, 39 states will present their voluntary national reviews. To facilitate our discussions in our letter of 2025, and from which we will build the elements, we ask these questions. What are emerging and persistent challenges to progress on the SDGs? What are the impactful science and evidence-based solutions and actions that can accelerate the implementation of the SDGs, leaving no one behind, over the next 5 years to 2030, and in follow-up on the outcomes of the Summit of the Future? What are the priority actions necessary for achieving goals 3, 5, 8, 14, and 17? What are key areas that need to be addressed to support developing countries' advancement on the SDGs? And what are the key messages regarding the voluntary national reviews? The HLPF is an intergovernmental and state-led forum, as you know. With this in mind, we attach great importance to a transparent and inclusive process, enabling consideration of all issues related to the declaration. We are faced with a crowded calendar this year. We will work closely with fellow co-facilitators of all the other ongoing intergovernmental processes, especially FFD4, UNOC 3, to ensure coordination and coherence of the HLPF ministerial declaration with their outcome documents. So, and answers to the questions that I listed above during our consultations and in written elements would lead or led to the preparation of the co-facilitators elements paper, which we discussed during the second consultations, which we held just last Friday. These discussions will now inform the preparation of the zero draft, which will be shared in April for the consideration of member states. So we will then organize a series of informal consultations on the draft during the months of April, May, and June, with a view to reaching consensus on the declaration. So before I conclude, I want to give the vision of the co-facilitators, or rather I should say, we envisage a declaration that is focused, clear, action-oriented, accessible, concise. We hope to meet this critical moment in the history of the United Nations and with only 5 years to go before 2030, by delivering a declaration that is not just heard but heeded, not just adopted but activated. This is our opportunity to lead with vision, precision, and conviction, and we must seize it. It is our intention to conclude the negotiation before the end of June. I can share that we have heard from member states that the ministerial declaration is, as we have laid out, concise, focused, and action-oriented. We have also heard that the declaration should offer political guidance following up on the outcome of the 2030 SDG Summit and the Pact for the Future, as well as establishing the link to upcoming milestones such as the 2025 UN Ocean Conference, FFD4, and second World Summit for Social Development. We are confident that with the commitment from member states to work together, we have ahead of us a clear path towards a concise, focused, and actionable declaration, but one which can be adopted by consensus. And with that, I thank you for your attention.
Muchas gracias, embajador.
Thank you, Ambassador.
Le agradecemos sus
We
palabras.
thank you for your words and everything about the declaration at political level of 2025. We have already Mr. Themba Kaluo online. He is director of the Pact of the Future Implementation, Executive Secretary of Executive Office of the Secretary General.
Madam Moderator, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, I thank ECLAC for the opportunity to address you this afternoon from the Executive Office of the UN Secretary General. The adoption of the Pact for the Future and its annexes, the Global Digital Compact and the Declaration on Future Generations, was a landmark achievement, particularly in today's complex and polarized geopolitical landscape. In just 6 months since the adoption, the world has drastically changed, creating both challenges and opportunities for the implementation of the Pact. On one hand, we must guard against what the Secretary General has warned us as dilution of the Pact ambition. On the other hand, the Pact for the Future remains one of our most powerful tools for navigating these complexities. The Pact reaffirms countries' unwavering commitment to the UN and multilateralism, providing much-needed roadmap to strengthening international institutions for the 21st century and to turbocharge the progress towards the 2030 Agenda and Sustainable Development Goals. Yet the adoption was just the beginning. Now the real test lies in translating the political commitments into tangible actions that drive real impact. The UN system has moved swiftly to implement the Pact, and on 26 March, the Secretary General briefed member states on what the UN system has been doing at an informal dialogue convened by the President of the General Assembly. So I will now tell you briefly what the progress has been. So, for example, in the area of peace and security, and as requested in the Pact, a report was issued on peace building, which includes concrete suggestions to strengthen the Peace Building Commission and Fund. A second independent progress study on the positive contributions of young people to peace processes is being prepared. A review of all forms of peace operations is ongoing to adapt to today's realities. The UN's recent proposals to the Security Council regarding Haiti demonstrate how new approaches can be developed to complex security challenges. The UN will continue supporting member states in fulfilling their commitments to the Pact, for example, on disarmament around nuclear, biological, and chemical weapons, lethal autonomous weapons, and the growing weaponization of the outer space, and on the Pact's calls for reforming the Security Council to make it more representative, inclusive, transparent, effective, efficient, democratic, and accountable, including by redressing the historical underrepresentation of Africa as a special case and improving the representation of Latin America and the Caribbean, as well as Asia and the Pacific. On the SDGs and financing for development, The resident coordinators and UN country teams across the globe continue efforts to accelerate progress at the national level aligned with host government priorities. The UN is analyzing the impact of military expenditure on sustainable development goals. An expert group to develop measures of progress that go beyond the GDP will soon be announced, while another one is already working at identifying practical and achievable steps for action on debt for consideration at the FFD4. The UN is working closely with the World Bank and the IMF on the Pact's actions addressing improvements to the international financial system, including by ensuring fair representation of developing countries. We will also be supporting member states' efforts to increase the lending capacity of multilateral development banks, making them bigger and bolder. On technology, the UN is developing a report on innovative financing options for AI capacity building to help the Global South harness AI for the greater good. The UN is supporting intergovernmental process to establish the International Independent Scientific Panel on AI and convene a global dialogue on AI governance. Costa Rica, along with Spain, leads on this critical area. On youth and future generations, we are progressing towards establishing a youth investment platform to ensure that national funding mechanisms and investment platforms are focused on the needs of young people and working at strengthening youth engagement across our work at the UN. The UN is doing its part to implement the Declaration on Future Generations. The UN now has a foresight network, a community of practice to ensure that our policies, programs, and field operations are based on long-term thinking. At a later stage this year, the Secretary General will appoint a special envoy for future generations to scale up these efforts. Latin America and the Caribbean played a crucial role in shaping the Pact for the Future. Many countries from this region acted as bridge builders during the negotiations and championed key issues such as human rights and gender equality. Jamaica led the negotiations on the Declaration on Future Generations and remains one of its strongest advocates. Brazil is co-facilitating the 4th International Conference on Financing for Development, ensuring that global financing discussions reflect the region's priorities. At the 26th March informal dialogue that I talked about, 6 delegations from this region took the floor, highlighting the Pact's importance and in particular, emphasizing on financing, debt relief, reforming the international financial architecture. The region has also underscored the need for greater action on AI governance, digital inclusion, technology transfer, and capacity building. Distinguished delegates, the success of the Pact depends on how effectively we integrate its commitment into national policies and global negotiations. This is why I urge you to do 3 things. 1, champion ambitious outcomes that advance Pact implementation at the upcoming intergovernmental processes such as FFD4, the Second World Social Summit for Social Development, the Security Council reform negotiations, and the Peace Building Architecture Review, just to name a few. Number 2, to tailor Pact's commitments to your national context to drive real progress for the people on the ground. And number 3, promote multi-stakeholder partnerships, ensuring the inclusion of civil society, private sector actors, and youth in the implementation process. In conclusion, I am particularly pleased to be with you this afternoon because the Secretary General has placed great emphasis on ensuring that the implementation of the Pact for the Future is driven both driven both at the regional and country levels. We look forward to working closely with ECLAC and the wider UN system to support you, the member states, in transforming the commitments into real impact. Together, we can ensure that the Pact for the Future delivers lasting progress for this region and for the world. I thank you for your attention.
Muchas gracias, director. Le agradecemos.
Thank you, Director. We will now go into the last implementation of the Pact of the Future and everything having to do with the contribution of national and regional levels. I'd now like to hand over to Philip Shamrock, Director of Strategic International Thought Center, CEPEI. Thank you, Madam. Good afternoon, colleagues from ECLAC, members of the panel, ladies and gentlemen, and observers. It's already 6:17, so I wonder, after this whole day's work, what can I possibly contribute so as to allow you to have a delicious Chilean wine as an appetizer and cocktail. But still, I'd like to talk about the impact for the future and its implementation into the region. That is why it's a pleasure for me to be here in this space for reflection and collective action. Today we heard that we have made important steps ahead, but that we also have many, many challenges ahead of us. A historic event such as the Pact of the Future or the Summit of the Future, whereby the member states have adopted 3 documents, and the Pact of the Future, Declaration of Future Generations, and the Digital Global Pact. And the third one is an agreement that recognizes digitalization as a key tool for sustainable development if implemented with inclusion, ethics, and equality. That is why the Digital Global Pact can be a very powerful tool for the region. And I'd like right now to see how we can implement this digital act, and especially how can we have articulate global standards, and how we can support the countries and also civil society, academia, and the private sector, as well as other stakeholders to translate the pact with concrete reforms that may be useful locally and nationally. In this world digital panorama that is evolving so quickly, the region has a great opportunity in order to lead and influence its own governance in terms of a digital world. Today, I will bring you the commitments of the Global Compact and the digital infrastructure, the public infrastructure. I think that inclusive digital policies must be implemented towards sustainable development. We have to look for accountability mechanisms and strong ethical standards during digital governance. We have often heard here about the need for digital governance, but we still don't know how. That is why I believe that strengthening the global South perspective, making sure that the global frameworks of digital governance will reflect the voices, challenges, and priorities of Latin American players. And here we, as a development committee, must go into the international community so as to have a differential factor in a universal agenda. I also think that we must have a quality research to promote a regional transforming agenda. And this coming from a thought center means that there will be lack of opportunity, because we will always recommend exhaustive research. But this would also be useful to reduce lack of symmetry in the information. If right now you are wondering where is digital governance being discussed in the region, there are 3 or 4 processes that are ongoing, but they are not speaking to each other. That is why, having the presence of the Vice Minister here, I'd like to say an opportunity lies in the hands of Dominican Republic to the Summit of the Americas. There, part of the regulation and governance is being discussed for the region. So, Vice Minister, I think that's a good opportunity to work jointly and to try to get the Summit of the Americas to help us. In as much as technology makes headway, challenges come about in terms of ethics in the use of personal data. That is why the regional conference has been a very important pillar for the implementation of the pact. We believe that organizations such as ECLAC can facilitate the exchange of knowledge and of human resources permitting headway in governance and in cybersecurity. And besides, the pact encourages and promotes the use of digital instruments to face social environmental challenges, monitoring climate change up to improving educational services and health. So this is an interconnected agenda, a mainstream agenda that will help us to speed up the implementation of our SDGs. I think that the Global Pact is not just a big challenge, but a great opportunity to narrow the gaps that will transform our societies, ensuring a fair, inclusive, sustainable future in the digital world for future generations. So I invite everyone here present and all of the colleagues that are working with this agenda to join efforts to continue in this road where we will build a public digital infrastructure to the service of all and towards sustainable development. Thank you. Thank you, Director. Thank you for your vision in terms of the Digital Global Pact and how we can narrow the gaps into the future. I now hand over to Rolando Pericot Ruiz, a social entrepreneur and activist for peace, education, climate action, and member of the Resolution Project. You have the floor, sir. Thank you, Minister. I wish to greet everyone. Now, Pact for the Future. This is hope for the future, especially for young people and next generations. Its aim is to build a world where well-being, security, safety, and a healthy planet will be a right for all. This is an inspiring document, and it also calls for action, inclusive action, and stop imagining but start building a future where nobody will stay behind and where no young person stays behind. This commitment cannot be lying only in beautiful words. It must be concreted through action. The first step will be the will. Latin America and the Caribbean involves more than 160 million children and adolescents, a demographic bonus that should be used for an effective future. This is generation that will take up the results of today's action. And this is all essential to ensure a safe, peaceful, fair, inclusive, sustainable, prosperous future. As the pact says in the chapter on youth and future generations, millions of boys, girls, and young people do not have the necessary conditions to develop their maximum potential and to fully exercise their rights, especially those who are more vulnerable. In our region, many youth groups have structural historical inequality. The indigenous groups migrate tremendously, losing their identity, and that the communities are weakened because of lack of opportunities. And the little space of opportunity does not offer cultural belonging, and these are more susceptible to climate change, and they may become displaced persons because of the weather. The Afro-descendants are still not visible in decision-making, suffer ethical discrimination and also structural violence with little access to good jobs or education. Youth with disabilities also not allow them to fully participate in society, especially in terms of jobs. LGBTQ1 plus are discriminated in a society that does not recognize their own identities, putting their safety at risk. And let us think about what the youth face when they live in small communities. This is a photograph of what youth face in Latin America and the Caribbean. We are part of this continent, but we face so much discrimination. The agenda shows many elements so that we may take our voices, but sometimes we sound like a voice that is feminine, male, trans, but many are not heard. In spite of the structural violence and lack of support, we young people still mobilize, we coordinate, and we have a strong impact locally. In the Caribbean, they are leading initiatives towards climate change through sea, through land, through gender initiatives. And we also have the Pact for the Future in Guatemala. The Maya youth have projects with cultural ideas for feminine empowerment and towards peace, together with action number 8 and 19. In Colombia, Afro-descendants use communication to resist and to make their voices heard using ancestral wisdom. In Panama, the young people have technological innovation for the inclusion of people with disabilities through projects that promote their autonomy together with action number 29. In Argentina, the youth have projects for integrated comprehensive sexual education together with LGBTQ plus groups. This work follows the line of number 39 of the pact. Internationally, I know that UN system has many activities to include youth as key stakeholders. We, together with Umber, we are here at ECLAC working on behalf of UN to follow up the implementation of Back to the Future and everything related to the future generations, making sure that our voices are heard in the construction of strategies that are inclusive and that follow the lines of our reality. This is also a point to meet leaders from different agencies of the system. Dialogue and communication enriches dialogue. Proposals are stronger. We are still protagonists in structural change in the region. Every work that is made up in a declaration of young youth and in Latin America and the Caribbean that have our own proposals that are being revised is an example that youth is present. We cannot be seen as just beneficiaries of projects. We are strategic players towards a sustainable future. As Amber said yesterday in the forum for young people, we are not only participants in these processes, nor are we decoration. We are agents of change for a more sustainable, fair future. But in order to continue to do so, we need action, investment, and intentional inclusion. If we really believe in young people, we must finance and support young people in the formulation of daily policies, not only in the high level for the participation needs visibility, it also needs confidence in ourselves. To close, the 2030 Agenda and the Pact for the Future bring a unique opportunity to consolidate young people in the decision-making. But this process of ensuring spaces of inclusion where young people may have a voice and a vote to truly impact, we must be recognized, especially locally, as strategic partners in the implementation of the Pact for the Future. Because the future is not waiting. We must build it together. Nothing can be done for the youth without the youth. Thank you.
Thank you, and we thank you for the very full view that you have shared regarding what is being done by youth in different countries of the region, and especially as agents of change. I would now like to recognize Rosario Diaz-Garavito, co-facilitator of the Americas and Caribbean Impact Coalition for the Compact for the Future. The floor is yours. Thank you very much, Chair. And also, I second all the greetings. I would like to share now regarding the coalition of the Pact and what we have done. Last year, we were inviting you to be part of the Nairobi Summit. We invited you to generate or increase our ambitions in the framework of the preparatory process, but also within the framework of the future. And today, after all of these processes, we are here to tell you a little about what has happened after that April last year. The coalitions of impact were formed as a result of the Civil Society Conference of the UN held in Nairobi last year in 2024. Those of us who were here invited you. As part of this preparatory process for the Summit of the Future, these impact coalitions bring together different key players working in different topics and aligned with the human rights approach and aligned with the themes and the chapter of the Pact for the Future. And these coalitions, what we want is to create networks and multiplayer spaces, supporting the governments for them to further reforms, but also specific proposals, so that we may move ahead in the implementation of the Pact for the Future. In that sense, we do have an impact coalition in the region, the Latin America and the Caribbean. This is a multiplayer space that brings together and stems from the preparatory process, brings together institutions of various sectors, including institutions of the UN system. And there, yes, mentioned the UN system in Honduras, civil society organizations, organizations led by children, but also youth, academia, government institutions that are located in 8 countries of the region. And some have a more national scope, others more regional, and others local. And all take part in 2 types of representation. Some are participants, members of the coalition, but we also have observers. In this case, for example, we have ECLAC that is also part of the coalition, but as an observer. But not only do I want to share with you the structure of the coalition, I do want to tell you a little about the work that we've done. The coalition has allowed us to have a diverse horizontal space with lots of understanding, where different sectors, we look at each other and we see each other as allies, and we propose actions for the preparatory process towards the Summit of the Future. And there I would like to highlight some specific activities, for example, the consultations convened by the President of the General Assembly, specifically regarding the various chapters of the Pact for the Future. And also we held awareness-building sessions, but you understand that the Pact for the Future is an important tool, very powerful, but what we need is for people to know about it, to be empowered, and also bring down to ground the Pact for the Future for local instances. Also, we mapped regional priorities regarding the content of the various chapters of the Pact for the Future. Very interesting process, because although it is true that the Pact is a global instrument, for us to have a regional process, we need to bring it down to ground and consider which are the priorities in our region, or how can we at regional level respond. And finally, we took part in some instances during the Summit of the Future. For example, we had a parallel event. We convened various sectors. Also, we had interventions in the official sessions. And continuing with the incidence process, even last year, during the annual sessions of ECLAC, one representative of the coalition, a person with disability, Rosario Galarza, who represented Riadi, she was able to intervene, sharing these contributions and the work done. I believe that if we are thinking of implementing the pact, because I was talking about these like preparatory activities, but I would like to also tell you that preparatory activities held have allowed us generate conditions or enabling space to support the implementation process of the Pact for the Future, hand in hand with different actors. And when we do not see each other as such as I am civil society, you are the state, you are young, or you are a child, or you UN system, but rather meeting together, collaborating, multi-actor. But also something that is important and has allowed us to identify actions, knowledge, alliances, giving us the opportunity to work collaboratively among sectors. And among the actions for follow-up, for example, I can tell you, and we would be very grateful to count on you, the states, but also UN agencies and other institutions, in a cycle for training that we will be launching on each chapter. of the Pact for the Future with a regional approach, in addition to actions and incidents. For us, the region has a very relevant potential to take on the challenges of the present that will have a repercussion in the future and those to follow. However, the future brings complex challenges that require a response with a regional perspective, allowing us to respond correctly to processes such as the energy transition, but also other transitions that we're going through right now, such as in the digital world, political, social transitions, and even climate. Likewise, I believe it is important that this process, or this pact for the future, will allow us as a region to increase our ambition so that we may lead our own future development processes, laying the ground right from today and moving away from other patterns of dependence with different regions. The Pact for the Future requires ambitious action. It requires solidarity and going beyond polarization in order to respond for a future not based on what separates us, but rather those concerns and priorities that unite us. And in that sense, the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development that brings us together here in this forum is essential to lay the basis for that future and strengthen regional positioning with a post-2030 agenda in a context particularly geopolitically complex, and so also ensure the protection of our human rights, our right to development, our right to a future, and our digital rights, thereby strengthening multilateralism, the response to our region. For this, what we need is to materialize actions so that the legislative processes, and I would like to mention this because we also have representatives of the different parliaments, but also that public policy at national, subnational level, and all of these regional efforts made in this space will allow us to respond to the different priorities identified regionally. For example, under Chapter 1 on sustainable development and financing for development, that we be able to continue financing effectively the progress of the 2030 Agenda. We're 5 years away from 2030, and we need to strengthen the process, especially when we see that financing is shrinking coming from other spaces, and also respond to Chapter 2 on peace and security at international level, eradicating violence in all forms, but also responding in our region to all humanitarian challenges that we face. And among these, for example, all migration processes, displacements, and those that will be brought about by the climate crisis. And here a specific comment. A few years back, we did a consultation with UNESCO on world citizenship in digital settings. Allow me to say that when we asked one question, that in fact did not necessarily have to do with the agenda, but we wanted to know the context of the young people with us. And we asked them, what is the theme that made you fear most in life? And one young person in the region, he said, what I'm most scared of in life is getting alive, going from home to school, arriving back home alive, alleging the challenges of violence. We also need to consider the responses to Chapter 3, such as cybercrime, but also having regional structures that will allow us to address this effectively and a far more affirmative way. And also the other Chapter 4 on youth and future generations. And here I agree with Rolando, ensuring full and safe and participation and the resources for them to take part. We can only do that with you, the will of your states, and also the will and support by the various institutions with us here today. And lastly, strengthening multilateralism and wait no more. We cannot expect that this transition process that we're going through, which is a changing point for the region, should prevent us from living our regional future in coming years. For us, the future of the region is free of discrimination of any type, including racial discrimination, so that each person, especially children and youth, may have the opportunities to determine their future and prosper. We will be having a parallel event on April the 3rd. We invite you to hear more about the coalition process and for you too to join these instances where our doors are open to collaborate with all of you. Thank you. Thank you very much, Rosario, for sharing all the actions carried out by the coalition. And now I would like to hand over to Marcela Brown, Education Coordinator of Foundation SES of Argentina. 7 minutes at the very most. Thank you. On account of the interpretation. Thank you. I join all greetings made, and I would also like to say that I will be speaking on behalf of the mechanism for participation of the civil society in Latin America and the Caribbean that I co-facilitate together with Monica Jacis and Sandra Castaneda. We welcome the Pact for the Future provides concrete actions responding to the multidimensional crises, climate, economic, health, humanitarian, and technological crises. We are in crisis. This phenomenon, known as polycrisis or multi-crisis, requires integrated and coordinated responses that transcend sectoral approaches and respect human diversity. Some of the main challenges include climate crisis, given by extreme events each time more frequent that affect food security, access to water, and ecosystems. This fertilizes increasing phenomenon of human mobility at its peak of the last 10 years. Global inequality expressed in the gap among countries and within countries, exacerbating poverty and social exclusion. Digital transformation that requires ensuring that the revolution or the so-called technological revolution should benefit all people and not aggravate existing inequalities, and also requires respect for the sovereignty of content and promoting cooperatives and local organizations, distributors of content, and applications of free use to avoid monopoly concentration by large corporations. Geopolitical instability. We are in front of increasing international tensions produced unilaterally and that violate international regional rights and affect global peace. The current urgency, not a lack of ideas, but missing implementation. We need to go commitments to action. We agreed with the Pact for the Future when they recognize that it's not possible to address these challenges in isolation, and what we require is solutions that are courageous, are going against the current, that involve all sectors of society. What we need is a new, present social agreement to have a future. Although the Pact for the Future and the 2030 Agenda have established clear roadmaps for sustainable development, the real impact will depend on the political will and concrete action by states. We know there are efforts made and we value them. However, it is essential that governments may translate their commitments into public policy, speed up the guarantees of the fundamental rights with adequate financing and mechanisms for follow-up and assessment. For this, we propose strengthening institutionality and governance at times of major weakening of democracies to ensure that SDGs and the principles of the Pact for the Future be priorities in national and international agendas, preventing and sanctioning authoritarian practices, criminalizing and hate speech that surprisingly are issued by those who should be ensuring peace, diversity, and social justice from their government. to strengthen multilateralism in its essential and privileged role of reaching agreements that may allow us to overcome difficulties and develop at a human scale, ensure resources to implement concrete actions that reduce poverty, inequality, and the impact of the climate change, resources to guarantee public policy and actions by organized civil society. This requires of a new financing architecture that includes the distribution of wealth through a fiscal system that is progressive and fair. We expect that within the framework of the International Conference on Financing for Development, they may approve the Framework Convention on Sovereign Debt at the UN that may serve not only to immediately relieve the weight of public debt of countries of the Global South, but also help prevent future debt crises. Promoting space for citizen participation, allowing civil society, organized civil society to affect decision-making and the monitoring of the realization of these commitments taken on. We come without not empty-handed. Above all, we know the territory because we are the territory, the knowings and pains. This year, we begin a relay of practices speeding up the 2030 agenda. As a result of this process, 51 social union organizations from 18 countries of the region of Latin America and the Caribbean presented their speed experiences, and some reaching sub-regions. Experiences span all 17 SDGs. The impact of the project has been significant, strengthening capacities regarding gender, budget, promoting people, education, and collaborative based on sustainable use of food, promoting community communication, and generating key information for decision-making in political and social spaces. The positive impact of these experiences has been possible thanks to connection with strategic allies. Financing of the initiatives has been diverse, including the backing by international organizations as well as sources of local financing, self-managed and supplemented by international organizations. By analyzing these experiences, we identify several elements in common. First, all initiatives share a clear approach and a model that places the human being at the center, the human being's relation to the community and nature, and are seeking to address issues related to gender, rights, social protection within the framework of the increasing enforcement work, education, food security, and the reduction of inequalities integrally. Experience shows the fundamental role of civil society able of creating networks and alliances to strengthen the impact of action, the promotion of inclusion and empowerment of communities that are breached by an unfair model. Another key aspect is the implementation of people's education strategies and community communication, which has consolidated knowledge and created political and social coherence. Many of these experiences were self-managed, have operated in very reduced budgets, showing their capacity for management and at the same time highlighting the need to increase financing as a commitment for effective compliance of the 2030 agenda. And lastly, and for the tranquility of the Secretary, the replicability and scalability of these models allows their expansion to other territories and contexts, facilitating the construction of regional networks and the exchange of significant and transformative practices. Hence, they are made available to the people that make decisions and are in the sphere of government that agree that meeting these commitments is urgent. They do so, have more than 300 organizations and networks of organizations that make up the mechanism for participation of the civil society of the countries of Latin America and the Caribbean for development. Thank you.
Gracias por
Thank you for having shared these valuable initiatives that are being implemented in the region. Now, we'll see a video of Mr. Albert Landim, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Suriname and Secretary General-elect of the Organization of American States.
Good day to all of you in Santiago de Chile. I want to greet Executive Secretary General Jose Manuel Salazar, Executive Secretary of CELAC, as well as our colleague ministers present and heads of delegations, all ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I want to congratulate ECLAC with organizing this 8th Forum of the countries of Latin America and the Caribbean to discuss matters regarding sustainable development, future of our countries. And I must also apologize for my absence. I regret that I cannot be there in person with you to discuss the program and next steps with regard to the adopted Pact of the Future, which was adopted in the United Nations last year on the 22nd of September. I do believe that this meeting is important to listen to member states in terms of their own programs and their vision with regard to the execution of the Pact of the Future and the annexes adopted on digital transformation and also in terms of future generations. We do have a responsibility for not only today, but also for tomorrow. We believe that it is important to approach this execution of the Pact of the Future with the whole of society, with the whole of the Americas, with the whole of the world approach, where we see the responsibility not only for governments, but also to include in that approach the private sector, trade unions, religious organizations, youth organizations, and many other NGOs involved in this process of making our societies peaceful and prosperous. It is also important, based on my experience, that when we adopt these declarations, and I hope that we can agree on this while all of you are there, that there is a meeting required in terms of the budget planning and the execution with ministers of finance, because ultimately the Pact of the Future will not be adopted or executed only internationally, but also must fit within the national strategy for development and planning. So I urge that we have meetings also with the ministries of finance who need to include these objectives in their budgets. Ladies and gentlemen, my own country has made several strides in terms of coming close to execution of some of the mandates in the Pact of the Future, also related to the Strategic Development Goal, the Sustainable Development Goal. And I'm not going to go through all of the achievements realized, but I can tell you that we reformed and restructured our economy since 2020 up to today into an economy that now has a good foundation for growth and development and for prosperity for the future. We are entering a new economic situation in which oil and gas will provide revenues up to 2 to 3 times our GDP at the moment. That means basically that we will need to demonstrate responsibility in the use of those funds and apply them not only for the current generation, but also for the future generation. A lot has been done already to make sure that these guarantees are built in. The adoption of the Wealth and Stabilization Fund recently in our parliament is a testimony to that. But we did also more than that. We were able to improve the purchasing power of the vulnerable groups in our society through special mechanisms of income transfer. We also were able to increase the conditions, the living conditions, improve the living conditions in our interior. And we are going to continue in other areas of health, of education, of security as well. In fact, on all elements mentioned in the Pact of the Future, we have made progress. So we believe that the policy which we have executed in terms of reform and restructuring, including a debt of almost $4 billion, will provide a sound basis for future growth and future policy making in Suriname. I believe that not only adopting such a resolution or a pact of the future globally is important. It was an important milestone, but I think it's also to translate that now in political will, also in terms of the will of the legislative bodies to make policies, to monitor the development, and that legislative councils also demonstrate a commitment in terms of enacting new pieces of legislation, regulations, and so on going forward. Again, this is part of the whole of society approach which we need to adopt. It will require regular dialogue with our members in society through very structured mechanism with a clear agenda and on a regular basis. We need to create for the pact of the future. Like with the SDGs, ownership, buy-in at the level of the communities. That is the only way to make sure that the benefits which we aim to accrue for our people reach exactly the same people. This is an objective not only in the context of the SDGs and Pact for the Future, but also in terms of general policy making. If I can change my hat a little bit and speak to the issues with regard to how do we approach this in the Western Hemisphere, and also, of course, in my future capacity as Secretary General of the Organization of American States, we have to be realistic. I almost want to say we have to be honest and very frank about the developments which we see take place in the Western Hemisphere, but also in the world. We are dealing with major open conflicts, wars in different regions of the world. We see changing politics, sometimes under the rubric of unilateralism. At the same time, for almost 70 years, we have been working towards a rule-based, a regulation-based global compact on cooperation, collaboration, maintaining peace, security, international law, and international cooperation. It seems that we are losing some of that commitment in some places due to circumstances possibly, but we will need to prepare for a change in how we organize ourselves within the societies which we where we are part of, but also the hemispheric society. It will require not only transformative leadership, understanding the changes, but also looking at the future, but it will require decisive leadership as well. But that can only be done in a team as being part of the Western Hemisphere, all member states and all institutions related to the well-being of this hemisphere must work together. Is one of the intentions of the new leadership of the OAS to make sure that we communicate, we dialogue, we foster cooperation. We do not focus on things that will divide us, but things that will unite us. And for that, we will aim, we will foster, we will promote collaboration between the OAS and the inter-American institutions, as well as other institutions belonging to other institutions globally, like the United Nations, like CELAC as well. We need to work together, we need to align our agendas and make sure that the resources which we have in this new context of developing an effective multilateralism, that those are used effectively and achieve the goal they have. And that is to demonstrate that we need each other, that we must work together, and that alone, no single country can solve all the problems. And we cannot continue indicating or at least initiating policies that could be seen as forcing other countries to do things which are not within that framework of multilateralism. So my view is very clear on the future of the hemisphere of the Americas and the Caribbean is that we need to connect better and more with each other. We need to dialogue more effectively with each other. We need to develop not only a pact of the future, but a very concrete agenda for the future where there is a common approach in terms of resolving the difficult circumstances which we have. I am convinced that if we work together, we will find solutions. for all the problems which we have currently in terms of security, in terms of migration, in terms of education, in terms of intra-regional trade and investment, and also in terms of connectivity. There are many more areas like climate change, like debt resiliency, that economic resiliency that we need to address. And we know that agendas and the priorities in different parts of this hemisphere are different from each other. We will need to cater as an OAS, as an inter-American system for all these needs and make sure that we all can continue on this path towards growth, sustainability, security, and peace. I wish you a very productive conference. I look forward to the outcome, and I hope that we can continue to engage on that basis with each other in the inter-American system as a united force. I thank you very much. I wish you all the best.
Ahora quisiera compartir el video que nos envió el ministro de Relaciones Exteriores del Uruguay, don Mario Moretti.
Dijo que no.
La interpretación se termina cuando se terminaba
Ese otro, entonces acá. Unfortunately,
los países de América Latina y del Caribe sobre el desarrollo sostenible, un encuentro de vital importancia para la consolidación de un futuro próspero, justo y sostenible para nuestra región. Uruguay ha mantenido una tradición de compromiso firme con el multilateralismo, entendiendo que los desafíos globales solo pueden abordarse eficazmente a través de soluciones colectivas y coordinadas. En este sentido, nuestra diplomacia promueve activamente el fortalecimiento de los ámbitos multilaterales, impulsando la cooperación internacional como una vía eficaz para abordar los desafíos comunes. Los objetivos de desarrollo sostenible han sido el marco fundamental para la planificación e implementación de las políticas públicas. Estamos convencidos de que el desarrollo sostenible es una necesidad para asegurar que el progreso actual no comprometa el bienestar de quienes vendrán. Este desafío demanda un enfoque integral y coordinado para todos los actores involucrados. No existe desarrollo sostenible sin el pleno respeto de los derechos humanos, los cuales son claves para una convivencia pacífica y el desarrollo armónico de cualquiera de nuestras sociedades. Los derechos humanos, el desarrollo económico y la paz son conceptos indivisibles y solo el pleno respeto a la dignidad humana permite alcanzar un desarrollo verdaderamente sostenible y justo. Nuestro país ha logrado avances sustanciales en áreas claves como la educación, la igualdad de género y la protección social. En este marco, el derecho a la salud se ha consolidado como uno de los pilares fundamentales, reflejando el compromiso de Uruguay con el bienestar integral de su población. Quisiera destacar el compromiso con el Objetivo de Desarrollo Sostenible 8, en pos de garantizar un crecimiento económico inclusivo y sostenido, a través de políticas de empleo que promuevan la creación de trabajos decentes y programas como el Sistema Nacional de Cuidados y las reformas en el sector educativo. Hemos incrementado la participación laboral y mejorado las condiciones de trabajo en diversos sectores de nuestra sociedad. Asimismo, hemos fomentado la productividad y la diversificación de la economía, y esto es realmente importante. Reconocemos que la dimensión ambiental es fundamental para el desarrollo sostenible. Uruguay ha sido un firme defensor de los principios de sostenibilidad y de la protección del medio ambiente, tanto a nivel nacional como a nivel internacional. La lucha contra el cambio climático, la preservación de la biodiversidad y el manejo responsable de los recursos naturales son pilares esenciales de nuestra política exterior y de nuestro modelo de desarrollo. Uruguay ha avanzado hacia la sostenibilidad a través de iniciativas innovadoras, tales como la emisión de bonos verdes que asocian la tasa de interés con indicadores ambientales
This follows the strategy for public funds with a sustainability and development commitment with low carbon. We have been able to make a lot of headway, and we reinforce our commitment with preservation and the sustainable use of our resources. We wish to protect our sea ecosystems, expanding the protected areas, promoting protection of endangered species, and protecting fishing resources. We have a national plan for the protection of coastal areas, emphasizing mitigation of impact of climate change. The Pact of the Future is seen as an initiative that allows us to reinforce the support of the countries for the implementation of the 2030 Agenda under the principle of responsibility without forgetting the previous commitments. Though multilateralism is being questioned, but Uruguay believes that the pact is a very important tool to face current challenges and to bring in concrete response to the current and future generations, so that the pact may fulfill its promise and shed light of hope, especially for the most vulnerable. So we must speed up international cooperation to reduce gaps in all types, social, economic, and environmental. We cannot make headway with these goals without peace and international security. That is why we believe that this pact is a very important instrument for United Nations and for regional organizations to discuss important issues such as key peacekeeping. Uruguay has historically participated in consolidating peace and conflict resolution. The Pact of the Future, adopted in September last year, will become efficient groundwork to bring in the necessary reforms and to update the current governance in order to together bring in a more just, peaceful, and sustainable world for all, but leaving no one behind. Thank you.
Con las palabras del canciller Lubitkin, damos por terminado las intervenciones, los videos, y quisiera pedir disculpas a las delegaciones. No vamos a poder tener tiempo para hacer intervenciones en capacidad nacional, puesto que además ha terminado la interpretación al inglés. So our apologies to all delegations. We're not going to be able to continue in national statements. There is no longer English interpretation. Quisiera decir que en estos minutos de reflexión final hemos tenido el privilegio de escuchar intervenciones profundas y visionarias que nos inspiran a seguir adelante con renovado compromiso, y quisiera muy especialmente agradecer a los distinguidos y distinguidas panelistas y participantes en este panel. Invito a cada uno de ustedes a mantener viva esta conversación, a seguir promoviendo alianzas y a trabajar decididamente para lograr la implementación efectiva de este pacto. Muchas gracias, señor presidente.
Muchas gracias, Carla. Hemos llegado al final de la primera jornada. Mañana, miércoles 2 de abril, iniciamos la actividad a las 8:30 de la mañana en esta misma sala. Los invitamos a participar de los eventos paralelos que se desarrollarán a continuación. Buenas noches.